Chapter 755. When Shen Miao flipped over the last wall and arrived at the residence of Prince Rui, Song Yang was so tired that he did not want to speak. Because they entered from the direction of the inner courtyard and did not walk through the main entrance, there was not a single guard in the huge residence of Prince Rui. Song Yang also revealed a puzzled expression. Obviously it was not that undisciplined in the past. Shen Miao was still looking at the layout of the residence of Prince Rui. It was indeed as magnificent as the rumors said. It was just a temporary place to stay, and it was actually so meticulously renovated. She did not know how extraordinary the real Great Liang's imperial palace would be. Just as she was thinking, there was an additional black-clad middle-aged male in front of her. Tai. Song Yang shouted and immediately asked, "Where are the others?" The guard called Tai was surprised for a moment when he saw Shen Miao and cupped his hands towards her. "Is there an important matter for young lady Shen to visit?" Shen Miao looked at the other person's appearance and seemed to know her. Seeing that Song Yang was greeting him, she guessed that he was Xie Jingxing's people and said, "I am looking for Prince Rui and have some words to say." Tai seemed to know that she would say that and nodded his head. "Master is in the inner courtyard. Follow me." When Ming Qi's winter was cold, no one was willing to walk around outside. If it was at night, there would be no one on the streets. Even the birds, cats and dogs would curl up in their warm nests and were not willing to move at all. The water in the pond had already frozen. The thick ice had completely covered the scenery inside. The entire garden was filled with lotuses and koi swimming in the wind, but it was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed that no matter how good the day was, there would be a moment when it would pass, just like how the flowers that bloomed in spring would one day wither. The purple-clad youth was lazily sleeping on the tree with his hands supporting his head. He did not take off the mask on his face, and there was a lantern hanging on the tree. Under the faint halo, his expression could not be said to be desolate nor happy, but there was some slight loneliness. Like the wind passing through the trees, it was light but also cold. Quiet and silent. Under the tree the white tiger lay down. From time to time, it would use its claws to scratch the tree trunk. Occasionally, it would use its mouth to bite the icicles that had fallen on the ground. The crunching sounds of its bite could be heard clearly in the night. When Shen Miao came in, this was the scene that entered her eyes. The youth and the white tiger were sleeping, but it made her think of herself in her previous lifetime. Walking through the imperial garden in the middle of the night in the palace, her eyes seemed to be filled with the laughter of Fu Xiuyi and Mei Furan in the day. It was somewhat bitter as she walked endlessly. When the white tiger suddenly saw that someone was coming, it immediately stood up and looked at her warily with its body arched. It let out a low warning howl, but because it was too small, it didn't seem threatening at all. The sound it made was also hulu hulu, which was quite cute. Shu jiao jiao. Xie Jingxing said, "Be quiet." Shen Miao. She walked under the tree and raised her head to look at the person sleeping in the thicket. "Were you calling?" Xie Jing's actions paused and suddenly lowered his head. When he saw Shen Miao, he was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" The words in the princess residence were not finished, so one came over to take a look. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and did not come down from the tree. Instead he laughed softly. "You came because you are concerned about me? What you think is your business." Shen Miao answered. "Could it be that you think that I will be sad?" Xie Jingxing seemed to have heard a joke, and his expression became more interesting, really naive. "It is best that there is none." Shen Miao did not care about his somewhat mocking words and spoke calmly. Xie Jingxing stared at the sky and lazily waved his hands. "You go back. I am fine." Chapter 756. Shen Miao did not go back. That white tiger on the ground seemed to have sensed that Shen Miao did not have any ill intentions, and moreover its master did not show any hostility, so it gradually relaxed its vigilance and snuggled up to Shen Miao's feet, making hulu-hoo sounds. Shen Miao quietly looked at the youth on the tree. After a long while she asked, "Xie Jingxing, do you want to destroy Ming Qi?" The air quietened down in a moment, and there seemed to be a small lingering light that leaked out from the lantern. The dim light and the branches covered the youth's expression, and even if one could see it, one could not see his expression clearly with the mask. One could only see a corner of the gorgeous purple robe hanging down, and the golden embroidered pattern was shining brightly under the light. Those silk threads crisscrossed, but vaguely outlined a picture of an auspicious beast. It seemed to be a dragon. The silence was frightening as he did not answer. The white tiger whimpered softly before turning and running back into the bushes. Shen Miao leaned against the tree and lightly said, "If at the end you only want to destroy Ming Qi, then everyone in the middle can be chosen. Different paths do not work together." Some people are very good but are destined to not be on the same path. If one is not on the same path, then who cares what he does? Xie Jingxing laughed and his voice was heard from above. Are you comforting me? No. I am comforting myself. Xin Miao answered. She could understand Xie Jingxing as she and Xie Jingxing were somewhat different. Xie Jingxing was a man and moreover he was more decisive in killing. One believed that after tonight she would still be that victorious Prince Rue. Nothing would be difficult for him and nothing would be able to stop his footsteps. He was like a lion and was an extremely powerful existence. It was just that when he was licking his wounds alone, she coincidentally bumped into him. Do you also have sad matters? Xie Jingxing teased. It was still a cynical tone but Xin Miao knew that there was no smile in his eyes at the moment. It was because there were some emotions that even he himself was unable to conceal. That was why he went up to the tree where no one could see and was not even willing to take off his mask and sit quietly. My sad matters are no less than yours. Xin Miao smiled gently. At least Princess Rong Xan is still alive. The most painful thing in the world should not be that the person who was misunderstood and blamed is no longer around. Some mistakes can be compensated for and some cannot. Just like her Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she could save many people but only these two could not be saved. In this lifetime, even if she exhausted her entire life, she could not save them. Regardless of whether she was able to take revenge in the future, or whether she could live a prosperous life with the Shen family, there would never be a chance to make up for this regret. She could only chew it over and over at night. Even entering their dreams was an extravagant hope. You also know that this day will come sooner or later, so why worry so much? Doing one's best and knowing heaven's will, one have done one's utmost benevolence and duty. No matter how excessive the rest are, it is only fate that has reached the end. Xin Miao said, no one is to walk the same path with anyone for a lifetime. For example, my marriage. Fu Xiuyi and I are not on the same path, the Crown Prince is not on the same path as me, Huang Fuhao is not, Feng Zixian is not, Luo Ling is not and Pei Lang is not. Fu Xiuyi and the Crown Prince were part of the Fu family so naturally they were enemies and it was impossible for them to be together with Xin Miao. Huang Fuhao had ulterior motives and Feng Zixian grew up with the wind and current. The flowers that were raised in the greenhouse were different from her bones. Luo Ling's character was upright so how could he understand the dark schemes in her heart? As for Pei Lang, he had complicated entanglements. In the previous lifetime, he had also heavily added a stroke in Xin Miao's life and this stroke made her and Pei Lang forever separated by something, making it impossible for them to treat each other honestly. Chapter 757. If you say it like this, then there is no one in this world that is with you. Xie Jingxing reminded. That is the truth. Xin Miao silently sighed in her heart. A person who climbed up from the grave and lived a second time in some aspects should be similar to a ghost. She had always been walking alone on the road of revenge. Then comforting me like this would give me an illusion. Xie Jingxing gently smiled. You are with me. The wind picked up the leaves on the ground and blew across the lake. The surface of the lake was as hard as a rock and could not be moved. But one could vaguely see the spring breeze blowing across the surface of the lake, the ripples of the water, the sparkling spring water, and the beautiful scene of red flowers and green willows. Winter will pass and spring will come. Xin Miao's voice was very light, even lighter than the night wind as it scattered in the air. She said, who says it is not? If you comfort me like this, it will give me the illusion that you are on the same side as me. Who says it is not? A shadow flashed in front of the tree and someone came down from it. The youth's back was tall and handsome. When the white tiger saw its master coming down, it immediately ran over in joy and intimately rubbed against the corner of the other's robes. Do you think that I am the great Liang's Prince Rue or the Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage? He asked. Xin Miao leaned against the tree with her hands behind her back and looked at his back view. Is this very important? I also thought that it was not important. Xie Jingxing stood by the pond and his voice was calm, as if there was no fluctuation at all as he calmly narrated. From the moment I knew my identity, someone kept reminding me that this is very important. The Marquis of Lineage is weak and incompetent, indecisive and not fit to be a father. Even if the real little Marquis Xie did not die prematurely, he would still die in Madame Fang's hands. Aunt Rong treated me very well. I thought that it was important to others but to her, my identity was not important. But now it seems that I made a big mistake. He lightly said, to the people of the world, this question is important from the beginning to the end. There is no fluke. One thought that some feelings could break through the shackles of identity and family could be above everything, but in the end it was no less than a fierce slap on one's face. Most importantly, It should be that deep sense of disappointment. Shen Miao stared at his back and said after a long time, "It is not important to me." Xie Jingxing laughed softly. He turned and walked toward Shen Miao and stopped in front of Shen Miao. He looked down at Shen Miao from above and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "You are only Xie Jingxing." She did not want to admit defeat and raised her head as if she wanted to suppress the other's imposing manner. "Only?" He was slightly displeased. "You can deceive others but not me." Shen Miao looked at his mask. "I knew what kind of person you were from the beginning. From the moment I met you to the end of the alliance, you are only Xie Jingxing, nothing more." Xie Jingxing made a meaningful "oh" sound. He took another step forward and Shen Miao subconsciously retreated. She was originally leaning against the tree and now with her back against the tree, there was no way to retreat but Xie Jingxing lifted her chin. Xie Jingxing said, "Do you think that I am very cruel?" "Do not think so. I'm also the same." Shen Miao answered. "Then do you know that I am not a good person?" His voice was low and pleasant to listen to, and in the night when the cold wind blew into one's ears, it made one's body feel hot. Shen Miao shrank back again but was not willing to be looked down upon and only said, "No. I'm also the same." Xie Jingxing held her waist and pulled Shen Miao towards him. The mask blocked his face and made his handsomeness have a trace of bewitching mystery. He said, "Then I can answer your question now." "What question?" Shen Miao was puzzled. "You asked me if I want to destroy Ming Qi." Shen Miao stared at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were full of bright lights that were so deep that one could be sucked in. "Then what is your answer?" she asked. "If I say yes, will you report me?" Xie Jingxing smiled evilly. Shen Miao slowly said, "Will not. Because I am also the same." Just one sentence, 3, "I am also the same," but it made Xie Jingxing's gaze change. It was like a cluster of sparks blooming in the cold icy plains. One could not tell whether he was happy or angry as he only asked, "Do you know what you are saying?" Shen Miao was silent. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to swallow Shen Miao whole. He said, "Shen Miao, do not regret it. Once you board my boat, do not leave in this lifetime." He suddenly leaned over and kissed Shen Miao. Shen Miao subconsciously wanted to dodge but Xie Jingxing grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. His cold mask touched Shen Miao's face and imprisoned Shen Miao's hands as he roughly kissed her lips. Chapter 758. 175. His kiss was hot but the silver mask was cold, as if it was carrying some kind of indescribable emotion that covered the sky and earth. The more Shen Miao struggled, the more firmly he imprisoned her. He locked her in his embrace and used a kind of vow gesture to possess her lips. The flowers that bloomed in the winter, the butterflies that fluttered in the autumn, the ice spring in the summer and the snowflakes in the spring were all unable to describe the strangeness of this moment. There was the whistling sound of the wind beside her ears but that beautiful youth's embrace was strong and the kiss was scorching hot, as if she was unable to escape even if she tried her entire life. When Xie Jingxing released Shen Miao almost went limp and was almost unable to breathe. In her previous life she admired Fu Xiuyi but from the beginning to the end she was hot-headed. On Fu Xiuyi's wedding day, the bridal chamber was just a perfunctory gesture. She had never been so intimate with a male before. Feeling that she had lost her composure, Shen Miao flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Xie Jingxing as he supported her to prevent her from falling. But she did not know that she had just been kissed. Her pair of eyes were so moist that they were almost overflowing with water. Her face was flushed red and her red lips were like flower petals, but it made one want to love her even more. Xie Jingxing moved his gaze away to hide it. Other than feeling embarrassed and angry, Shen Miao was also at a loss. In all fairness, she had more or less expected it to be like this. As for why she did not stop it or let it develop, it was because she followed her heart and made a subconscious reaction. Shen Miao did not want to delve into the reason. "Tell me about your marriage." Xie Jingxing resumed his cynical tone and said, "What are your plans now?" Shen Miao looked at him inexplicably. "What plans?" Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes at her and his tone was somewhat dangerous. "The Crown Prince Luo Ling Feng Zixian Su Ming Feng Pei Lang. Who do you want to marry?" Shen Miao frowned and pretended to think seriously. Xie Jingxing's eyes narrowed and said in an unfriendly tone, "You really want to marry someone else?" "Why can't I want to marry someone else? Kissed me, touched me and dared to wear a green hat on me. Shen Miao, your courage is not small." Shen Miao smiled gently. "Could it be that you want me to marry you? You are finally smart for once," Xie Jingxing leisurely said. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. It was not that she did not think about the relationship between her and Xie Jingxing. The two of them said that they were allies, but in the end, their relationship was even more ambiguous than that. When it comes to the matters between men and women, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Shen Miao was also aware of some things from the same heartbeats in those nights. But this did not mean that Xie Jingxing could marry her. Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui of the Great Liang and she was the daughter of the Ming Qi's general. Not to mention if Ming Qi's side would agree, one feared that it would not be easy to explain to Emperor Yonglu. Especially looking at the current situation, Xie Jingxing seemed to have a very high position in the Great Liang. The more power he grasped, it meant that Emperor Yonglu valued Xie Jingxing more. A courtier who was valued by the emperor had many things that were beyond his control, including his own marriage. When Shen Miao was still distracted, she heard Xie Jingxing speaking again. You do not need to worry about anything. Just obediently stay in the room to embroider the dowry and wait for me. When did I agree to marry you? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing pondered for a moment before his lips hooked up into a smile. He said, I also do not mind cooking the uncooked rice tonight. Shen Miao looked at him vigilantly but Xie Jingxing smiled and said, You look like you are looking forward to it. Shen Miao decided that she could not continue talking to Xie Jingxing like this anymore. This person was bad to the bones and could not even speak properly with 3 sentences of teasing. She said, I have a solution for the Crown Prince's matter. Chapter 759. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. You already have a countermeasure? I suddenly thought of it. Shen Miao emphasized, Need your help. Need my help? Xie Jingxing smiled gently and whispered as he looked at her, Your husband will help you. Shen Miao. When Shen Miao returned to the Shen mansion from the residence of Prince Rui, it was almost dawn. When they returned it was naturally Xie Jingxing who brought her back. When he knew that Shen Miao came over by climbing over the wall, Xie Jingxing's smile almost made Shen Miao angry. But after this night many things quietly changed. Shen Miao had a strange feeling when she was discussing with Xie Jingxing about the countermeasure to the Crown Prince's marriage. She had always been alone on the path of revenge. Now that there was an inexplicable strong enough reliance behind her, it made her feel at ease. Especially that this reliance was rather smart as he was able to see the loopholes in the countermeasure that she proposed and was able to propose improvements. Shen Miao felt that their partnership was very compatible. Unknowingly the words that Xie Jingxing said that night floated in Shen Miao's mind. To let her embroider the dowry obediently. Xie Jingxing was a person who looked indifferent on certain matters but Princess Rong Xian's words were right. He knew what he wanted and what he did not want from the start. Shen Miao was also not clear how much of Xie Jingxing's words were true. But on the matter of Shen Miao's marriage, Xie Jingxing displayed an absolute strength and overbearingness that made others have no room to refute. Shen Miao sighed. The road ahead was long and the muddy waters of Ming Qi had not been cleared, thus it was too extravagant to mention about feelings. If Xie Jingxing really had that ability and dared to marry the daughter of another country's general, then there was nothing that she would not dare to marry. Because Shen Miao reached out and touched her heart. One did not know if there would be another person in this world who could make her heart beat again. Her lips were tingling as if there was still a residual heat that made her lower her head. Undeniable duplicity and unsuppressible heartbeat. The young man was handsome and beautiful. He was decisive, wise and calm in killing. It was difficult to not be tempted. In the residence of Prince Ding, it was brightly lit that night. When Fu Xiaoyi found out that the marriage between Shen Miao and the Crown Prince was suppressed, it was because of Prince Rui's unintentional words. That night, all the advisors were called to the residence of Prince Ding to discuss the matter from beginning to end. I had previously guessed that the relationship between Shen Miao and Prince Rui was not that simple. Now testing it on the Crown Prince, indeed the horse's feet were exposed. Fu Xiaoyi sneered, once Shen Miao makes a move Prince Rui would not be able to sit still. Pei Lang stood below with his head lowered and did not say a word. These days, Fu Xiaoyi had changed his previous regard for him and no longer asked for his opinion on many matters. The contrast was too big and naturally fell into the eyes of the other advisors. They thought that Pei Lang had offended Fu Xiaoyi and were rejoicing in his misfortune. But Pei Lang knew that for such an intelligent person like Fu Xiaoyi to inexplicably give him the cold shoulder, he must have found some clues. Perhaps his relationship with Shen Miao had already been detected by Fu Xiaoyi. Although he was burning with anxiety, Pei Lang could not show it at all. Fu Xiaoyi had not shed all pretense of cordiality, so he must have his own intentions. Perhaps it was only a suspicion that had not been confirmed. To put up a show, one must complete it and not give up halfway. Pei Lang was deeply aware of this logic, and the reaction he showed was that of an ordinary advisor who was given the cold shoulder. What is Gentleman Pei's opinion? Today for the first time, Fu Xiaoyi asked for his opinion. Pei Lang's heart jumped and he lowered his head. This subordinate thinks that one should immediately investigate the relationship between the Shen family and Prince Rui or the Great Liang. Shen Miao's identity is special and represents the most important military power in Mingqi. If the Shen family and Prince Rui had reached an agreement privately, one fear. Chapter 760. The advisors started to discuss. Even though they were dissatisfied with Pei Lang, they had to admit that Pei Lang's words were not wrong. Shen Miao was after all a young lady and not a great beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Rather than saying that Prince Rui flew into a rage because of a beauty, it would be more reasonable to say that Prince Rui valued the Shen family behind Shen Miao. Fu Xiaoyi said, "Gentleman's words are correct, but I heard about one thing today." Everyone waited for him to say the rest of the words. Shen Miao stayed in Princess Rong Xian's residence for a day. The princess's health was not good, but she was left alone till night. Moreover, it seemed that after Shen Miao left, the princess did not seem to be in a good mood. Fu Xiaoyi smiled. Could it be that the princess also knows something? After a moment of silence, one of the advisors said, "Perhaps Princess Rong Xian knows some inside information. Your Highness might as well start from Princess Rong Xian's side. Perhaps you can find some clues." "I also think so." Fu Xiaoyi looked at Pei Lang, and one did not know if he was deliberately saying it for him to hear. Even though Shen Miao has the backing of the Shen family, she herself is also very strange. Prince Rui only helped her in every matter, so there must be some hidden reasons. If Princess Rong Xian is also involved, then things would become interesting. Paper cannot wrap fire. I must uncover the secret between them. Fu Xiaoyi smiled meaningfully. One still have to rely on everyone. Everyone continuously said that they did not dare. Pei Lang lowered his head, but a trace of uneasiness flashed past his heart. That night, there was no peace in the princess residence. Princess Rong Xian sat in the Xingji courtyard for an entire night. Xie Jingxing did not die and instead became the Great Liang's Prince Rui. This was something that Princess Rong Xian had never thought of. In the past 2 years, Princess Rong Xian had countless times hoped that one day she would discover that Xie Jingxing's death was just a dream. She hoped that when she woke up, that arrogant and handsome youth would still be standing in front of her and lazily call her Aunt Rong. However, when this moment really came, the first thought that came to Princess Rong Xian's mind was not gratification. He was wearing a noble purple gold robe, and the corners of the robe could be embroidered with a flying dragon with golden thread. He wore a cold mask and greeted her familiarly, but he had the title of Prince Rui on his head. That was the biggest threat from Mingqi. Princess Rong Xian was initially angry at being concealed, but when she realized Xie Jingxing's identity, Princess Rong Xian's most instinctive reaction was to be vigilant. This did not mean that she did not love Xie Jingxing or that all those years of companionship were fake. It was because she was the princess of the Great Liang, and the arrogance and paranoia of the imperial family would always appear at this time. She was writing a letter in front of the table, and it was an obscure reminder to Emperor Wenhui. After writing halfway, she suddenly stopped and tore the paper in front of her into pieces. The entanglement and complexity in her heart could not be expressed in words, but she was not willing to see Xie Jingxing again because she was afraid that she did not dare to face him. And what made Princess Rong Xian most suspicious was that it was fine if Xie Jingxing did not die, but how did he become the younger brother of the Great Liang's Emperor Yonglu, Prince Rui? The title of Prince Rui was obviously not something that could be casually used by others. Was Xie Jingxing originally a Great Liang's person, or was he bought by the Great Liang's people by chance? If it was the former, then it was pardonable, but if it was the latter, then Xie Jingxing was a living traitor to the country. Xie Ding and Xie Jingxing were not close, so it was not possible to ask Xie Ding. Shen Miao must know something, but Shen Miao would definitely not say it. Xie Jingxing was also protecting her, thus it was not easy for Princess Rong Xian to move. After thinking about it, Princess Rong Xian finally thought of a person. Chapter 761. She and Xie Jingxing had grown up together since childhood, and the relationship between the two families was not shallow, and could be considered as Xie Jingxing's best friend in Mingqi. Because they grew up together, they were always together, so there was always time to see Xie Jingxing's different places. The heir of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng. Princess Rong Xian called a servant to bring the invitation over. The days were getting closer to the end of the year. The commoners were busy preparing for the new year, and the streets and alleys were bustling with activity every day. Life was always so smooth that ordinary people would not be able to think of what the high-ranking people were thinking about, just like how goshawks and sparrows saw the sky. They were destined to be different. Ever since Emperor Wenhui was shocked by Prince Rui's ambitious idle talk, he had more and more thoughts of forming an alliance with the Qin country. It was just that the real reason for Princess Ming'an's case had not been ascertained. Until now there was still a line separating them. But as Emperor Wenhui showed more and more sincerity, Huang Fuhao's attitude also loosened. The Ming Qi's government officials were at Huang Fuhao's disposal, and even the Supreme Court of Justice had to accept Huang Fuhao's questioning from time to time. No matter what the final result was, Emperor Wenhui had indeed given Huang Fuhao enough face. Until now, the cause of Princess Ming'an's death was not found, and Huang Fuhao thought that it was not that Ming Qi was deliberately covering it up. After all, he had personally seen the progress of the case. Perhaps Princess Ming'an had offended an important person, otherwise how could there be no trace left at all? Not mentioning about Princess Ming'an's matter, the words that Prince Rui said to Emperor Wenhui finally reached Huang Fuhao's ears. If one were to say that Huang Fuhao represented the Qin country at the beginning and had the intention to form an alliance with the Ming Qi, but deliberately put on airs in an attempt to seek more benefits for himself, then when he heard Prince Rui's words, Huang Fuhao could not sit still. If Prince Rui represented the Great Liang and really wanted to take over the few cities that produced ores in the Ming Qi, then as Emperor Wenhui was worried, the Great Liang's ambition was not just a few cities, but the Ding capital and even the entire Ming Qi, then the Ming Qi would be in danger. Without the lips, the teeth would be cold, and a single Qin country would not be a match for a large number of people, not to mention that after absorbing the Ming Qi's troops, weapons and wealth to the Great Liang, it would be even more unstoppable. At that time when the Great Liang would come to clean up the Qin country would not be able to turn the situation around. The purpose of the alliance between the Qin country and Ming Qi was only to contain the Great Liang. Huang Fuhao passed the news back to the Qin country. Even though the Qin emperor was angry that he had lost a princess in Ming Qi, but a princess was insignificant compared to the entire Qin country. The Qin emperor only let Huang Fuhao temporarily suppress the matter of Princess Ming'an, and must form an alliance with the Ming Qi. After Huang Fuhao received the news from the Qin country's emperor, he ran to the Ming Qi's palace more frequently these days. One had the intention to form an alliance and the other was worried that he did not have any helpers. They hit it off and on the surface they were happy and harmonious, thus the relationship between Emperor Wenhui and Huang Fuhao was much closer. Emperor Wenhui had the intention to support the crown prince and previously wanted to marry Xin Miao to the crown prince, but who knew that he would suddenly peak at the Great Liang's ambition and did not dare to take action against the Xin family. Now that Huang Fuhao had come over, it was just right for Huang Fuhao to interact with the crown prince more and let Huang Fuhao owe the crown prince a favor. Everything in this world was naturally linked in countless ways. Relationships that usually seemed to have nothing to do with each other were intertwined with each other through all sorts of intertwining and weaving. Intelligent people were good at finding places that they could use in these relationships, but if an ordinary person was not careful, they would be lost in all sorts of intertwining. In the residence of the Minister of Land, Xin Dongling was drinking tea. Good quality year grew on the dangerous peaks of the southern country, and a small pinch was worth a few hundred taels of silver. Her posture while sipping tea was graceful and cozy. She was wearing a cotton jacket embroidered with Jiangnan embroidery. She was also very pretty and delicate. At first glance, one could tell that she was a charming young married woman who lived like a prince. Chapter 762. But who would have thought that not long ago she was still an unknown Shu daughter in the Xin residence? She did not leave the courtyard all year round and the servants did not recognize that she was a young lady of the Xin residence. Not to mention that when Ren Wanyun was the head of the household, there was not a single sight of meat or oil in the meals for 10 days to half a month. The past and present were like the difference between clouds and mud. People walk towards higher places while water flows downwards. Even though this residence of the Minister of Land was not as powerful as other official families, it was considered to be overflowing with wealth. There had never been anyone who relied on the salary of the imperial court to live. Before marrying into the residence of the Minister of Land, Xin Dongling had always thought that the Wang family followed Prince Zhou, but after that she found out that the real master of the Wang family was the crown prince. As a Minister of Land, the family actually had such a rich family property. It was because the Wang family had some dealings with the salt smugglers, and the money naturally flowed into the residence of the crown prince. But even if the goose's feathers were plucked, the little bit of goose's feathers that were deducted was enough for the family to spend money in the Ding capital. There was no need to think too much, as one had to know that the salt smugglers were a profitable business with little capital. If one were to say that the matter of money was already Shin Dongling's surprise, then Wang Bai himself made Shin Dongling extremely satisfied. Wang Bai looked honest but was actually shrewd and could be considered as one of the great generals under the crown prince. In the beginning Shin Yu looked down on Wang Bai, but did not know that it was because she had eyes but could not see. Shin Dongling was born pretty and her temperament was even softer. The most important thing was that she would always give some suggestions on Wang Bai's matters. But she never interfered excessively and cautiously kept a distance. The more it was like this, the better Wang Bai treated her. To marry a wife, one must marry a virtuous one, especially when this wife was not only virtuous and intelligent, but also charming and considerate, which was even more valuable. Wang Bai had always been glad that Shin Dongling and Shin Yu exchanged marriage at that time. In the Minister of Land's family, Wang Bai was the only son and Wang Bai was also very capable, thus Wang Bai was the one in charge of the Wang family. Naturally, Shin Dongling became the matriarch of the Wang family. The servants all respected her and if Ren Wanyun was still alive, she would be so angry that she would fall down. That Shu daughter that she regarded as an aunt was now living a more comfortable life than Ren Wanyun, and Wan Yinyang naturally rose with the tide and lived a wealthy life. It was the same today. Wang Bai returned from outside and handed the pastries in his hands to the servant girl. I passed by Guangfu Zhai and bought your favorite cloud cake on the way. Thank you, my husband. Shin Dongling poured tea for him with a smile. Her every move revealed a soft and boneless feeling. Most likely it was because she was the daughter of Wan Yinyang that she had some special amorous feelings in her bones. She smiled and said, my husband is very happy today. Did something good happen? Wang Bai didn't hide most of his matters from Shin Dongling because Shin Dongling wasn't a talkative person. She would occasionally share his worries. Now that Wang Bai and Shin Dongling had just gotten married, they were in a sweet relationship. Wang Bai said, His Majesty wants Huangfu Hao to have more contact with the Crown Prince. Most likely he wants to establish good relations with Qin. His Majesty had given such a favor to the Crown Prince. It was obvious that he wanted to support the Crown Prince. When a person achieves Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Since we are the Crown Prince's people, when the Crown Prince inherits the throne in the future, he will only give us a share of credit. He smiled as he looked at Shin Dongling. Do you think that there should be a celebration? Shin Dongling's thoughts turned for a moment but immediately a surprised smile bloomed on her face. Really? Finishing, she looked at Wang Bai with some adoration and softly said, Husband is really powerful. It is really the good fortune that this concubine had cultivated in her previous life to be able to follow husband. Any man's vanity would be greatly satisfied to be looked at by such an enchanting woman with such a worshipful gaze. Wang Bai smiled, Is this easily satisfied? He sighed and said regretfully, If His Majesty had bestowed 5th Shin young lady's marriage to His Highness the Crown Prince would have the support of the Shin family's military and it would be more advantageous. Our chances of winning would be higher. Even though there is a temporary friendship with the Qin country, but in terms of military. He sighed, strength is often the most important. Chapter 763. Shin Dongling's thoughts turned and she snuggled into Wang Bai's embrace. She reached out to touch Wang Bai's chest and said softly, Husband is just too harsh on yourself. To be able to do all these, one is no longer an ordinary person. This was what Wang Bai wanted to hear. He smiled, You are really content. This concubine is content to have a male like husband. Shin Dongling smiled tenderly and asked unintentionally, Now one cannot let 5th younger sister marry the Crown Prince. 5th younger sister? Wang Bai was surprised for a moment before saying, Almost forgot that you are sisters. His unintentional words were exceptionally harsh to Shin Dongling's ears. It was as if he was saying that she was a Shu daughter and Shin Miao was a Di daughter and there was a difference between Di and Shu. One's greed would grow with the change of environment. In the past, Shin Dongling had to be busy protecting herself in the Shin residence and find a way for herself to survive. Thus she could endure those ridicule and sarcasm and did not have the time to bother about it. However, when she became the foreign of the Minister of Land, she became especially sensitive to these things. She buried her head in Wang Bai's embrace and did not let Wang Bai see her somewhat hazy expression at the moment but asked, Is it not possible? It is not that it is not possible. Wang Bai said, It is just that it is difficult to see the great Liang's ambitions and other matters will be delayed. One still needs Shin Xian's prestige. It is just that Xin Miao is not young anymore, and one heard that the Xin family does not wish for Xin Miao to marry into the residence of the crown prince. The key point of this matter is to complete it as soon as possible. If it is dragged on for too long, it would be hard to avoid changes. Xin Xan would find a marriage for Xin Miao, and there is a high possibility that Xin Miao would be married off. At that time, the crown prince's plans would fall through. Cannot the marriage be settled first? Xin Dongling asked. Wang Bai said, Xin Miao herself is also not willing to marry the crown prince. If one were to use extreme means, it would not be good to make Xin Xian dissatisfied at this time. Isn't this bullying others with one's own power? Xin Dongling's lips twitched. However, her words did not even have the slightest thought for Xin Miao and treated those bandits who disregarded the wishes of others and imposed their demands on others as people who were wronged. Can be said that. Wang Bai said with a smile. Then why are they allowed to use their power to bully others but not the crown prince? Wang Bai smiled. The crown prince is a virtuous man. He cannot do such a thing. The crown prince can't do such a thing, but someone else can? For example, ordinary people. If everyone in the world wants fifth sister to marry the crown prince, wouldn't this be considered as using the power of the common people to bully others? Wang Bai originally thought that Xin Dongling was speaking in a fit of pique, but who knew that when she heard the latter part, her expression gradually became serious. He looked at Xin Dongling. Xin Dongling sat in his arms, looking adorable and innocent, as if she had just said it casually. But Wang Bai was a smart person. He could find some details from Xin Dongling's words. He asked, "Don't tell me you have another bad idea? Tell me about it." "My husband is really cunning. What's in it for me?" Xin Dongling asked. "Yes." Wang Bai pretended to think for a moment and said, "If you say it well, then I will think of a way to ask for a title of nobility for you." He thought that if Xin Dongling really had a way to let Xin Miao marry the crown prince, then he would have made a great contribution. Even if the crown prince ascended to the throne in the future, he would still remember his kindness. It was not a loss to ask for a title of nobility for Xin Dongling. When Xin Dongling heard it, a trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She said, "I am not doing it for the title of a foreign, but for you, my husband. Whatever my husband wants to do, this concubine will naturally support it. If my husband wants to assist the future ruler, then this concubine, can only show her incompetence." She said wittily, which made Wang Bai's heart happy. Actually, this method is very simple. As long as the crown prince of the Qin country cooperates, it will be fine, she said. Chapter 764. This method is very simple. As long as the crown prince of the Qin kingdom cooperates, it will be fine, Xin Dongling said. When Wang Bai heard this, he asked, "What do you mean?" Xin Dongling smiled. "Currently our Ming Qi is not about to form an alliance with the Great Liang. According to my husband's words, the Qin state must be happy to form an alliance with us. What if the condition of the Qin kingdom's alliance is to marry the fifth sister? That's naturally not possible. Even if His Majesty had no choice but to agree for the sake of the commoners, General Shen would not agree to marry fifth Shen young lady far away." Wang Bai was very clear that everyone in the entire Ding capital knew that Xin Xan doted on his daughter Xin Miao. It was already impossible for her to marry out of the country, not to mention to a faraway place like the Qin state. Not even once in a few years. Xin Dongling smiled. "It is precisely this logic, but if this news were to spread out and the commoners of Ming Qi know of this matter, they would definitely request General Shen to marry fifth younger sister over. After all, Huang Fu Hao was the crown prince of the Qin kingdom, and his looks were not bad. It would not be a loss for fifth sister to marry him. If eldest Bo did not agree and the Qin country would not form an alliance with Ming Qi, perhaps the Great Liang would take advantage of the loophole and the Ming Qi would be in danger. One fifth sister in exchange for the safety of the common people. Regardless of whether it's worth it in eldest uncle's eyes, it's worth it in the eyes of the common people." Wang Bai fell into deep thought. Xin Dongling continued, "Everyone knows that my first uncle puts the righteousness of the world above his own life. Now he is being threatened by the common people. He can risk his life against the government, but he cannot disregard the wishes of the common people. Even His Majesty cannot act recklessly. He has to consider the wishes of the people. Not to mention my uncle. On one hand, eldest uncle did not want the Great Liang to have an opportunity to take advantage of, on the other hand, he would definitely not allow fifth younger sister to marry far away. But who could stop Huang Fu Hao? Even if they did, they might not dare to do so. At this time, as long as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince comes forward and says that fifth younger sister has already been selected by the Crown Prince's residence, everything will be easily solved. This? Wang Bai was a little hesitant. Shen Dongling continued to smile and said, Huang Fu Hao cannot ignore the Crown Prince's face. Moreover, there were indeed rumors of this matter a few days ago. Huang Fu Hao only needed to ask around and he would be able to find out. Compared to marrying Huang Fu Hao and living far away in Qin, first uncle was naturally more willing for fifth younger sister to marry into the Crown Prince's residence, where he could look after her from time to time. The Crown Prince stepped forward bravely at this critical juncture. Eldest uncle will be grateful for the Crown Prince's kindness. Wang Bai's eyes lit up. He was astute to begin with, so he naturally discerned the merits of Shen Dongling's method, and he fell into deep contemplation. Shen Dongling did not finish her words. She wrapped one arm around Wang Bai's neck and said, But this play naturally needs Huang Fu Hao and His Highness the Crown Prince to cooperate. Your Highness the Crown Prince can give Huang Fu Hao some benefits and Huang Fu Hao will get it. Let's put on a show together and let nature take its course. Wang Bai hugged Shen Dongling tightly and kissed her on the cheek. I never thought that I would marry a think tank. Shen Dongling lowered her head in shame. Don't tease me, my husband. I just thought of it suddenly. There must be many inappropriate parts, but my husband will definitely think of a way to make up for it. It is already not easy for you to think of all these. The more Wang Bai looked at Shen Dongling, the happier he felt. This time you have helped me a lot. Rest assured, when the matter is completed, I will definitely mention your contribution in front of the Crown Prince, and let our linger to be awe-inspiring. Shen Dongling's heart was filled with disdain. When a man established a career, what they were most afraid of was that the credit would be shared by others, not to mention that she was a female. It would be strange if Wang Bai would mention her contribution, and it was just flowery words at this moment. Chapter 765. However, understanding was one thing, but Shen Dongling still pushed Wang Bai away and said anxiously, My husband, please don't mention that this was concubine's idea. Who would scheme against his own sister for no reason? If it wasn't for helping my husband solve his problems today, I wouldn't have ended up like this. If these words were to spread, how would I be able to face others in the future? Wang Bai was just casually saying it, and if Shen Dongling were to accept it, he would feel that she was too greedy for credit, but at this moment Shen Dongling's flustered rejection made him feel extremely satisfied. The more he looked at Shen Dongling, the more adorable she was and the more glad he was that Shen Dongling and Shen Yu had exchanged marriage. He said, Fine, I won't say any more. But this was not a bad thing. Marrying the Crown Prince, and in the future when the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, fifth Shen young lady would be the noble consort, and in the future she would thank you. This is a good thing that you can't get even if you beg for it. Shen Dongling smiled and said, This concubine thinks so too. But in her heart she knew that Shen Miao was not a person who coveted power, and the Shen family had already regarded Shen Miao as the pearl in their palms, so those riches and honor were not important to her. From some aspects, Shen Miao was the same as Shen Xian, with a kind of stubbornness in their bones. For others, marrying the Crown Prince was a good thing. Even if they didn't want it before, they would be satisfied after a few days. But Shen Miao was different. If she took a wrong step, she could kill herself. Even if he didn't show it on the surface, he definitely wouldn't feel good in his heart. Sorry, Shen Dongling said in her heart. In the entire Shen residence, the person she was most unwilling to be enemies with was Shen Miao, because Shen Miao was also very dangerous and had the unconditional support of Shen Xian and wife. However, the present was different from the past. Now that Shen Dongling had the qualifications to go against Shen Miao, Shen Dongling suddenly remembered that she was actually jealous of Shen Miao. Shen Dongling was able to step on the rest of the people in the Shen residence, including the second and third household, Shen Yu and Shen Qing, but she could not be compared to Shen Miao. The family that Shen Miao relied on was precisely what Shen Dongling would never be able to obtain. Once a lowly person gained power, they would abandon their previous cautiousness and humbleness, which would instead make people feel even more twisted. This was why a scholar from a poor family would become incomparably arrogant when he became a minor official in the dynasty. Because of his status, he was afraid that others would see through him at any time. Shen Dongling was lost in thought when she heard Wang Bai say, At this time, we need to make a good plan. I have to discuss this with the Crown Prince first. Shen Dongling came back to her senses and said with a smile, It would be good to invite fifth younger sister out. She thought for a moment and said, I can send an invitation to fifth younger sister. Wang Bai asked, Will he come out? It was as if she had long known that the relationship between Shen Dongling and Shen Miao was not close, but when it fell into Shen Dongling's ears, it seemed to be mocking the difference between her and Shen Miao. Suppressing the displeasure in her heart, Shen Dongling said, "My husband doesn't believe me? Don't worry, I will definitely call fifth younger sister out." In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng was currently having a headache. Yesterday Princess Rong Xan actually came to the residence of the Count of Pingnan. Princess Rong Xan had not gone out for a long time and lived in seclusion, so no one paid attention to her. Moreover, she was in disguise, so Su Mingfeng almost did not recognize her. For Princess Rong Xan to lower herself to come to the residence of the Count of Pingnan, there must be a very important matter. Princess Rong Xan let the servants directly inform Su Mingfeng, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with Su Yu and was specially here for him. Even though Su Mingfeng was puzzled, he did not dare to neglect and welcomed Princess Rong Xan in, thinking that Princess Rong Xan wanted to instruct him to do something. Who knew that Princess Rong Xan was not here to instruct people but to inquire about information. Chapter 766. And the news that she inquired about also made Su Mingfeng surprised. The news that Princess Rong Xan inquired about was about Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing died 2 years ago in the battlefield of the northern Jiang. Because everyone in the Ding capital knew that Xie Jingxing and Princess Rong Xan had a very good relationship, so after Xie Jingxing died, Princess Rong Xan fell into a serious illness. Since then, no one dared to mention Xie Jingxing in front of Princess Rong Xan, lest it made Princess Rong Xan remember the sad things. Who knew that now Princess Rong Xan took the initiative to ask about Su Mingfeng. Princess Rong Xan asked Su Mingfeng about Xie Jingxing's past matters and even beat around the bush to find out if Xie Jingxing had any secrets. Finally, she asked about Xie Jingxing's corpse. Xie Jingxing was initially killed by the enemy's tens of thousands of arrows at the northern Jiang, and his head was hung on the city walls by the enemy's leader before being skinned and dried. At that time, the Xie family's army could not fake it under the watchful eyes of everyone. Afterwards, when they thought of ways to retrieve the corpse, it was already so tragic that it was shapeless and it was not a complete corpse. At that time, when Xie Ding saw Xie Jingxing's corpse, he fainted, and Princess Rong Xan was afraid that she could not take it and did not dare to look. It was Su Mingfeng, his childhood playmate, who sent Xie Jingxing on his last journey. Now that Princess Rong Xan came to ask Su Mingfeng if he was sure that the corpse was Xie Jingxing. If it was normal times, Su Mingfeng would at most feel some doubts, but ever since he met Shen Miao on the streets and discovered the tiger head bracelet on Shen Miao's wrist, Su Mingfeng had some doubts in his heart and kept staring at Shen Miao's movements in the Shen residence. Princess Rong Xan would suddenly look for him to inquire about Xie Jingxing's matter. Su Mingfeng almost immediately confirmed his own guess. Xie Jingxing did not die and most likely was still alive in this world. Even though he did not understand why Xie Jingxing did not appear if he was still alive, Su Mingfeng was not stupid. After he dealt with Princess Rong Xan with a few words, Princess Rong Xan left and Su Mingfeng fell into his own thoughts. Since Princess Rong Xan had doubts, she must have found some clues, which meant that Xie Jingxing must have revealed something. Thinking of Shen Miao's bracelet and Princess Rong Xan's strange behavior, Su Mingfeng had a bold guess. Not only did Xie Jingxing not die, he was also in the Ding capital. But what made Su Mingfeng puzzled was that there were no secrets between Xie Jingxing and Princess Rong Xan, and their relationship was the best. What was it that made Xie Jingxing unwilling to tell the truth in front of Princess Rong Xan? Moreover, why did Princess Rong Xan ask about Xie Jingxing's childhood? What was the connection? No matter what the reason was, Su Mingfeng felt that Xie Jingxing had his own reasons. The most important thing was to find Xie Jingxing's whereabouts. After finding Xie Jingxing, all the questions would naturally be answered. Where could she go to find Xie Jingxing? One could say that the Ding capital was not big, but it was definitely not small. To find a person who was hiding in the vast sea of people, especially when that person was quite capable, it was definitely not an easy matter. Su Mingfeng intended to send people to keep an eye on Princess Rong Xan. Since Princess Rong Xan had already found some clues, the things she grasped must be more than him. Whatever Princess Rong Xan investigated, he only needed to follow behind and take advantage of it. Su Mingfeng raised his hand to summon the servants. She whispered a few words into his ear. When Shen Miao received Shen Dongling's invitation, Xie Jingxing was drinking tea in her room. Ever since that night, Xie Jingxing had a justifiable reason to manage her matters. At first Shen Miao was not used to it, but later she got used to it. Anyway, Xie Jingxing's hands and eyes were everywhere, and even if she did not tell him, he would think of ways to find it himself. At the end it would still be the same ending. Xie Jingxing glanced at the invitation in her hands and said, Shen Dongling? Chapter 767. Most likely he is planning something. Shen Miao said, inviting me to taste the incense. She was startled for a moment before smiling. Since the incense is out, it seems that the foundation of the Minister of Land's residence is not bad. Tasting tea and wine were generally very standard, but tasting the incense was different. A good piece of incense was worth 1,000 gold and it would be gone once it was burned. Shen Miao knew that the most expensive incense was the jade pear agarwood. A piece of the size of a fingernail would cost 10,000 taels of gold. There was once a merchant from the western region that came to the palace as a tribute and wanted the title of an imperial merchant. That jade pear agarwood was the size of a child's fist and was very rare. At that time all the concubines in the inner palace came to take a look, and Shen Miao also felt that it was a novelty. Shen Miao had always thought that the jade pear agarwood would be placed in the imperial treasury as it was a very precious thing. Afterwards, on Mei Foran's birthday, Fu Xiuyi lit the jade pear agarwood and won the beauty's smile. Tasting the incense was burning real gold and silver, and it was equivalent to losing a lot of banknotes. Shen Dongling's invitation said Phoenix Mouth agarwood, and it was also very precious. The salary of the Minister of Land's family would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of torment. It was obvious that the family that Shen Dongling married into was a well-off family. After all, many of the officials in the Ding capital would not be squandering like this. One did not know if Xinyu in the Nine Springs would be so angry that she would come back to life after knowing the truth. Phoenix Mouth agarwood is not cheap, and to spend so much money, it is definitely not just for sisters to reminisce about old times. Scheming against you? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and asked. Shen Lili is not Xinyu. If she really wanted to scheme against me, I would not be easily schemed by her. Shen Dongling is not stupid, and I guess that she wanted me to go to plan something. If I were to go over, it would only make her matters smoother. If I do not go, there would not be much loss. Shen Miao smiled. I just feel that the Minister of Land's family actually have so much money. She looked at Xie Jingxing. When Shen Miao saw Shen Dongling at the execution ground, she noticed that Shen Dongling's clothes and jewelry were extremely expensive. No matter how much Wang Bai doted on her, it was not rational to exceed what the Wang family could afford. Then where did the Wang clan get so much silver? Xie Jingxing caught a glimpse of Shen Miao's eyes and tactfully continued. The Wang family is the Crown Prince's people, and the Crown Prince has some relations with the salt smugglers. Wang Bai is the middleman. Shen Miao was suddenly enlightened. No wonder selling illicit salt was a highly profitable business. And even if it was just a small change, it was enough to make one envious. No wonder the Wang family could burn incense. As such, Shen Miao somewhat understood where Shen Dongling's confidence came from. If Shen Dongling had married an ordinary official, she would have been very careful. But now that the Wang family was overflowing with wealth and Wang Bai was working under the Crown Prince, Shen Dongling thought that with Emperor Wenhui supporting the Crown Prince, the great cause of the world would eventually be in the Crown Prince's hands. With the rising tide, the boat would rise, and Wang Bai, as the person who worked for the Crown Prince, naturally would have his value increase. She was Wang Bai's official wife and had boundless glory. It was probably because he was blinded by the glory that he became bolder. Shen Dongling couldn't always keep a clear head, so she couldn't see the facts clearly. There were so many variables in the world, so who could guarantee that the Crown Prince would inherit the throne? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the Crown Prince inherited the throne, who could guarantee that Wang Bai would be able to sit back and relax under the Crown Prince and rise up step by step? There were many cases of the cunning hare being cooked after it was done, and the most ruthless was the imperial family. Wang Bai is the Crown Prince's people. Shen Miao pondered. Shen Dongling's sudden action must be related to Wang Bai, which means it is related to the Crown Prince. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. My relationship with the Crown Prince. She wants to make an issue out of my marriage? Chapter 768. Xie Jingxing looked at her with appreciation. Smart. You already knew about it? Shen Miao was somewhat suspicious. It was Shen Dongling's idea. Xie Jingxing casually picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite before saying, to let Huangfu Hao and the Crown Prince come to an agreement and act out a play together. Using your marriage to Huangfu Hao as a request to form an alliance with Ming Qi. Otherwise the alliance would break apart and they might attack Ming Qi. At that time the news would be released and the commoners would panic and ask Shen Xan to marry you to Huangfu Hao. On one side is the commoners and on the other side is you, Shin Xian would definitely be in extreme pain. But no one in the world would dare to go against Huang Fuhao. At this time only the Crown Prince would come forward and say that you and the Crown Prince already have an engagement. Compared to marrying you to the distant Qin country, it would be easier for Shin Xian to accept you marrying the Crown Prince to stay in Mingqi and would be grateful to the Crown Prince. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. This Shu younger sister of yours is also not a simple character. Shin Miao's face turned livid when she heard this and sneered. She really racked her brains for me. She actually used the commoners of the world to threaten Shin Xian. The inheritance that she received from old General Shin was to fight for the commoners. And when Shin Xian was being threatened by the commoners that he deeply loved, the other side was Shin Miao, his biological daughter. One could imagine how painful Shin Xian's heart was. Among everyone in the Shin residence, Shin Miao and Shin Dongling had always minded their own business. Now that the one who provoked first was cheap, Shin Miao had an uncontrollable disgust towards Shin Dongling. She said, "The marriage with the Crown Prince is not possible." Xie Jingxing stared at her with a smile that was not a smile. "Why? Want to marry me that much?" Not waiting for Shin Miao to get angry, he continued, "Do not worry. No one in the world would dare to snatch things from my hands. One fear that he would not be able to afford the woman that I fancy." His words were always so unscrupulous that Shin Miao's face inexplicably turned slightly red. She diverted the topic. "Shin Dongling schemed against me, naturally I have to return 1 or 2 points. Foreign's meaning is my meaning," Xie Jingxing said lazily. "Shin Miao," she said, "what exactly do you mean now? To destroy Mingqi and unify the Great Liang?" "I said before, on this point I am the same as you," Shin Miao replied. "I've said it before. On this point I'm the same as you," Shin Miao replied. The joking expression on Xie Jingxing's face gradually disappeared. He did not know what Shin Miao was thinking in her heart as he could not see any clue at all. On the matter of the two countries being enemies, Xie Jingxing had never thought that Shin Miao would support him. Now Shin Miao's state of disregard had already made Xie Jingxing very surprised. And now Shin Miao's expression reminded him that what she said was serious. She wanted to destroy Mingqi? What? Shin Miao was not a person who was greedy for fame and fortune, so it was not to echo what he said. And because she loved Xie Jingxing, she could even throw Mingqi to the back of her mind. Xie Jingxing felt that it was not like it. It seemed that from the moment she knew Shin Miao had been extremely hostile towards the Fu family. Of course, this was because the Fu family also wanted to suppress the Shin family, but Shin Miao was an unmarried girl. How would she know about these things? Sometimes when she looked, she could see more clearly than Shin Xian and Shin Qiu. She had always stood in front of the Shin family with a protective attitude, as if she had long expected what would happen. The closer one was to Shin Miao, the more one discovered that there were many mysteries about Shin Miao. But these actions, even the Fengxian pawnshop could not find out the reason. It really made one suspicious. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "You do not like Mingqi?" Shin Miao's eyes drooped down. The general trend of the world, divided for a long time, united for a long time, divided for a long time. This has been the logic since ancient times. It is not something that can be changed if I am willing or not, like or not. Even if I am not willing or not like, these things will still happen. This is destined. She raised her head and looked at the slightly swaying candle on the table. Moreover, compared to the Fu family, I would rather this country be in your hands. Chapter 769. Xie Jingxing was surprised for a moment. When two countries are at war, it has nothing to do with the common people. These few years Mingqi's luck is already at its end. The taxes are heavy and there are continuous natural disasters, making the common people's lives difficult. The officialdom is dark and the officials are corrupt. The emperor is even more muddle-headed. Towards the aristocratic families that had made great contributions, he was wary of schemes and could not wait to kill them. In comparison, the common people of Great Liang are living and working in peace and all industries are flourishing. Shin Miao said, "I know that Emperor Yonglu is a wise ruler. At the beginning when he attacked other small countries, there were people of other small countries that opened the city gates to welcome him. Isn't it because of this reason?" Xie Jingxing looked deeply at Shin Miao and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Everyone said that females were the most short-sighted, only able to see the front and not the bigger picture. Little did they know that it was just that they had not encountered it before. Xie Jingxing had seen the most broad-sighted and knowledgeable female was his imperial sister-in-law, Emperor Yongli's wife, Empress Xianda. But Empress Xiando was from a historian's family and had a strong memory and was also the ruler of the 6 palaces. Shen Miao was only 16 years old and the furthest place she had been to was the Shaochun city. 2 years ago she was even called a love-struck idiot. But Shen Miao's words about the current situation could not be compared to most of Emperor Yongli's aides. She did not see herself as a person of a certain country, but stood at the height of history and calmly followed the law, just like following the changes of the 4 seasons. There were not many people in the world who could see so clearly, but this person was sitting in front of him. Xie Jingxing suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. He was the one who discovered this female and Shen Miao was willing to say these words to him. Shen Miao did not know what Xie Jingxing was thinking in his heart. She only heard Fu Xiuyi's evaluation of Emperor Yonglu, saying that Emperor Yonglu was an outstanding person throughout the ages and a wise ruler of a generation. The initial territory of Great Liang was not as vast as today, especially after the death of the late Emperor of Great Liang. There was a period of turmoil in the country and other countries took the opportunity to invade. Afterwards, when the current Emperor Yonglu ascended the throne, he slowly began to recover the territory, and not only that, he also started to annex the surrounding small countries. Emperor Yonglu was a very charismatic person and followed the hearts of the people. Some of the small countries' people even hoped that Emperor Yonglu would annex them to improve their difficult lives. And Emperor Yonglu did it. At that time Shen Miao was very surprised by this matter and Fu Xiuyi was also very fearful of Emperor Yonglu. Afterwards, when Fu Ming was studying, he also read about this and discussed it with Shen Miao in high spirits. Thus Shen Miao had a deep memory of this matter. Xie Jingxing paused for a moment and said unhappily, "Why do you remember his matters so clearly?" "Shen Miao," she said, "of course I'm not that great. I'm just trying to protect myself. If the Fu family was in charge, the Shen family would be destroyed sooner or later. If the monarch was heartless, the officials naturally had no need to uphold morality and justice. Isn't that right? Then how do you know that Emperor Yonglu would not be the second emperor when Hui and would not take action against the Shen family?" Xie Jingxing asked. One heard that Emperor Yonglu has a general surnamed Li by his side, and his experience was similar to the Shen family, but the Li family was treated with courtesy by Emperor Yonglu. The Shen family's military strength is not as good as that General Li, so there is no need to worry. Shen Miao thought in her heart that at least in her previous lifetime before she died, this General Li's family lived very well. Xie Jingxing was startled. "How do you know that there is a General Li?" Shen Miao's heart moved. She had forgotten that she was now the daughter of the Shen family, so naturally it was not possible for her to know the great Liang's General Li. But she still had to cover up a few words. "This General Li is very famous, so it is not strange that Ming Qi knows of him." "Very famous?" Xie Jingxing frowned. "More famous than me?" Shen Miao was determined not to say these words to him and said, "Let's not talk about these. Since one must deal with Ming Qi at the end, naturally one cannot let the Qing country and Ming Qi form an alliance. If it is so, it would be somewhat troublesome for the Great Liang to deal with. You staying in my Ding capital and not leaving, is it not to break up their alliance?" Xie Jingxing smiled gently, "Following one's husband when one marries. You are very thoughtful for me." Shen Miao ignored the parts of his words that should not be heard and said, "There is a good way to break up their alliance. Just see if you can do it or not." Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. "Tell me about it." "Killing, stealing, framing and slandering." She smiled gently and dignified. "It is best that there is no evidence when dead." Chapter 770. The days seemed to be exceptionally calm, but no one knew if there were any plans hidden under the calmness. Everyone in the residence of Prince Ding was in danger these few days, especially the few advisors that Fu Xiuyi valued, and they were very careful when they did things. It was because a few days ago Pei Lang, whom Fu Xiuyi valued the most, was arrested and locked up in the private prison. Everyone was not clear about the specific reason, but there were some servants who were in the know that it was because Pei Lang was a spy sent by Fu Xiuyi's opponent. Before this, no one could deny Pei Lang's talent. Even though the guests were jealous that Fu Xiuyi valued him highly, but Pei Lang had indeed solved a lot of problems for Fu Xiuyi in these 2 years. Fu Xiuyi said that he would capture him. Not to mention whether this matter was true or not, but the night before he was captured, Pei Lang and Fu Xiuyi were playing chess and drinking tea together, looking like a ruler and official in harmony. If Fu Xiuyi suddenly knew of the clues, he would definitely investigate if it was true or not, otherwise he would wrongly accuse a good person and damage a confidant for no reason. But Fu Xiuyi was so decisive that it could only mean that he had long suspected Pei Lang. To be able to be this intimate even after having doubts, This Prince Ding was not a simple person. No matter if it was to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, the advisors were much more respectful when they faced Fu Xiuyi. However, Fu Xiuyi's days were not as comfortable as other people thought, and he also had some doubts about some things. He sent people to keep an eye on Princess Rong Xian's residence, and at the end learned that Princess Rong Xian actually disguised herself and went to Ping Nan Count residence to look for Su Ming Feng. Even though he did not know what they talked about and did not know why Princess Rong Xian was there, Fu Xiuyi thought that there was definitely something fishy about it. Princess Rong Xian lived in seclusion and did not even have a close relationship with Emperor Wen Hui. If there was anything, it would be the early years when Princess Yuqing and Princess Rong Xian were close. But Princess Yuqing had died for many years, and Princess Yuqing's son, Xie Jingxing, was close to Princess Rong Xian, but Xie Jingxing had already died in the northern Jiang battlefield 2 years ago. There was no friendship between Ping Nan Count residence and Princess Rong Xian. Fu Xiuyi racked his brains to think of the connection between Princess Rong Xian and the southern Count residence, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any valuable clues. What made Fu Xiuyi puzzled was why Princess Rong Xian did not look for the Count of Ping Nan Suyu, but only Su Ming Feng. Su Ming Feng had long left his official career, and for official matters, Su Ming Feng could not help at all. If it was for private matters, did Su Ming Feng privately know Princess Rong Xian? Su Ming Feng, Su Ming Feng. Fu Xiuyi was chewing on this name when he was suddenly surprised. Su Ming Feng's name was well known by many people in the Ding capital. It was not only because he was outstanding and talented, nor was it because it was a pity that he had to retire from the official path due to a serious illness when his career was just right, but it was because he was Xie Jingxing's childhood friend. There was once someone who did not understand why Su Ming Feng would mix around with Xie Jingxing, that playful and mischievous brat, all day long when Su Ming Feng looked at this upright and awe-inspiring youth. But the residents of the Marquis of Lin and the residents of the Count of Ping Nan were old friends, so it was understandable to say that their relationship was good. As if he had found some clues, Fu Xiuyi's thoughts were suddenly connected. Su Ming Feng was Xie Jingxing's childhood friend, and Princess Ming'an was Xie Jingxing's emu. If Princess Ming'an privately went to look for Su Ming Feng, they would most likely talk about Xie Jingxing. But was Xie Jingxing not dead? Why would Princess Ming'an suddenly go and ask about a dead person? If it was in the past, everyone would not dare to mention a single word about Xie Jingxing in front of Princess Ming'an, as they were afraid of poking into Princess Ming'an's sore spot. Princess Ming'an took the initiative to ask, could it be that Xie Jingxing was not dead? Fu Xiuyi jumped in shock at his own sudden guess but quickly denied it. He had personally seen the secret report on Xie Jingxing's death, so there would not be any mistake. Not to mention that under the watchful eyes of the public, it was impossible to replace the beam with the pillar. Chapter 771. But it was obvious that it was to follow Princess Ming'an to investigate Prince Rui's matter, so why would it suddenly go to Su Ming Feng's head and even involve the dead Xie Jingxing? If that was the case, things would become complicated, but it was also more interesting. Fu Xiuyi stood up and thought for a moment before instructing the person beside him, go to the dungeon. There was a dungeon in the residence of Prince Ding, and it was built in the ancestral hall in the courtyard. The imperial family's ancestral hall was not here, and the reason why it was built in the residence was to pray to Buddha. There was a benevolent-looking Guanyin statue on the wall, and when one opened that painting, one would see a small smiling Buddha. After twisting the wooden fish at the feet of the smiling Buddha, the stone door would suddenly open and one would enter the dungeon of Prince Ding's residence after walking along the stone door. The people locked up in this dungeon were either spies or people under Prince Ding who had committed a big mistake. Normal death was not enough to punish them, and there were all kinds of torture that one would be filled with the smell of blood upon entering. Thin, leather-like things were hung on the stone walls. Upon closer inspection, they were actually people who had died. They had been skinned and hung here to dry. They still had the look of extreme agony on their faces before they died. Just a glance at them was enough to make one shudder. Outside was the ancestral hall for praying, but inside was such a demonic business. Under Guanyin's eyelids, this place was like the 18th level of hell and was even more terrifying than the 18th level of hell. Fu Xiuyi leisurely walked in and looked at the human skins on both sides with eyes full of appreciation. The subordinate beside him led the way and only stopped when they reached the last cell. The person locked up in the cell was hung upside down on the beam and his entire body was drenched in blood. His robes were dyed bright red and one could hardly see the original color. Because he was hung upside down, there would be drops of blood dripping onto the ground from time to time, forming a small blood stain. Fu Xiaoyi quietly looked at that person and that person seemed to have fainted. He gave a look to the person beside him and immediately someone brought a bucket of chilly water and poured it on the person in the cell. That person quivered and his entire body could not help but tremble, as if he was in so much pain that he could not speak and was suffering great pain. Fu Xiaoyi smiled and went forward. Is teacher used to it? The chilly water stung the wound, but it also washed away the bloodstains on the prisoner's face, revealing a proud face. It was Pei Lang. Pei Lang smiled and replied with a trembling voice, "Thanks to your highness, I'm doing well. I've long known that Mr. isn't an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that not only are you talented, but your integrity is also worthy of my respect. Otherwise, why would the Shin family send you here?" Fu Xiaoyi sighed. It was said that the soldiers that Shin Xan leads are all valiant and teacher is a scholar, but one's bones are so hard. This would also like to know how General Shin trains people. Pei Lang gasped for breath and said with a smile, "This subordinate has no relationship with General Shen. It's already been a few days but you're still so persistent." Fu Xiaoyi said, "Even though the moral integrity is commendable, at the end it gives one a headache and one has no choice but to specially prepare some unusual games for gentlemen." Pei Lang only smiled and said nothing. Fu Xiaoyi looked at him and spoke in a very gentle tone, as if there was some nostalgia. "Actually, this prince and you, master and servant, can be considered to have a good friendship. Your talent is like the rain and this also appreciates it. This prince is soft-hearted and is willing to give you a chance. After atoning for your crimes, it will be as if nothing happened in the past. This prince will still be the same as you in the past. This prince will address you as teacher and you are this prince's most capable think tank." He got closer to Pei Lang and almost coaxed, "As long as you tell this prince what secret the Shin family has and what is the purpose of you being sent to this inn. How about 2 sentences in exchange for a chance?" Chapter 772. Pei Lang coughed twice and coughed out a few piles of red blood before smiling with difficulty. "Many thanks for your highness' great kindness, but this official has no relation with the Shin family and is unable to answer your highness' question. Most likely even the heavens do not give this official this opportunity. It is such a pity." Fu Xiaoyi looked at him expressionlessly and laughed lightly after a long while. He dusted his hands and brushed away the blood that splashed on his body and said, "Mister's bones are hard. This prince admires it very much and is also very curious to see how long Mister's bones can last." He waved his hand at the people around him. "These things are not good enough for Mister. We can't use them. Let's exchange them for something better." He took a step back and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Even if teacher does not say, this prince can find out the Shin family's secret. But this prince would also like to ask Mister. One heard that the Shin family values friendship and righteousness, and Mister is willing to sacrifice your life. One do not know if General Shen will send someone to rescue Mister out of the fire pit?" He left with his guards. After Fu Xiaoyi left, Pei Lang fiercely spat out a large mouthful of blood. This prince who looked gentle and scheming actually had such a vicious and ruthless side. It was just that Fu Xiaoyi's last sentence that made him smile bitterly. It was not false that the Shin family valued friendship and righteousness, but the person that he was handling things for was Shin Miao. Shin Miao valued friendship and righteousness, but that was only to the Shin family. Other than her relatives and friends, others were not important in Shin Miao's eyes. As for whether or not Fu Xiaoyi would come to save him, Pei Lang felt that it should not be the case. Not to mention if Shin Miao had the ability to fish people out from the residence of Prince Hiding, it was the most secretive dungeon. At the beginning when Shin Miao wanted him to be a hidden chess piece by Fu Xiaoyi's side, she should have expected that there would be such a day. Shin Miao had long known that once Fu Xiaoyi found out, Pei Lang's ending would be extremely miserable, but she still did it. Rationally, he knew that Shin Miao would not come to save him, but Pei Lang's heart actually had a trace of faint expectation. He also could not tell what kind of feeling he had towards Shin Miao. Initially when Shin Miao used Lu Ying to threaten him, Pei Lang's heart was somewhat disgusted as he hated the feeling of being threatened and not being able to control himself. But later he did not know why, but he really treated himself as Shin Miao's person. He would worry for Shin Miao and do his best to be a good chess piece. Pei Lang himself was unable to understand his own way of doing things. He thought that he probably owed Shin Miao something in his previous life so that he would follow her around in this life, and almost changed his life. The guard responsible for torturing him came again. Pei Lang put aside the thought in his mind and began a new round of torture. What he did not know was that in Prince Rui's residence, Hualong and Nightingale were sitting on a tree eating melon seeds. Nightingale asked, "Boss Ji and Master Gao haven't come out yet. How long are they going to guard the tower prison? Huolong spat out a melon seed shell and said, I reckon that Master has completely forgotten about this matter. Master had been running around outside these past few days, how could he have the time to care about other people? I heard that the Great Liang Palace has sent another letter to urge you. Mistress probably wants to finish these matters and return to the palace as soon as possible. That's right, but Boss Ji has been staying in the tower prison. What about the news from the Feng Xian pawn shop? Won't it delay things? Huolong rolled her eyes at Nightingale. The Feng Xian pawn shop earns money and naturally the MOU army will report the information to Master. Moreover, Boss Ji's own concerns are all inexplicable matters, so how would there be any proper matters? Worry for nothing. When Nightingale heard this, she felt that her companion's words were reasonable and said, that is also true. Why bother so much? There were some things in the world that were a freak combination of factors. Sometimes a small change would cause the entire trajectory of the matter to change. In the study of the Feng Xian pawnshop's Linjiang Immortal Tower, there was a thick stack of letters at the corner of the desk. Most likely no one tidied it up as it was covered with a layer of dust. And at the bottom of the stack was a letter with 3 words written on the envelope. Chapter 773. Prince Ding Residence. Because of this, the residence of Prince Ding would occasionally have some movements, not to mention the residence of the Crown Prince. Emperor Wenhui had the intention to return the favor to the Crown Prince and let the Crown Prince build a good relationship with Huang Fu Hao. Thus Huang Fu Hao could come to the Crown Prince's residence openly and there was no need to sneak in without being discovered. But it was not something that Emperor Wenhui could manage about coming to the Crown Prince residence to discuss with him. The Crown Prince poured some wine for Huang Fu Hao and smiled. What does Brother Huang Fu think of my words just now? Huang Fu Hao smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and said, your plan is really good. Ben Gong will be the bad guy and you'll get a good reputation and you'll even get a beautiful woman. The Crown Prince was not angry and followed up with a smile. A gentleman has the beauty of helping others succeed. If it is possible, Ben Gong would be happy to see 5th Shin young lady become your Qin country's Crown Prince consort. But everyone knows that this is impossible. The Qin Emperor did not have the heart to marry another country's official's daughter to his Crown Prince. The title of the Crown Princess not only represented a woman, but also represented the power of this woman's family. It would be best if she could help the Crown Prince. As a Ming-Chi person, Shen Miao was unable to help Huang Fu Hao. Needless to say, Shen Xan was also reluctant to let his daughter marry to the Qin country. Huang Fu Hao shook his head. What's the rush? This Empress didn't say that I'm going to steal someone else's love. But he looked towards the Crown Prince. Ben Gong is not one who likes to do good deeds all day long, moreover to use one's reputation to do good deeds. If General Shen later bear a grudge against Ben Gong, it would be difficult for Ben Gong to handle. When the Crown Prince heard this, he laughed. This Huang Fu Hao was a smart person and quickly understood the benefits. Reputation was something that did not have any use in Ming-Chi, moreover for Shen Miao to marry over, it was not a matter of doing many evil deeds. With just one sentence, Emperor Wenhui and the Crown Prince would owe Huang Fu Hao a favor, so why not? Of course Emperor Wenhui did not know how to exchange the favor that was owed. This matter was the Crown Prince's idea and one could see how important this marriage was in the Crown Prince's heart. Brother Huang Fu, do you have any difficulties? The Crown Prince asked with a smile. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've embarrassed myself. Huang Fu Hao sighed and pretended to be worried. Although I am the Crown Prince of Qin, even commoners have their own problems, not to mention this prince. Imperial father treats Ben Gong very well, but Ben Gong's brothers are troublesome. If there is a day when Ben Gong and my brothers have a dispute. He looked at the Crown Prince meaningfully. At that time, please lend Ben Gong a hand. The Crown Prince was stunned for a moment before he cursed Huang Fu Hao for being so cunning. Fighting for the throne was common in every country, especially in countries with many princes. But what Huang Fu Hao meant was that if one day there was internal strife in the Qin kingdom and Huang Fu Hao fought for the throne, the Crown Prince must help him. How would the Crown Prince of Ming-Chi help the Crown Prince of the Qin country to fight for the throne, so he could only borrow troops? Huang Fu Hao really had a good plan. Huang Fu Hao saw his hesitation and laughed. What are you hesitating for? Isn't what this consort is doing for you now the same thing? The Crown Prince quivered and looked at Huang Fu Hao without saying anything. If this time it was successful and Shen Miao married to him, the Shen family would be tied together with his residence of the Crown Prince. With the help of the Shen family, the crown prince's strength would increase greatly and it would be an important weight in the fight for the throne. Now that Huang Fuhao was helping him, wasn't it helping him to fight for the throne? In this way, it seemed that the conditions that Huang Fuhao gave were not that unacceptable. After all, he had gained more from this matter. The crown prince steeled his heart and said, "Good. This time brother Huang Fu has pulled out a knife to help. In the future Ben Gong will definitely not stand idly by." Chapter 774. Huang Fuhao then smiled and exchanged toasts with the crown prince a few more times before saying, "But, you really want to marry Xin Miao?" He saw the crown prince's puzzled expression and explained, "Initially at the tribute banquet, Ben Gong saw that Xin Miao did not have a soft temperament and one feared that she would be very fierce. You are so confident that you can tame her?" "This is nothing." The crown prince waved his hands indifferently. "No matter how fierce her temperament is, she is still a female. As long as it is a female, once they marry they would put away that temper. To be honest with you, the crown prince's consort had a fierce temperament when she first came to the Eastern Palace, but until now she is still obedient to Ben Gong's wishes. Females, after putting in a little effort to coax them, they would be like a cat and at the end they would be docile." When Huang Fuhao heard it, he no longer said anything but his heart was somewhat contemptuous. Princess Ming An's death was still a mystery until now, but Huang Fuhao always felt that Xin Miao was involved in this matter. Afterwards he did not know what happened between him and Fu Xiuyi, but he was used by others and now Fu Xiuyi deliberately kept a distance from him. The Xin family was not ordinary and there seemed to be someone guiding Xin Miao from behind. The crown prince's strength was not weak, but if he met Xin Miao, he might not be able to win. It was just that all these were insignificant to Huang Fuhao. He was also happy to watch the show, thus after laughing a few times, he continued to drink and chat with the crown prince. At the other end, in the residence of the Minister of Land, Xin Miao actually replied to the invitation. She only said that Xin Dongling invited her over to taste the incense and Xin Miao agreed, but she still needed to bring along Luo Jia's Biao young lady, Luo Tan. Wang Bai was very happy to see Xin Miao's reply and said to Xin Dongling, "Did not say that both of you sisters do not have any interactions, did not think that she would actually agree." Xin Dongling was also somewhat surprised, but her mouth was smiling. It seems that she is thinking about not meeting for a long time. After all, there are only the two of us sisters left in the residence. She took the invitation from Wang Bai's hands and looked at it carefully. In all fairness, Xin Dongling did not think that Xin Miao would actually reply to the invitation and even agree to taste the incense. With Xin Dongling's understanding of Xin Miao had a cautious nature and it was impossible for her to come. It did not matter if Xin Miao was present or not. The reason why she wrote the invitation to Xin Miao was because she wanted to prove to Wang Bai that she was doing her best to work for Wang Bai and hoped that Wang Bai would remember her good deeds in the future. But who would have thought that Xin Miao would actually agree? Xin Dongling's thoughts changed. The reason why Xin Miao would bring Luo Tan along was most likely because Luo Tan knew martial arts and with someone accompanying her, she would feel more at ease. Moreover, Xin Miao would definitely bring a lot of guards with her to ensure her safety. Since Xin Miao dared to come, she must have made a foolproof plan. But Xin Dongling did not care, as her purpose was not to scheme against Xin Miao. Xin Dongling nudged Wang Bai, "Husband, since fifth sister has agreed to come, it's better to find a reason for the future. Call His Highness the Crown Prince and Huang Fuhao together." In the future, it can be said that Huang Fuhao looked at fifth younger sister's dignified beauty during the incense tasting and fell in love with her. Wouldn't the matters after be more natural? You females are indeed more thoughtful. Wang Bai smiled as he put his arm around Xin Dongling's shoulders. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Xin Dongling smiled as she teased him, but her heart was thinking of another matter. Xin Miao had always been good at scheming against others, and in the entire Xin residence, when Ren Wanyun and Xin Miao fought, Xin Dongling also saw it. At the end of the Xin family, the first household was able to preserve, and if one were to say that there was someone powerful, it would be Xin Miao and Xin Dongling. Chapter 775. Xin Dongling also wanted to see who was more powerful between her and Xin Miao. To include Xin Miao in one's own plans was much more interesting than scheming against Xin Yu. Xin Miao, who was being schemed by Xin Dongling, was currently holding her chin and playing chess with Xie Jingxing in the room. Xie Jingxing played a good game of chess and was different from Xin Miao's steady moves and planning step by step. Xie Jingxing seemed to be able to see the use of the chess pieces that she had already arranged. Wherever Xin Miao moved, Xie Jingxing would block at the corresponding place. After playing for more than an hour, Xie Jingxing had won several chess pieces from her, but the battle was still in a stalemate and it was hard to separate them. In Xin Miao's previous life, in order to be able to chat with Fu Xiuyi, she had trained hard in chess. Even if she was not number one, it would be hard to find an opponent. But under Xie Jingxing's hands she could not kill, as Xie Jingxing was like a nemesis. Since learning chess, this was the first time that the Divine Temple wanted to take back a move. Seeing that Xie Jingxing had taken a few more of her chess pieces, Xin Miao said, "Tired. Do not want to play anymore." "Do not want to play or cannot play?" Xie Jingxing said, "Beg me and I will teach you." Xin Miao almost laughed at his words. It was only because Xin Miao had a good temper that he came over in the middle of the night to find someone to play chess with. Others would have long sent Xie Jingxing out. She said, "Thank you, but I do not want it." She did not intend to be a chess master, so what was the use of learning this? She was somewhat surprised that Xie Jingxing could play chess so well. Xie Jingxing's outstanding skills were on the battlefield, and she had never heard that he was particularly good in other areas. But thinking about it, this person was playing with the world in the palm of his hands, so what was a small chess piece? She asked, "Have your people and horses been arranged in 2 days' time?" 2 days later was the day of tasting incense, and it was also the first time she and Xie Jingxing joined hands to scheme against others. To scheme against 2 crown princes, one feared that if this was set out, it would make people feel terrified. But Xin Miao did not feel anything. She herself had given birth to a crown prince, and she really did not feel that the position of a crown prince was unattainable. Xie Jingxing was even more so. His older brother was the emperor and the crown prince was his nephew. So looking at it this way, she and Xie Jingxing felt that it was very appropriate to plot against the 2 crown princes. "Do not worry, it is absolutely safe." Xie Jingxing said, "Your horse carriage is also arranged. You really want to go?" He frowned. "You do not have to go." "Why not?" Xin Miao said, "Whether to go or not has nothing to do with me, but I hope that they can make it more grand." Xin Miao gently smiled. "If I were to go, they would only make the situation more realistic, but at the end they would discover that everything is wrong. Wouldn't it be more interesting?" Xie Jingxing said with a smile that was not a smile, "So ruthless?" "Ruthless?" Xin Miao asked. "Ruthless." He nodded, his eyes sparkling like clear water. His thin lips curled up slightly. "But I like it." Xin Miao. Ever since that night, Xie Jingxing's words became more frivolous, but it was only in words. His actions were still very respectful to her. Xin Miao was not used to suddenly having someone squeeze into her life, but she had to admit that with Xie Jingxing around, many things became much easier. It seemed that the things that she had to put in a lot of effort to do, could be easily solved by Xie Jingxing. But if one continued to rely on him like this, it would make one feel uneasy. Xin Miao had not learned how to trust a person, or rather, trust a man. She was courageous and resourceful in other matters, but in terms of relationships between men and women, she was severely injured. So even if she were to do it again, she would still be as clumsy as a child. Even if there was someone to gently teach her, she would still be clumsy and slow. Xie Jingxing stared at her carelessly, and his eyes were deep, not knowing what he was thinking about. With the chess pieces by his hand, the young female sat in a dignified and gentle manner. The lights made her look gentle and graceful, like a lotus in full bloom. And his face was handsome and his dark eyes were as deep as the night. He looked at the other for a while thoughtfully before his lips suddenly hooked up into a smile. "After this matter is resolved, I will marry you, Xinjiao Jiao." Chapter 776. 2 days later. Xin Miao woke up early and Luo Tan had long dressed up. Luo Tan had a lively temperament and was unable to sit still in the residence. Ever since that incident, Xin Xiu and Luo Ling reduced the number of times Xin Miao and Luo Tan, the 2 young ladies, went out. Even if he went out, he would be followed by a long line of guards. Xin Miao naturally did not care. She was not really a 16-year-old young lady and originally liked quietness, so there was no problem in staying in the residence for a while. It was Luo Ling who was not used to this. As long as he heard that he could go out of the residence to play, no matter what the reason was, he would always be in high spirits. Xin Xiu and Luo Ling exhorted a few words before letting Xin Miao bring A Qi and Mo Qing along. A Qi and Mo Qing were the guards with the best martial arts in the entire Xin residence, but now they had become Xin Miao's personal guards. Xin Xiu said, "There's no need to aggrieve yourself. If there's anything you're not willing to do, you can just leave. There's no need to worry." In the beginning, when Xin Xiu knew that Xin Miao was going to Xin Dongling's appointment, he was actually against it. He did not know why, but Xinqiu did not have any good impression of Xin Dongling. Even though Xin Dongling's performance was not as obvious as Xin Qing's and Xin Yu's, and previously in the Xin residence she lived in harmony with the first household, but Xinqiu did not know why, but he always felt that Xin Dongling was not a good person. Such a big matter happened to the second household of the Xin family, but only Xin Dongling and Wan Yinyang were safe and sound, and there was also the matter of Xin Yu and Xin Dongling exchanging marriage. Even though he did not understand the specific reason, Xinqiu felt that it was related to Xin Dongling. Perhaps it was because people who had been on the battlefield would have an instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Xinqiu was not willing to have more relations with Xin Dongling and naturally did not want Xin Miao and Xin Dongling to be too close. For a person like Xin Dongling, if she had any other thoughts towards Xin Miao and used Xin Miao to achieve her own selfish desires, that would not be good. Xin Miao smiled, I know. There is still Biao older sister accompanying me. Nothing will happen. Luo Tan grinned and said, that's right. If cousin Xiu is really worried, you can come with us. Xinqiu shook his head. I still have matters to attend to at the military headquarters. Besides, I'm just a boor. Why would I go there to taste the incense? It'll choke my nose. Just like how the civil officials looked down on the vulgarity of the generals also couldn't understand the actions of the civil officials. Xinqiu did not understand what was so good about this incense, not to mention that there would be people who would spend a few hundred taels of silver for 1 or 2 sticks of incense, which was really surprising. Luo Tan said, do not worry older brother Qiu, I will take good care of youngest Biao sister. Xinqiu scolded her with a stern face, with your mediocre martial arts? I don't know who it was that almost lost their life last time and even troubled Imperial physician Gao to treat them for more than a month. Luo Tan was most afraid of people mentioning this matter, so she quickly stuck out her tongue and looked at Luo Ling for help. Luo Ling smiled gently, no matter what, one must always be careful. After tasting the incense, come back earlier as the sky darkens early and it is not safe at a young lady's home. When he was speaking, his eyes were staring at Xin Miao with concern. Previously, when the news that the crown prince had the intention to marry Xin Miao into the household was spread, Luo Shuiyan was busy arranging the marriage and the first to speak was Luo Ling. There was nothing to say about Luo Ling's character and family background, and they were all from the same family, so Luo Shuiyan was most optimistic about Luo Ling. Afterwards, because of Prince Rui's words, the marriage was suppressed and the matter of Luo Shuiyan finding a good person for Xin Miao was not as urgent as before. But Luo Ling had already expressed his feelings to Luo Shuiyan and Xin Xen, thus some matters were especially obvious. This kind of unconcealed affection, even if Xin Miao was in charge of the 6 palaces and was used to seeing facts, she was unable to turn a blind eye to it and could only slightly avoid it, save it. Many thanks to older brother Ling's concern. Luo Tan urged to leave and only said, all right, it is better to set off quickly. It would not be good if one were to be late on the road. Chapter 777. Both of them then said their goodbyes and followed the carriage forward. In the carriage, Luo Tan said, Biao youngest sister, what exactly are you thinking? Xin Miao turned her head to look at her and said inexplicably, what is thinking? About your marriage. Luo Tan had an appearance of being very worried for her. Even if the crown prince's side is temporarily resting, there will be a day where you will have to marry. Previously I heard Gumu say that this year your marriage must be settled. Otherwise one would not be the crown prince. Your conditions are so good that it would inevitably attract others to covet. Xin Miao did not speak. The position of the Xin family in Mingqi was indeed very subtle. If used well, it would be a sharp sword, but if used badly, it would bring disaster. But one thing was certain, the imperial family of Mingqi only had fear of the Xin family. They wanted the soldiers in Xin Xian's hands, and as for the person who would lead the troops, if there was a day where they had the troops, then they would not even try. So as the only daughter of the Xin family, the meaning of in-laws was too much. There were times when one could not control oneself and it was not something that she could decide. Uncontrollably, Xin Miao's mind floated back to the words that Xie Jingxing said to her that day. After this matter is settled, I will marry you, Xin Jiao. He said it plainly, and in such a sudden situation, it did not seem to be a promise, but it was like he was guaranteeing something. The most important thing was that when he said it, there was an unquestionable flavor, as if he could do it if he said it. But how could that be possible? One was the daughter of the Mingqi's general and the other was Prince Rui of the Great Liang. To say it in a bad way, the Great Liang was strong, and with the identity of Prince Rui, even the princess of Mingqi would be considered to be climbing up the social ladder, not to mention her. And if she really married over, what would happen to the Shin family's position? It was really a difficult matter. Shin Miao's eyes were deep in thought when she was suddenly pushed by Luo Tan. She recovered to her senses and heard Luo Tan saying, "What are you thinking about so hard that you did not even answer my question?" Shin Miao asked, "What did you ask me?" Luo Tan looked at her helplessly and said after a long while, "I ask you, among the few people that came to propose, who do you like the most?" Shin Miao was surprised for a moment, but Luo Tan was already counting with her fingers. "Older brother Ling is gentle and considerate and also knows everything. Su Ming Feng has deep feelings for you and Su Foren also likes you very much. Feng Zixian looks like an educated and reasonable person, and with Feng and Ning's protection, you will live well. These three people are considered young talents." Luo Tan leaned close to Shin Miao and carefully observed Shin Miao's expression. "You do not like any of them?" Shin Miao laughed in spite of herself. "No." Luo Tan sat up straight and guided patiently, "Biao youngest sister, this is not right. Although it was good to pursue perfection in everything, it was not good to be too demanding. From what I have seen these few days, these three are already the top talents in the Ding capital. If they were placed in the Shaochun city, one feared that the young ladies would fight over the position of a concubine. All three of them agreed not to take concubines." She looked at Shin Miao for a while before shaking her head and sighing, "But thinking about it, usually you do not have any special feelings towards these three people, so it is assumed that you are not tempted. I saw that it was written in the book that a tempted young lady's face would be as red as rosy clouds and the little deer would run wild. The deer in your heart has not been born yet." Shin Miao listened to Luo Tan's messy words and found it funny. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you care so much about my matters? Could it be that you are sick?" "You do not say." Luo Tan covered her throat. "These few days my throat is dry and one fear that I went out at night to blow. One originally wanted to look for physician Gao to take a look at my illness, but one did not even see his shadow these few days." Luo Tan was somewhat dissatisfied. Really a physician without medical ethics. Chapter 778. Shin Miao was somewhat speechless. Not to mention that Gao Yang's real identity was an official of the Great Liang. Even in Mingqi he was an imperial physician. Only Luo Tan would come and treat people with headaches and fever all day long. But at the other end, Shin Dongling was dressing up in the residence. Today she was dressed very simply, as if she did not put on any makeup. She was wearing a rosin-colored begonia dress, which was naturally made of the best material. But the jewelry was mainly simple jade ornaments. Xinghua looked left and right and said, "Why is Foren dressed up so simply today? Even though Foren is naturally beautiful, when one is out, is it not better to be more beautiful?" "What do you know?" Shin Dongling looked at the beauty in the mirror. Her looks were very good and had the delicateness and elegance of Wan Yinyang when she was young. Even if she wore such simple clothes, she looked somewhat dainty in it. Most likely it was because she had become a married woman. There was an inexplicable charm to her. The servants in the residence would sometimes whisper behind one's back, saying that Shin Dongling looked like a concubine. Most of the matriarchs of large families had upright facial features, mellow and blessed, and looked honest. But Shin Dongling had big eyes, a sharp chin, and was as pretty as a fox, which was the typical face of a concubine. Wang Foren and Master Wang also had some complaints about this, but Wang Bai liked it, so everything else could be ignored. Shin Dongling looked at it for a moment before pulling out the jade hairpin on her head and replaced it with a plain silver hairpin. When Xinghua saw this, she wanted to speak but hesitated. Shin Dongling said, "No need to think so much. Recently I am not playing the lead role, and dressing up too flashy would instead steal the limelight. I would not do such a silly thing. There are plenty of opportunities to compete for beauty, and this time is not a bad thing." When Xinghua heard it, she said, "Foren's beauty is natural. There is no need to compare, it is also a first-class beauty." Shin Dongling's expression was happy after hearing what was said, but what made her even happier was not Xinghua's flattery. Today was the day that the crown prince of the Qin would fall in love at first sight with Shin Miao, and she was just a foil. The more she appeared dejected, the more it would set off Shin Miao's beauty, and the more natural this marriage would be. However, since many people were required to witness the marriage, naturally the more the merrier. Wang Bai would also be there. In this way he could constantly remind the crown prince that Wang Bai had contributed the most to this wonderful event. Shin Dongling stood up and took another look at the invitation. The time on the invitation was C-hour. It was still very early. She said, "I'll go out and have a meal with my husband first. After that I'll go to Yifeng Pavilion. It's just the right time. What she didn't know was that while she was having breakfast with Wang Bai, Huang Fu Hao had already left. The place to taste the incense was at the Yifeng Pavilion. The Yifeng Pavilion was a pavilion in the outskirts of the Ding capital, and was once renovated by the late emperor for the late empress. Located in the Yifeng Pavilion, one could see the deep valley below and the blue sky above. Wealthy people who were particular about elegance would often like to taste the incense at the Yifeng Pavilion. When a stick of incense was lit, a breeze would blow past and it would pierce through the blue sky, making one feel a sense of vastness. Even though it was winter now, but it just so happened that the valley below was covered in silver, so it was even more interesting to boil the snow and discuss the fragrance. Huang Fu Hao looked at the exquisite invitation and smiled. To fall in love at first sight, with an official's daughter in such a beautiful place, it sounded not bad. But it would only benefit others and he would tie them up to put on a show. Huang Fu Hao's guards rushed over and said that the horse carriage was ready and could set off. Huang Fu Hao then frowned and walked towards the residence's entrance. No matter what, it was too early for the higher-ups to insist on arriving at the Yifeng Pavilion in the early hours of the morning. They even wanted him to apply for leave early in the morning. Chapter 779. It was just that no matter how dissatisfied Huang Fu Hao was, he could only comply. Yifeng Pavilion was in the outskirts and was some distance away from the Ding capital, thus one had to depart when the sky had just brightened. After reaching the outskirts, there was still a long mountain road. Luckily there was a wealthy family that specially built a road for the horse carriages, else it would be much more difficult to walk. Even so, it would take a while to reach the Yifeng Pavilion. Huang Fu Hao let his guards stay at the waist of the mountain and walked forward alone. It was not because of anything else, but the invitation specifically instructed him not to bring any guards over. The more guards there were, the more unnatural this marriage would be. Moreover, the crown prince would arrive earlier to discuss with Huang Fu Hao, thus it would be inconvenient to bring more people. Huang Fu Hao was not afraid of any accidents at all. Firstly, the crown prince would definitely have other guards placed in this place, so there was no need to worry about assassins. Secondly, the crown prince would not make a move on him as there were so many people watching. When he went out today, the people from the residence of Prince Qin would know that he was here for the crown prince's appointment. If anything were to happen to him, the crown prince would not be able to escape responsibility. Therefore, Huang Fu Hao calmly left the guards behind and went up himself. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and Huang Fu Hao very quickly paid the price of his own conceited decision. When Huang Fu Hao was walking up from the waist of the mountain, the crown prince was also walking towards Yifeng Pavilion with his guards from another path. Both of them happened to maintain a distance of one in front and one behind. The gap was not big, but because they were not on the same path and direction, they just missed each other. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, Huang Fu Hao reached Yifeng Pavilion. In the long pavilion of Yifeng Pavilion, there was already a person sitting there. When that person saw Huang Fu Hao, he immediately stood up. It was the crown prince. Huang Fu Hao was somewhat surprised as he did not expect that the crown prince would arrive earlier than him. As such, the time that was requested on the invitation was not that unacceptable. After all, the other party had arrived earlier. He looked left and right and said, "Why are the others not here? Since there was going to be a love at first sight show, how would the show start if no one else was here?" The crown princess smiled and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. I called you here so early today because I have something to say to you in private." Huang Fu Hao felt that something was amiss, but he didn't think too much about it. His guards were stationed halfway up the mountain, and would be able to rush over in time. Seeing that the crown prince's guards were by his side, he knew that nothing would go wrong. He then asked, "Please speak." The crown prince walked to Huang Fu Hao's side and said, "Brother Huang Fu, don't you find it strange why I have called you over so early today and why I have Brother Huang Fu's guards stay at the waist of the mountain? They probably have something important to discuss." Huang Fu Hao was a little impatient to argue with the crown prince. The two of them had already reached this stage, there was no need to hide anything. "Brother Huang Fu, don't you think this is like trying to silence them?" the crown prince asked. Huang Fu Hao laughed loudly and said, "Joking is not your style." The crown prince did not reply. Huang Fu Hao turned to look at him, his heart skipping a beat. The crown prince's expression was calm and he did not do anything else. However, this calmness caused Huang Fu Hao to suddenly feel a deep sense of unease. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. But why would the crown prince want to silence them? Unless the crown prince could kill all the servants in King Qin's residence, The crown prince would not be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, Huang Fuhao could not think of a reason why the crown prince would want to kill him. However, before he could hear the answer, he saw the crown prince's eyes flash. Huang Fuhao was shocked and instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a silver sword light that came stabbing at him from behind. Chapter 780. They were the crown prince's personal guards. Huang Fuhao was shocked and afraid. He finally realized that something was wrong. The crown prince had brought his guards with him, but his guards were left halfway up the mountain. Huang Fuhao couldn't figure out why the crown prince wanted to kill him. That was why he fell into the trap so easily. He said angrily, "What are you doing?" The crown prince looked at him expressionlessly. "I'm sorry." Several guards flew towards Huang Fuhao. In his despair, Huang Fuhao shouted, "Fu Shiyan, you harmed me. The Qin kingdom will not let this go. Fu Shiyan." Fu Shiyan was the crown prince's name. His voice came to an abrupt end. The sword light that passed through his chest was like a silver snake, emitting a dense white light. The blood that slowly seeped out, however, stuck to the thin ice on the ground. The Yifeng Pavilion's back was against the Grand Canyon. Huang Fuhao's final roar had been made with all his might. Hence, his roar continued to echo down the valley. Layer after layer, like ripples on the bottom of the water. On the other end, the crown prince and his entourage, who were on their way to the Yifeng Pavilion, suddenly stopped. They were on the dark path down the mountain and the echo did not seem to be very clear. The crown prince frowned and asked, "Did someone just call my name?" The guards looked at each other. They couldn't hear clearly. The crown prince thought for a moment and said, "I must have heard wrongly." In this world, other than the Empress, no one dared to call him by his full name. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone in Yifeng Pavilion. The appointed time on the invitation was 6 in the morning. However, the crown prince had a habit of arriving early, so he went up the mountain at 7 in the morning. He should have been the first to arrive. As he thought about it, he felt that it was just a hallucination. But for some reason, the crown prince felt uneasy. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. When he arrived at Yifeng Pavilion, he saw a person sitting in the pavilion with his back facing him from afar. Looking at the back view, he knew it was Huang Fuhao. The crown prince was surprised. He didn't expect Huang Fuhao to arrive so early. He smiled and greeted him. "I didn't expect Brother Huang Fu to arrive so early." Before he could say morning, the crown prince's hand had just touched Huang Fuhao's shoulder when Huang Fuhao fell to the ground with a thud. The crown prince was startled and immediately reached out to pull Huang Fuhao. With this pull, Huang Fuhao's face was directly facing him. The crown prince cried out in alarm and immediately let go. Huang Fuhao's eyes were round and his mouth was wide open as if he was extremely angry and shocked. However, his clothes were cold and wet because the silver robes around his chest were already dyed red with large patches of blood. "What's going on?" The crown prince panicked. Huang Fuhao was dead? How was this possible? He did not have time to react to this matter when a large group of people suddenly rushed in from outside. They were all dressed as imperial bodyguards. Seeing Huang Fuhao lying on the ground, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. They angrily shouted at the crown prince, "Audacious, you dare to plot against His Highness the Crown Prince. Hand over your life." Without saying another word, he pounced toward the crown prince. The crown prince had also brought his own imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards naturally could not let the crown prince be harmed, so they fought with the imperial bodyguards. At this time, the crown prince also understood that these people who had drawn their blades against him were Huang Fuhao's imperial bodyguards. But where did Huang Fuhao's imperial bodyguards go? Why did they only rush out now? The crown prince still remembered to explain and shouted, "This prince has just arrived here. When I arrived here, Brother Huang Fu had already been killed. This prince did not do it." One of the imperial bodyguards who seemed to be the leader said hatefully, "Nonsense. Just now, we were waiting for His Highness the Crown Prince's orders halfway up the mountain and heard His Highness personally shout that you were the one who harmed him. We were unable to arrive immediately. Now that we have the witness and the material evidence, how can you deny it?" After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed over. Chapter 781. As the Crown Prince was being protected by his own guards, he was dumbfounded. Huang Fuhao said that he was the one who harmed him? This was simply a joke. He had just arrived and Huang Fuhao was already dead. Why would Huang Fuhao slander him? Wait. The Crown Prince's heart suddenly moved. Before he reached Yifeng Pavilion, he seemed to have heard someone calling his name. It was just that he was walking on the Yin mountain and could not hear it clearly. Could it be that it was not an illusion and was real? But why would Huang Fuhao call out his name? The crown prince's heart was in a mess, but he still said, "Bengong just arrived here. Why would Bengong harm him?" "Mingqi dog. You deceived our crown prince to come out and asked his highness to leave us at the waist of the mountain in the invitation so that it would be convenient for you to do this. If this enmity is not avenged, the Qin country would have lived in vain." The crown prince was like being struck by lightning. The invitation to Huang Fuhao was personally written by him so that this love at first sight drama would be more natural and real. The crown prince invited Huang Fuhao out to taste the incense, and coincidentally, Wang Bai found this incense by accident. Who knew that Wang Bai's new foreign was insensible, and invited her own younger sister out to see the novelty. The four of them unintentionally gathered together, and the rest of the matter naturally took its course. But in the invitation, there was no mention of leaving one's guards at the waist of the mountain. A guard stood in front of the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, we cannot hold on any longer. The people here do not want to live. Your Highness better leave first." The crown prince looked up at the other party. Huang Fuhao was obviously dead and could not be revived. Those guards most likely knew that their master was dead, and even if they returned to the Qin country, they would be accused of not protecting the crown prince, and the Qin emperor would vent his anger on them. At the end there was only death. They might as well push all the blame onto the crown prince, and now they were going to perish together with the crown prince. Their moves were ruthless, but the crown prince's guards still had to protect the crown prince and were unable to resist the enemy. The crown prince was somewhat hesitant. If he were to leave, he would not be able to resolve all the matters properly, and it was as though he had tacitly agreed to this stain. But if he did not leave? Looking at the menacing momentum of the other party, the crown prince did not know if he could return safely. He clenched his teeth and looked at Huang Fuhao on the ground before hardening his heart. Go! No one outside the Yifeng pavilion was aware of what was happening. Shindong Ling and Wang Bai sat in the carriage. The carriage was still on the way up the mountain. There was still some distance to the foot of the mountain. Today they were only here to be witnesses. It would be bad if they went too early. Moreover, the Shin mansion was far from Yifeng pavilion, and if Shin Miao did not go, it would be inconvenient for the crown prince and Huang Fuhao to speak if they went earlier. So Wang Bai instructed the carriage to deliberately slow down. Shindong Ling nestled in Wang Bai's embrace and said with a smile, "My husband seems to be in a good mood today." Wang Bai hugged her. "Of course I'm in a good mood after marrying a beautiful woman." Thinking that after today his position in the crown prince's heart would rise again, Wang Bai couldn't help but feel very pleased. Although the minister-councilor's residence was overflowing with wealth because of the illicit salt business, they were all secretly wealthy. They also had to be on guard at all times against being discovered and reported by people with ulterior motives, implicating the entire residence. People always had to look forward. In the past, Wang Bai's path had always been steady, but when he didn't lack money, power became somewhat important. He also wanted to be able to soar to the skies in one fell swoop. Wang Bai was the crown prince's person. Even though the crown prince had the orthodox title among the few princes, it was not outstanding. But now that the other princes were fighting for power, Emperor Wenhui would instead value the crown prince more, as he felt that the crown prince was easier to grasp. Emperor Wenhui had the heart to support the crown prince, and the crown prince gradually changed his style of doing things in the past, causing the people who followed the crown prince to gradually become ambitious. In addition, Wang Bai glanced at the beautiful woman in his embrace. After marrying Shindong Ling, he increasingly felt that even though he was steady, it was not easy to get ahead. What was the point of enduring for decades and one would be old? Shindong Ling, however, suited his taste and seemed to be able to encourage him to do things that he dared not think of in the past. Wang Bai's heart was rejoicing. Now, as long as Shin Miao's matter was successful, the crown prince would have more confidence in inheriting the emperor's throne. When one person achieves Tao, his chickens and dogs will also ascend to heaven. Just as he was thinking, the carriage suddenly stopped. Wang Bai lifted the curtain and asked, "What is the matter?" A guard ran over. Wang Bai recognized him as he was the person beside the crown prince. The crown prince had sent this person to pass a few words to Wang Bai, so Wang Bai was considered familiar with him. But at this moment, that person's expression was not good, and not only that, his clothes were somewhat disheveled. He waved his hands at Wang Bai and said, "Lord Wang, something happened." Shindong Ling was listening in the carriage. Chapter 782. Things seemed to have changed beyond recognition overnight. The limitless glory that he had originally envisioned had turned into countless troubles in just a moment's time. Wang Bai and Xindong Ling never thought that Huang Fu Hao would actually be killed by the Crown Prince. The two of them had no idea what had happened. The Crown Prince's bodyguard had been trying his best to emphasize that the Crown Prince had not done anything to Huang Fu Hao. By the time the Crown Prince reached the Yifeng Pavilion, Huang Fu Hao was already dead. But Huang Fu Hao's guards seemed to believe it without a doubt. The misunderstanding had already been created, not to mention it was a bloody misunderstanding. Therefore what followed was a shocking accusation. Xindong Ling tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face as she comforted Wang Bai. There must be some misunderstanding. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. However, her heart was sinking into the abyss. From an outsider's point of view, it was Wang Bai who found the good incense and gave it to the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince used the flower to present the Buddha to Huang Fu Hao, who invited Huang Fu Hao to taste the incense together. Wang Bai was the source of the disaster. Even if this matter had nothing to do with Wang Bai, it was impossible for Wang Bai to leave unscathed due to the fury of the imperial family. Furthermore, even if the Crown Prince was lucky enough to prove his innocence in the end, Wang Bai was the one who came up with the plan to taste the incense. Because of Wang Bai's plan, Huang Fu Hao was dead, and the Qin kingdom would not let the matter rest. The Crown Prince's ally was also dead, so how could the Crown Prince not vent his anger on Wang Bai? Therefore, looking left and right, Wang Bai, the scapegoat, could not escape. Wang Bai clearly thought of this too, his expression ugly to the extreme. In the end, he was more composed than Xindong Ling and only said, "Let's go back first and visit the Crown Prince's residence to find out what exactly happened. How did Huang Fu Hao die just like that? Who killed him? Why did Huang Fu Hao call out the Crown Prince's name again?" The intricacies of this matter were truly incomprehensible. No matter what, he had to figure out what was going on first before he could come up with a countermeasure. The coachman turned the horse around and ran in the direction of the city. Xindong Ling seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "Why haven't I seen Fifth Sister?" Wang Bai was taken aback. One must know that this plan was used by the Crown Prince because of Xin Miao. This was because Xindong Ling had calculated the time and arrived at Yifeng Pavilion at about the same time as Xin Miao. This way they could chat casually and show their deep sisterhood. They stopped here for a while and it was reasonable to say that Xin Miao and the rest should also be here. But on the mountain road in the outskirts, one could see clearly in front of them, and there were no other carriages ahead or behind. Why did Xin Miao not come? Wang Bai only knew that Xin Miao was Xindong Ling's third household's Tang younger sister, and because Xin Xan held great power in his hands, he did not know anything about Xin Miao's character. Xindong Ling however had seen the methods that Xin Miao used to deal with the second and third household and her heart sank. If Xin Miao did not come, how could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that Xin Miao had long known that something would happen today? There was no one in the world who had the ability to predict the future. Could it be that this matter was related to Xin Miao? No matter how powerful she was, how could she kill the Crown Prince of the Qin Kingdom so easily? When Wang Bai heard Xindong Ling's words, he misunderstood Xindong Ling's meaning and said, "That's right. If Fifth Xin young lady was also here, things would most likely be smoother." Wang Bai thought that with one more person he would be able to share more of the blame. If Xin Miao was here, on account of Xin Xin, Emperor Wen Hui would not make things too difficult for him, but if he were to punish him alone, it would appear to be biased. In order to show fairness, Xin Miao's presence would save Wang Bai a lot of things. He said, "Let us return to the residence first. Perhaps Fifth Xin young lady has already returned. Let's take a look at the Crown Prince's side first." Chapter 783. Xindong Ling nodded her head but smiled bitterly in her heart. She did not know why, but she felt that Xin Miao would not have already returned. And most likely Xin Miao did not intend to come to Yifeng Pavilion from the start. Xin Miao. This opponent was more terrifying than she thought. At the other end, on the streets, Luo Tan was sitting in the horse carriage and wiped the sweat on her forehead. What to do now? One delay and it has been delayed for so long. If one rushed to Yifeng Pavilion now, one feared that it is already too late. Just now when their Xin family's horse carriage was traveling in a bustling area of the city, they accidentally bumped into an old woman. That old woman immediately fainted. The Xin family was not a small family in the Ding capital and Xin Xen was a respected hero, so naturally one had to cherish one's feathers. Xin Miao and Luo Tan did not have any reason to leave the old woman alone. They instructed the guards to send the old woman to the nearest medical hall and personally watched the doctor take the old woman's pulse and said that she was fine until the old woman woke up. Their action naturally won the approval of many commoners as they felt that young ladies from the general residence did not have any arrogance and instead were considerate of the commoners, which was a rare character. It was true that they had earned praises, but it also delayed a lot of time. If they were to rush to Yifeng Pavilion now, it would be noon by the time they arrived. Xin Miao pondered for a moment before saying, "Not going." Luo Tan was still thinking about how to solve this problem when she heard Xin Miao say that and could not help but be surprised. Why not going? Doesn't Biao youngest sister hate people who go back on their words? Xin Miao smiled. One must pay attention to the time and place when tasting the incense. The best time in Yifeng Pavilion is in the morning when the air is the freshest, and one would naturally feel refreshed when tasting the incense at noon or in the afternoon. The heaven and earth are chaotic and it is not easy to taste the fragrance. One cannot let others wait for us. This would not be beautiful. She stretched out her hand to call Mo Qing over and let him send a messenger pigeon to Yifeng Pavilion. She and Luo Tan would not be able to go due to the delay. Even though Luo Tan had some regrets, she originally did not have any interest in tasting the incense. It was rare for her to come out for a stroll, so she wanted to pull Xin Miao along. Xin Miao saw that it was still early, and with Qi and the rest of the guards by her side, there was no harm in strolling around, so she agreed. Who knew that Luo Tan was in high spirits, and after this stroll, it was already close to evening when they returned to the Xin residence. Their carriage had just arrived at the entrance of the mansion when the manservant in front of the door smiled and said, "It's good that Miss has returned. Madam and Master have just returned as well. Just in time for dinner." Luo Tan smiled as she took Xin Miao's hand and stepped through the door. Who knew that when they entered the main hall, Luo Shuiyan was talking to Xin Xen, and when she saw Xin Miao and Luo Tan returning, she was surprised for a moment before giving a big sigh of relief. "Jiao Tan, where did you all go?" "Today, Lady Wang of the Minister Councillor's residence invited us to Yifeng Pavilion to taste some incense. On the way there, the carriage collided with an old woman. My cousin and I were busy taking care of the old woman and were delayed. Hence, we decided to excuse ourselves and not go. My cousin and I were just strolling around." "Father, mother, did something happen?" Xin Miao said that Xin Dongling was the Lady Wang of the Minister Councillor's residence, and it was obvious that she was deliberately drawing a clear line with Xin Dongling. Luo Shuiyan did not notice this and only took a deep breath. "It scared me to death. Today the Crown Prince of Qin was assassinated at Yifeng Pavilion, and all the related people were arrested and sent to the prison for interrogation. That Wang Bai said that you were also present, but no one saw it. Your father and I rushed back, and when we saw that you were not around, we thought that something happened." Chapter 784. Luo Tan was surprised for a moment. "Assassinated?" she said. "Who would have such guts to dare to assassinate the Crown Prince of the Qin country in broad daylight? Are the martial arts of the Crown Prince of the Qin country's guards that bad? How could they not even protect their master's life?" Different from Luo Tan's surprised face, Xin Miao was very calm as she said, "Do not worry. Biao older sister and I did not go to Yifeng Pavilion. Today when we collided with that old woman, many commoners on the street saw it, and to avoid trouble, we even reported our names. Those commoners can testify for us that we were busy taking care of that old woman, so how would we have the time to go to Yifeng Pavilion? It would not be fake under the watchful eyes of everyone, and Xin Miao did not know how to split herself, so how could she appear at Yifeng Pavilion when she was in the marketplace?" Xin Xen snorted coldly, and there was some anger in his expression. "Wang Bai has such big guts to dare to splash dirty water on my Xin family. It seems that the Wang family wants to drag us into the water." Luo Shuiyan also understood and said hatefully, "Xin Dongling is still our relative, but one did not think that she would have such vicious thoughts. How is it reasonable to scheme against one's own family?" Xin Miao sneered. "In the second and third household of the Xin family, when was there anyone who treated us sincerely?" Luo Shuiyan and Xin Xan were silent. Luo Tan felt that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy and smiled as she interrupted, "Speaking of which, it is fortunate that Biao younger sister and I had good luck today. If it was not that we collided with that old woman, one feared that we would really go to Yifeng Pavilion to taste the incense. Since Huang Fuhao was attacked by an assassin and even his guards were not saved, the assassin's martial arts must be very high. If Biao younger sister and I were to go, we might also be implicated. Speaking of which, we should thank that old woman." Xin Miao laughed in spite of herself and was about to say something when she heard Luo Tan muttering, But previously in the invitation that was given to us, there was no mention of the crown prince of the Qin country going to taste the incense. Why did the crown prince of the Qin country go to taste the incense? Was there anyone else there? If there was, were there any casualties? Before anyone could answer Luo Tan's questions, one saw two travel-worn people walking in. It was Shen Qiu and Luo Ling. Luo Tan turned around and happened to bump into them. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Cousin Qiu, brother Ling, what's wrong?" Shen Qiu's and Luo Ling's clothes were somewhat disheveled, and not only that, there were some bloodstains on their faces, making them look extremely wretched. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xian were also shocked. Luo Shuiyan quickly stepped forward and anxiously looked at the two of them. "What happened?" Shen Qiu quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's not my blood, it's someone else's." Only then did Luo Shuiyan relax. But before she could relax, she heard Luo Tan ask, "Cousin Qiu, are you and brother Ling going to catch the assassin who tried to assassinate the crown prince of Qin today? Are those assassins very powerful and difficult to deal with? You guys don't look like you have it easy." Shen Xian frowned and asked, "Shen Qiu, is it like this?" Shen Qiu and Luo Ling looked at each other, and both of their gazes were somewhat strange. After a moment, Shen Qiu let all the servants in the main hall leave and looked at Luo Tan and Shen Miao thoughtfully. Shen Miao smiled, "Me and older Biao sister will not say it out. Eldest brother can just say whatever it is." Luo Tan quickly raised her hands to indicate that she would not reveal anything at all. Seeing Shen Qiu's serious look, Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan were somewhat suspicious. Luo Ling nodded his head to Shen Qiu, and Shen Qiu sighed before speaking. Today the troops and horses of the Ministry of War's garrison had gone to stop people, but it was not the assassins who tried to assassinate Huang Fu Hao but Huang Fu Hao's guards. Guards? Luo Shuiyan frowned. Could it be that they want an explanation from Ming Qi and have already made a big fuss? Luo Shuiyan did not have any good impression of the Qin people. One did not know if it was because the Qin country was established for the shortest period of time among the three countries and did not have much history. From the imperial family to the commoners, everyone had an arrogant look. Even if the Qin country's power was slightly stronger than Ming Qi, but the arrogance that they displayed in front of Ming Qi was really an eyesore. Chapter 785. That is also not the case. Shen Qiu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Huang Fu Hao's guard said that the one who assassinated Huang Fu Hao was the crown prince, and now they are heading to the Eastern Palace to kill the crown prince to avenge Huang Fu Hao." The crown prince killed Huang Fu Hao? Shen Xian suddenly stood up. Impossible. Not to mention the crown prince's thin and weak body, now that the Ming Qi was trying to build a relationship with the Qin country to deal with the Great Liang, how could they do such a self-destructive thing? To kill Huang Fu Hao would only provoke the Qin country's rage, and not to mention the collapse of the alliance, it would also add one more enemy. There was no doubt that it was one disaster after another. The crown prince was not a fool, so why would he do such a thankless thing? I also thought that it was impossible. Shen Qiu was somewhat puzzled, but those guards said that they heard Huang Fu Hao shouting the crown prince's name, and loudly said that the crown prince was the murderer. Since they were Huang Fu Hao's guards, there was no reason for them to frame others for letting the real murderer go. Luo Shuiyan asked, "Huang Fu Hao's guards were not with Huang Fu Hao? Why did they say that they heard it?" This is where the doubt lies. Luo Ling continued, "According to Huang Fu Hao's guards, it was the crown prince who sent the invitation to Huang Fu Hao to taste the incense. Huang Fu Hao's guards recalled that the crown prince said that he had something important to discuss with Huang Fu Hao, and wanted Huang Fu Hao's guards to stay at the mountainside, and let Huang Fu Hao go alone. But the crown prince said that he did not mention it in the invitation that he sent to Huang Fu Hao. The officials were ordered to search for the crown prince's invitation, but no one knew where the invitation was thrown by Huang Fu Hao. Now that the dead can no longer testify, both sides are sticking to their own version of events. It is very worrying." Luo Tan muttered, "The crown prince asked Huang Fu Hao to taste the incense, but why was the invitation that Wang Furen gave to me and Biao youngest sister not mention the two of them?" Everyone in the room was startled. They only paid attention to the bad account between the crown prince and Huang Fu Hao, but Shen Miao's end was neglected. At this moment when Luo Tan mentioned it, they remembered. Yes, the crown prince and Huang Fu Hao were to taste the incense, so why did they bring Shen Miao and Luo Tan along? There was no need to talk about Luo Tan as she had no relation with the people in the Ding capital, but Shen Miao was Shen Xian's daughter. When Shen Dongling sent the invitation, it was impossible that she did not know that the crown prince and Huang Fu would come. Shen Miao forgot, or was it? If he did it on purpose, why would he do it on purpose? Was he planning something? Luo Ling said, no. Oh. Luo Shuiyan said, no, I have to ask Shindong Ling clearly. Mother, Xinqiu stopped her, Shindong Ling and Wang Bai are already in prison and one cannot rush to see them at this time, otherwise it would not be good if one were to be thought to have any relationship with her. 2 crown princes went to taste the incense and one died and the other inexplicably became the murderer. When Emperor Wenhui knew about it, he was so angry that he almost fell down. What was this? On one hand, it was to temporarily quell the anger of the Qin country, and to capture a few people to let them see that Ming Qi was handling matters impartially. On the other hand, Emperor Wenhui had nowhere to vent his anger on. Since it was Wang Bai and his wife who suggested to taste the incense, it was equivalent to being the initiator. The anger of the Son of Heaven would never be explained. Wang Bai was still sitting in a happy dream, but it was ruthlessly shattered. Not only that, no one dared to say if he could keep his life this time. Everyone had different expressions, but only Xin Miao was as calm as usual. She listened to all these things as if it had nothing to do with her. Of course it was indeed not related. She said, "This has nothing to do with us. Just wait and see how the outside handles it." Chapter 786. Xinqiu noticed Xin Miao's expression and asked, "Younger sister, why are you not surprised that Huang Fu Hao was assassinated, and also not surprised that it was the crown prince who killed Huang Fu Hao?" Xin Miao gently smiled. What is there to be surprised about? Since it was like what those people said, the crown prince and Huang Fu Hao had a private matter to discuss, and in the process of the discussion, if there was no consensus or any intense disagreement, it was highly possible that the crown prince would kill an impulse. It is not that there were no such cases in the Ming-Chi before, so why make a fuss over nothing? Xinqiu was speechless. Xin Miao's words made everyone in the room unable to remain calm. What Xin Miao said was true, but what kind of disagreement would be so intense that one would kill, not to mention that the other party was the crown prince of a country? Even if Emperor Wenhui was so angry that he lost his rationality, it was not likely that he would be so straightforward to silence the witness. Xin Xan and Luo Shuiyan frowned. Xin Miao did not need to think so much, but they were officials in the court, and every small action in the court could possibly affect their future life. Moreover, this time Huang Fu Hao died in the Ming-Chi, and the crime would fall on the crown prince of the Ming-Chi. One think that those guards had already sent people back to pass the message that after the emperor of the Qin country knew that a pair of children died in the Ming-Chi, who would bear the thunderous rage. And it would be difficult for the Ming-Chi and the Qin country to form an alliance to recover. At this time it was unknown what the great Liang would do. This night, because of this sudden matter, even the atmosphere in the Xin mansion was solemn. However, it was not because they sympathized with Huang Fu Hao or the crown prince, but because they were worried about the possible changes in the future. When Xie Jingxing came over to look for Xin Miao was standing in front of the window in a daze. Huang Fu Hao died just like that, and in the previous lifetime Huang Fu Hao and Princess Mingyan became a nightmare that she could not get rid of for the 5 years that she went to the Qin country as a hostage. Princess Mingyan was arrogant and despotic, but Huang Fu Hao liked to lead everyone to torture him. He was the crown prince of the Qin country, and once Huang Fu Hao tortured someone, others would follow suit. Actually, speaking of which, there was no enmity between Xin Miao, Huang Fu Hao and Princess Mingyan, but because of such malicious insults, it finally accumulated resentment. Different from others, Xin Miao did not think of letting Huang Fu Hao and Princess Mingyan pay with their lives, because they were not the ones who harmed the Xin family the most in the previous lifetime. At most, these people would kick her when she was down for a period of time. If it was not that they schemed against her in this lifetime, Xin Miao would not even bother about these two people. Now that the person was gone, Xin Miao was somewhat at a loss. Since his rebirth, he had always adhered to the path of vengeance and to protect the Xin family from repeating the mistakes of his previous life. But as long as the Fu family was still alive, they would never let the Xin family off. Her enemies were very strong from the start, and it was not enough to just have the heart to stake everything on one throw. Xin Miao would sometimes doubt if she could walk to the end. The figure that came down from the tree waved his hands in front of Xin Miao. Xin Miao recovered to her senses, and what entered her eyes was Xie Jingxing's playful smile. He said, "Thinking of me to such an extent?" Xin Miao wanted to close the window with a pa sound, but Xie Jingxing caught it quickly and took the opportunity to jump into the room. With one hand on Xin Miao's shoulder, he did not let her move and the other hand closed the window. "Be careful not to freeze, silly." Song Yang, who was standing at the corner of the wall outside, Xin Miao pulled Xie Jingxing's hand away and sat down at the table in the room before asking, "How is the handling?" No problem. Xie Jingxing sat down and indicated Shen Miao to pour tea for him. Shen Miao held her breath as she poured tea for him and reluctantly pushed the teacup over and asked, "Are you sure that the Qin country's people would not find out?" Chapter 787. I can't. Xie Jingxing smiled. Not everyone is as smart as you and I. Shen Miao rolled her eyes when he praised others, but he did not forget to praise her as well. Looking at the purple-clothed young man who was leisurely drinking tea, his heart was slightly stirred. Today's matter was planned by her and Xie Jingxing. There were many talented people under Xie Jingxing. There were those who could disguise themselves well, there were also those who were outstanding in imitating other people's vocalizations, and there were even some who could write exactly the same words with just one look. Huang Fuhao and Fu Xiuyan only changed the invitation to Huang Fuhao, and even the time was changed. Huang Fuhao and Fu Xiuyan ascended the mountain one after the other. After ascending the mountain, Xie Jingxing's men would disguise themselves as the crown prince, and the bodyguard, beside the crown prince, would lower his head and speak with the crown prince's tone. Even though Huang Fuhao and the crown prince were familiar with each other, it wasn't to the point of being completely devoted to each other. They hadn't stuck together since they were young, so it was impossible for him to realize that the person opposite him had already substituted for the peach. What followed was a series of misunderstandings. From an outsider's point of view, the crown prince had killed Huang Fuhao. Regardless of the reason, regardless of the misunderstanding, this was an unchangeable fact. The Qin country would not take this lying down. Not to mention an alliance, one feared that they would become enemies with the Ming-Chi. Not to mention that the alliance was broken. In order to appease the anger of the Qin emperor, Emperor Wenhui finally sacrificed others, and it was inevitable that the crown prince would be sacrificed. Why are you so sure that the emperor will sacrifice the crown prince? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and asked, "That is his own son." Shen Miao gently smiled. "Do you remember my second Shu?" "I remember." Back then Shen Yuan was also his biological son. When Shen Yuan got into trouble, he was busy trying to clear his name. The emperor was also an ordinary person, and the kinship of the royal family was even more faint. For the sake of the righteousness of the world, what did it matter to put righteousness before family? Even if one knew that the crown prince was wrongly accused, the emperor would only swallow this bitter fruit. Shen Miao said it with ridicule, but there was a faint killing intent in the corner of her eyes. Xie Jingxing stared at her thoughtfully. Shen Miao always had a deep-rooted hatred towards the Fu family. Even if she tried her best to hide it, there would always be a moment when she couldn't hide it. These moments were captured by Xie Jingxing. Although he was suspicious, he did not interrogate. He joked, "You seem to understand the royal family very well. You speak as if you have personally experienced it." Shen Miao's eyes drooped. Wasn't it because she had personally experienced it? After marrying to Fu Xiuyi fought for the throne and many of his brothers died. Out of the 9 princes, some were dead, some were crippled, and some were missing. Those who barely managed to keep their lives were finally removed by some groundless charges after Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne. It was the nature of the Fu family to not leave any loose ends. Even between Fu Xiuyi and Emperor Wenhui, was it not a fight and intrigue? Emperor Wenhui was wary of his son usurping the throne, and Fu Xiuyi hoped for his father's early death. There was also Consort Su Xian, Consort Dong Shu, the Empress. In the palace, whoever cared about family was a fool. It was a pity that she didn't understand in her previous life. She always thought that people would always have a heart. But he had forgotten that if Fu Xiuyi could lay his hands on his own brother and father, then naturally he could lay his hands on his own son. When Shen Miao was in the palace, the love and hate that she had when she was a young girl at the end had almost disappeared. The remaining feelings towards Fu Xiuyi were all built on the fact that he was Wan Yu and Fu Ming's father. Shen Miao thought that there was no father that would not love his own children. However, Fu Xiuyi finally sent his own daughter to the Xiongnu for marriage and forced his own son to a dead end. This debt, she would definitely get it back personally. Seeing the changes in Shen Miao's eyes and the traces of pain, Xie Jingxing's brows wrinkled. He did not know where did he touch Shen Miao's sore spot. He hesitated for a moment and slowed down his voice. "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me and I will solve it for you." Shen Miao looked up at him. "Speak as if you can do it." But her heart was like a mirror that Xie Jingxing could indeed do it. Killing 2 crown princes, he said he would kill them. The crown prince and Emperor Wenhui obviously knew that they were being schemed against, but did not even have the chance to refute. Only Xie Jingxing would be able to do such a choking and helpless method. He had great guts and ability that reached the heavens, but he was so cunning that one would not be able to grab hold of his weakness, as if there was nothing in this world that he could not do. It would be good if she met him in her previous life. Shen Miao's heart suddenly came up with such a thought. But she only said, "If you were to change the face of the country, would you be able to do it?" When the purple-clad youth who was holding the jade teacup heard it, he smiled. His appearance was handsome and beautiful, the crabapple branches were filled with the feeling of spring, and the nobility and elegance were revealed from his bones. Even though his gaze was as sharp as a knife, his tone was slightly teasing. "It is only a toppling of the imperial power. If you want it, it is all yours." Chapter 788. This little movement of Ming Qi was ultimately not hidden from the people of the world. Huang Fuhao died in the crown prince's hands, and one did not know how it started to spread in the marketplace. Emperor Wenhui had the intention to put Huang Fuhao's guards under house arrest, but now the situation had become out of hand, and if it was not controlled, one feared that there would be chaos. But how would the people in the residence of Prince Qin sit still and await death? When the news reached the ears of the Qin country's emperor, in just a short few days, there were people who rushed back to send a message, swearing to Emperor Wenhui to give an explanation, or else they would send troops to flatten Ming Qi. If it was the previous Qin country, Ming Qi would naturally be able to contend with it, but now there was the great Liang with unknown ambitions lurking at the side like a tiger eyeing its prey. If there was another Qin country, then Ming Qi would really be finished. With conclusive evidence, Emperor Wenhui was helpless and could only lock the crown prince in prison. Even though he specially let people take care of him, but at the end it was still a step to sacrifice the rook to protect the general. So the older Emperor Wenhui got, the decisiveness he had when he was younger was finally worn away. Not to mention how this method would make other sons think, even if the officials saw it, they would feel bitterly disappointed. In order to protect himself, even though he knew that the crown prince's assassination of Huang Fuhao was fishy, he still locked the crown prince in prison. In fact, one could not blame Emperor Wenhui. The reason why he locked the crown prince in prison, other than to show an attitude to the Qin country's emperor and to temporarily quell the emperor's anger, was for the sake of the crown prince's safety. Those Huang Fuhao's guards were eyeing the crown prince like a tiger eyeing its prey and wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge for Huang Fuhao. If the crown prince was not careful one day, it was not impossible that he would die in the hands of those guards. Now that the crown prince was a prisoner and there were so many people guarding the prison, there would not be any incidents. Unfortunately, no one understood Emperor Wenhui's thoughts, and because of his actions, even the Empress could not sit still. When the Empress entered the Yangxan palace, she angrily questioned, "Your Majesty obviously know that the crown prince was wronged, so why did you lock him up? Your Majesty's actions, did you not think about how the officials would look at you in the future?" Emperor Wenhui frowned. He did not like the feeling of being questioned and said, "Je have my own ideas." Emperor Wenhui still had some feelings for the Empress, as the Empress was his legal wife. When the late Emperor was still alive, the fight for the throne was as fierce as it was now. If it was not for the support of the Empress maiden family, Emperor Wenhui would not have reached this step today. Now that the power of the Empress maiden family had been deliberately taken away by Emperor Wenhui, it was not possible for the external relatives to monopolize power. Thus Emperor Wenhui was willing to give some face to the Empress. Moreover, the Empress was the crown prince's birth mother. In private, the Empress was indeed a good Empress. She was not jealous and managed the inner palace well. "I beg your Majesty to retract your order," the Empress said. "The crown prince will have to face the court officials in the future. Your Majesty's actions will cause the people to misunderstand." If it was in the past, the Empress would never refute Emperor Wenhui's decisions, but as a mother, she was always exceptionally sensitive towards her son's matters. The Empress would not allow the crown prince's future to have any mistakes. Not even a drop of dirty water could be stained. Moreover, this time it was not an ordinary mistake. Once the crime of murdering the crown prince of the Qin country was proven, one feared that it would be difficult for Fu Xiaoyan to keep his life. Even though the Empress did not interfere in the court's affairs, it did not mean that she knew nothing about the court's affairs. Once there were signs of danger, she would definitely nip it in the bud. Emperor Wenhui was badly battered by this matter for the past few days, and his heart was extremely gloomy. Unfortunately, the Empress came at this time, so he said impatiently, "Je do not need you to tell me what to do." Chapter 789. The Empress' heart jumped. After being husband and wife with Emperor Wenhui for so many years, She naturally knew what kind of temperament Emperor Wenhui had. She immediately relaxed her expression and changed her questioning look as she softly said, "This concubine knows that your majesty's heart is troubled. Just now this concubine was impulsive. This concubine is also worried about the crown prince. Remember that when the crown prince was young, the grand tutor could not teach him, and it was your majesty who personally taught the crown prince. In the crown prince's heart, your majesty is the wisest. Now this concubine and your majesty understand that this matter has nothing to do with the crown prince. The crown prince's temperament is gentle and honest, so how would he kill someone? Even if he were to kill someone, he would not be so stupid as to be an assassin in broad daylight. Your majesty, the crown prince is innocent. You are the crown prince's father. Could it be that you want to watch the crown prince bear the infamy because of a groundless accusation?" These conciliatory words had some effect as Emperor Wenhui's expression also eased up. Among the 9 princes, the one that Emperor Wenhui wanted to support the most was the crown prince, so naturally he was not willing for the crown prince to die here. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a palace maid reporting from outside, "Your Majesty, Consort Xian has arrived." The Empress' expression was as usual, but the hands in her sleeves were clenched tightly. Among the concubines in the palace, Consort Su Xian was the most arrogant as she had given birth to 2 princes, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. Normally she was pampered and had a beautiful appearance. Even though she acted arrogantly, she held Emperor Wenhui's heart tightly. And the Empress was not ignorant of the ambitions of the 2 brothers, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. Consort Su Xian naturally hoped that her sons would be able to sit in that position, so once something happened to the crown prince, Consort Su Xian would not let go of this opportunity to throw stones down the well. One saw Consort Su Xian gracefully walking in. Even though she had given birth to 2 sons, Consort Su Xian's appearance did not show any signs of aging. One heard that she used goat's milk to bathe daily and her skin was smooth and firm. Compared to the immaturity of a young female, she had the mature charm of a married woman. There were 3,000 beauties in the palace, and Consort Su Xian's appearance indeed made others envious. It was no wonder that Emperor Wenhui knew that Consort Su Xian was arrogant and domineering, but still pampered her. When Consort Su Xian came in, she greeted Emperor Wenhui and the Empress. She then smiled and said, "Your Majesty has been in a bad mood recently, so I had the pastry chef make some purple snowbird's nest for your Majesty to taste. I didn't expect you to be here too." The Empress smiled faintly and did not want to speak more with her. But how could Consort Xian let go of this opportunity? She looked at the Empress and said, "Sister, you didn't come to His Majesty today because of the crown prince, did you?" Emperor Wenhui did not say anything when the Empress raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "Younger sister is also meddling too much." Consort Su Xian covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at the silent Emperor Wenhui and then looked at the Empress before speaking unhurriedly. Originally, younger sister should not speak about these matters. But His Majesty is already worried about this. Why doesn't elder sister understand His Majesty and disturb His Majesty at this critical moment? As she had the palace servant put down the basket in her hand, she said, "The matter of the crown prince is not only related to one person's life. The crown prince of the Qin kingdom died here for no reason. On that day, only the crown prince and the crown prince of the Qin kingdom were present. Younger sister naturally believes that the crown prince would not do such a crazy thing. Can you show evidence? If we can't produce evidence, how can we convince the public? Moreover, the Qin country's people are watching so closely. If His Majesty heard older sister's words and released the crown prince, one do not know how big of a wave would be set off at the Qin country's end. Older sister cannot only think of herself and the crown prince, but also think of the common people." Consort Su Xian was considerate, but it made the Empress' face change. "Shut up," the Empress said angrily. Consort Su Xian pretended to be frightened and retreated a little before looking at Emperor Wenhui with grievance. "Your Majesty, this consort has good intentions to persuade older sister, but older sister does not appreciate it. This consort is really wrong to death." Chapter 790. Emperor Wenhui's head swelled up and no one wanted to see it at this moment. How would he not know that Consort Su Xian's words were to sow discord and not let the crown prince feel better? But Emperor Wenhui had no way to deny that what Consort Su Xian said was the truth. The matter of the crown prince is not only related to the crown prince, but also the attitude of the Qin kingdom. This time Ming Qi could not tolerate any mistakes. If this matter was not handled well, no one could say what kind of disaster it would bring to Ming Qi in the future. Thinking of this, Emperor Wenhui felt annoyed when he thought of the crown prince and became impatient with the empress. He said to the empress and consort Su Xian, "Withdraw, Zhen wants to be alone." The empress waited with great difficulty for Emperor Wenhui to loosen his mouth but did not want to be disturbed by consort Su Xian, and all the previous efforts would be wasted. Her heart was not reconciled, but before she could speak, consort Su Xian spoke first. "Since your majesty is not willing to be disturbed, then these officials and concubines will withdraw first. Your majesty, please take care of your dragon body. Don't be too distressed because of this." Emperor Wenhui waved his hands without raising his head. No matter how unwilling the empress was, she could only leave with consort Su Xian. After leaving Yangxin Palace Hall, the empress stopped and looked at consort Su Xian with a sneer. "I know what you are thinking in your heart. However, your son will never be able to replace my son." Consort Su Xian face smiled and said, "Sister's words are too polite." The crown prince was a noble person, and his younger sister wished him well with all her heart. They are brothers who respect each other. There is no need to talk about replacing each other. She giggled again, enjoying the empress' seemingly irritated expression, and said, "The one Mimi has always wanted to replace is Jejia." Finishing, she stroked a pearl flower by the side of her hair, and walked away alluringly. Only the empress was left standing on the spot, gritting her teeth in anger. The empress and consort Su Xian entered Yangxin Palace one after another, and the news quickly spread to the ears of others. Consort Dong Shu sat on the couch and listened to the maid playing the qin. What he played were mountains and rivers, gurgling springs and towering mountains. It was an excellent scene. She didn't like to compete with outsiders and believed in Buddhism. When she didn't go to the temple, she would stay in her side chamber to do embroidery and listen to music. She didn't look like a concubine but more like an outsider. Out of the 4 concubines, she was the most neglected one. It made people wonder how she managed to become one of the 4 concubines. And to her right was a man wearing a jade-colored brocade robe. He had a faint smile on his face as he tilted his head to listen, as if he had been immersed in the zither music for a long time. At the end of the song, the maid hugged the zither and thanked the favor. Consort Dong Shu waved her hand and her personal palace maid brought the reward and sent the maid away. Everyone in the side chamber retreated out. Fu Xiuyi smiled. "Fu Fei's mood today is exceptionally happy." The empress could not sit still. Consort Dong Shu smiled. She personally went to Yangxin Palace to plead for the crown prince, and consort Xian followed. Now that consort Xian and the empress are about to shed all pretense of cordiality, it is naturally worth celebrating. Fu Xiuyi laughed along. The crown prince is in dire straits and consort Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. If Prince Zhou and Prince Jing want to replace the crown prince, consort Xian will definitely help in the inner palace. Unfortunately, it is not a good idea. Consort Dong Shu picked up the tea and took a sip, but if the sandpiper and clam do not fight, how can the fisherman benefit? Both mother and son laughed at the same time. Fu Xiuyi's facial features were more similar to consort Dong Shu's. Usually he looked cold, but when he laughed, it was soft and gentle, making one unable to be wary at all. Consort Dong Shu said, "How have you been recently?" Fu Xiuyi smiled, discovered some interesting secrets and is currently investigating. One think that there will be a result in a short while. Consort Dong Shu looked at him reproachfully. "You have always had your own ideas, so I will not worry about these matters. Speaking of which, it is time for you to get married. You are not young, and if you drag on, it would be inevitable that others would use you as a raft. Consort Xian and the rest can't wait for you to marry a powerless female as a Wang Fei." As consort Dong Shu spoke, she sighed and said, "Originally that Xin Miao was in love with you, and one thought that if she continued to be in love with you and finally let her enter the door, you would have the help of the Shen family. One did not think that the affairs of the world are fickle. Not to mention that she changed her temperament. Even now, you would not be able to accept the marriage of the Shen family." Chapter 791. Fu Xiuyi smiled. "Even though I cannot take it, no one in Mingqi can take it. Other than the crown prince, anyone else who is tied to the Shen family would arouse imperial father's suspicion. Originally the crown prince's victory was in the bag, but one did not think that there would be an accident midway. Most likely the heavens are on our side." He did not have the slightest regret and said, "Those powerful officials in Mingqi would not marry into the Shen family. Even though the Shen family has a big business, Xin Miao may not be able to marry well." Consort Dong Shu sighed. "Correct." Finishing, she thought of something, but this time the crown prince stumbled miserably. Huang Fuhao's matter would definitely not be easy. Do you think that this was done by the Prince Zhou and Prince Jing brothers or Prince Li? Fu Xiuyi did not form cliques because he did not trust his own brothers and had always been one to rise. Originally Prince Zhou's faction and Prince Li's faction fought fiercely, and now Emperor Wenhui had the intention to support the Crown Prince and even had the intention to let the Crown Prince marry into the Shen family. Thus Prince Zhou and Prince Li could not help but be anxious. Who knew that the Crown Prince would suddenly appear halfway? The Crown Prince had become their enemy, and naturally they would spare no effort to get rid of him. This time the Crown Prince killing Huang Fuhao, anyone with discerning eyes could see that there was something fishy about it. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the Crown Prince was schemed by others. Thinking about it, it was Prince Zhou and Prince Li who had the highest possibility. However, this kind of brazen scheming didn't seem to be the style of these two people. Fu Xiuyi shook his head. It might not be done by the both of them. When Consort Dong Shu heard it, she was surprised and asked, if it is not them, then could it be other people? Fu Xiuyi's and Xin Miao's faces appeared in his mind. There must be some unspeakable relationship between Prince Rue and Xin Miao. Even though it was not clear what was the reason for maintaining this relationship, but as long as it was related to Xin Miao, there would be an expert giving pointers behind the scenes. All sorts of signs indicated that that person was without a doubt Prince Rue. Previously Emperor Wenhui let the Empress sound out the Shen family and spread rumors that Xin Miao was going to marry into the residence of the Crown Prince. Not long after Prince Rue said those specious words to Emperor Wenhui, Emperor Wenhui dispelled the idea of Xin Miao immediately marrying. It was obvious that this incense party was set up to target Xin Miao. Until now Huang Fuhao and the Crown Prince were both injured, but Xin Miao was safe and sound. It was said that Xin Miao was also going to Yifeng Pavilion that day, but on the way there, she bumped into an old woman and was delayed. How could it be so coincidental? Could it be that this time, it was also Prince Rue who was manipulating everything from behind? If it was done by Prince Rue, he was obviously in Mingqi but dared to act so brazenly and even schemed against the crown princes of two countries. This Prince Rue really made one feel somewhat terrified. Seeing Fu Xiuyi lost in thought, Consort Dong Shu asked him, "What is it?" Fu Xiuyi recovered his senses and said, "Nothing." Suddenly he stood up and looked at Consort Dong Shu. This son suddenly remembered that there are still some matters and will not chat with Consort Mother. Business is more important. Consort Dong Shu said, "You go first." At the other end, thank the heavens and earth, Jiu Shu and Gao Yang were finally released from the tower prison. These days, both of them had been watching over the prisoners in the tower prison and had seen all kinds of methods. Gao Yang was still alright, but Jiu Shu was a delicate person and had lost a lot of weight. Not because of anything else, he was nauseous every day and could not eat, so it would be strange if he did not lose weight. With great difficulty being released, both of them held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes and were speechless. After a long while, Jiu Shu said, "I need to return to Feng Xian pawn shop to take a bath and change my clothes. I will bid farewell here." Finishing, he slipped away. Gao Yang sighed and looked at his dusty appearance, and his heart felt powerless. Xie Jingxing was actually so ruthless. It was just a little bit of negligence and he actually sent them to the tower prison. Tower prison. That was a place that even Tai Yi could not withstand the first time he went in. Chapter 792. Not to mention that he and Jiu Shu were pampered people. Jiu Shu returned to the Feng Xian pawn shop and first let Hong Wan prepare the bath water for him. After taking a beautiful bath and eating some snacks, he then returned to the study. Upon entering, he was almost suffocated by the dust inside. Jiu Shu's study did not allow servants to enter as there were many secrets. Thus these days no one came in to clean. Jiu Shu originally wanted to let Hong Wan tidy up for him, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He appointed himself to pick up the broom and started sweeping. It was not easy to barely look through it before Jiu Shu sat down in front of the desk and saw that there was a thick stack of letters on the desk before he started to read. When he flipped to the last letter, Jiu Shu was already somewhat drowsy, but as he read and read, his pajamas were swept clean and his expression gradually became serious. Pei Lang was actually locked up by Fu Xiuyi? Pei Lang's identity was exposed? Heavens! Such a big thing had happened. Did anyone know? Did anyone rescue him? There should be no one. Observing Pei Lang was Jiu Shu's own private action, and at the end he was just curious why Xin Miao wanted Pei Lang to be a spy by Fu Xiuyi's side. Even if Pei Lang had some talent, but the matter of being a spy required great loyalty. Fu Xiuyi was so good at controlling, so was Xin Miao not worried that Pei Lang would be instigated to defect? More importantly, Shen Miao's relationship with Pei Lang was only mediocre, so why would she dare to make such a decision? But one did not think that this spur-of-the-moment action would be effective at this time. Ji Yushu turned his head and was about to leave to show the letter to Xie Jingxing. Just as he stood up, he stopped again. "Will third older brother lock me up again?" Ji Yushu muttered. The reason why Xie Jingxing locked Ji Yushu and Gao Yang up was because that day when the Empress summoned Shen Miao into the palace to probe Shen Miao's marriage to the crown prince. This matter was ignored by both of them and was not reported to Xie Jingxing, so Xie Jingxing directly threw both of them into the tower prison. Third older brother values Shen Young Lady very much, and this Pei Lang seems to be interested in Shen Young Lady, and even said that he wanted to marry Shen Young Lady, so Pei Lang is third older brother's love rival. Since he is a rival, would one be beaten by third older brother if one were to tell third older brother now? Third brother definitely doesn't want to save him. Pei Lang muttered to himself, just like how I didn't like how Miss Peony always smiled at the Prime Minister's son. When the Prime Minister's son fell off his horse, I was very happy for him. Ji Yushu judged others by himself and came to a conclusion: it is better not to tell third older brother about this matter. Since there is no new news, he should not be dead yet. Let him stay for a few more days. Ji Yushu thought that he had done very well but did not know what kind of changes his actions would cause in the future. Shen Qiu and Luo Ling were the commanders of the garrison in the Ministry of War, and these days they were very busy. Huang Fuhao was dead and there were a lot of problems left behind. As for the guards of the residence of the Prince of Qin, if they were to be killed, it would cause the dissatisfaction of the Qin country's emperor. If they were not killed, they would want to seek an explanation for Huang Fuhao and spread rumors that the crown prince was the murderer among the commoners, causing the Ding capital to be busy these few days. Since he couldn't kill him, he could only put him under house arrest. But the crown prince's guards were personally selected by the Qin country's emperor to protect Huang Fuhao, so how would their abilities be ordinary? Today they would guard the residence of the Prince of Qin, and tomorrow he would think of a way to escape. In order to avoid chaos, the number of the garrison was doubled and they patrolled around the Ding capital, fearing that the Qin guards would harm the innocent commoners in order to vent their anger. As a matter of fact, when today's matters were completed, it was already close to evening. Shen Qiu and Luo Ling walked side by side on the streets. Originally it was nearing the end of the year and the streets of the Ding capital were the most lively, but because of Huang Fuhao's matter, the commoners were instructed by the garrison to close their doors early and return home. But before night fell, there were already very few people on the streets. Chapter 793. Shen Qiu sighed. If the Ministry of Justice do not come up with a solution, the city guards would not be able to hold on. When the crown prince was locked up in prison, on one side the Qin emperor was aggressive and wanted an explanation, and on the other side Emperor Wen Hui was reluctant to part with his only eldest son, but it was the commoners that suffered. This year is not peaceful. Luo Ling shook his head. No matter what the result is, one fear that there will be chaos in the Ding capital. Both of them looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Shen Qiu said, "Do not mention about this. Yesterday I heard from mother that younger sister's marriage needs to be reconsidered. Even though there is no need to worry about the crown prince's side for the time being, but the more chaotic the situation is, the more people would want to use the Shen family as a raft. Younger sister's identity is special and would inevitably attract covetous eyes. If one does not settle the marriage early, it would not be good in the future." When Luo Ling heard it, he was surprised for a moment. Before he could speak, he heard Shen Qiu saying, "Younger Biao brother, what do you think?" Meh. Luo Ling's face turned slightly red. Does not older Biao brother already know of my thoughts? Shen Qiu made a high sound and put one hand on Luo Ling's shoulder. You are at least a martial artist and grew up with Jiu in the army. How can one speak of such things like those pedantic literati? He said, I see that you are good at everything except that your face is thin. You do not go and tell younger sister about this kind of matter? Could it be that you want younger sister to take the initiative to look for you? Luo Ling smiled somewhat awkwardly. Shen Qiu patiently enticed. My younger sister's temperament looks gentle on the surface, but in her bones she is the most arrogant and stubborn. If you are thinking that younger sister will take the initiative to look for you, one fear that there is no need to think about it. As a man, if one likes, then one likes and directly go. Even though you cannot beat me. Shen Qiu looked at Luo Ling with some pickiness. But the current situation is different and you are barely qualified. If you are to be my brother-in-law, I will also accept it. Shen Qiu said it heroically, but Luo Ling was even more embarrassed. He said, "This also requires younger Biao sister's agreement. If you do not say it, how would younger sister know your thoughts?" Shin Qiu glared at him. "Let's not talk about anything else. First of all, you have to find an opportunity to explain to your younger sister what you think." "Biao younger brother, I will tell you the truth. Su Ming Feng was sick in the past and I do not like him. Feng Zxian tsk. Last time their Feng family almost caused younger sister to lose her life. At the end of the day you're not bad. Many thanks to Biao older brother." Luo Ling smiled. "If there is a chance I will definitely." Shin Qiu still wanted to say something but saw a horse suddenly galloping over from the other end of the street. That horse's fur was smooth and even in the dusky evening, it was still eye-catching. It had always been heroes who loved good horses, so Shin Qiu and Luo Ling could not help but be attracted by that horse. The person on the horse was also valiant and from afar, one could tell that he was graceful and out of this world. When that person neared Shin Qiu, he suddenly stopped the horse and the front hooves of the horse were raised up but the person on top was extremely stable. It was obvious that his horsemanship was outstanding and extremely beautiful. Shin Qiu couldn't help but shout, "Good?" The horse rider said, "Young General Shen." Shin Qiu was surprised for a moment. One saw that there was a person sitting on top of the horse. The luxurious purple gold robe was even more vibrant under the lantern light. His figure was tall and straight and there was a silver mask on his face that revealed a good contour. His chin was smooth and his thin lips were slightly raised. A pair of eyes that looked down from top to bottom was somewhat amorous. "Your Highness Prince Rue." Shin Qiu and Luo Ling quickly bowed to this person. They had seen Prince Rue in the tributes of the court and knew that this was Prince Rue without a doubt. Moreover, this kind of lazy and unrestrained temperament, only Prince Rue was unique. Prince Rue said, "No need to be polite. Just thought that this prince had seen wrongly and did not think that it was really young General Shen, so stopped to greet." He only spoke to Shin Qiu and did not look at Luo Ling. Shin Qiu was somewhat overwhelmed with favor. This Prince Rue usually did not put Emperor Wen Hui in his eyes, but he actually took the initiative to greet him. Moreover, he spoke in such a polite manner that Shin Qiu was secretly vigilant if the other party had any tricks up their sleeves, but at the same time he had a complacent feeling. Could it be that his reputation as a young general was broadcasted that even the great Liang's Prince Rue was chasing after him? But one did not see Luo Ling's suddenly pale face. At Prince Rue's waist, there was a safety pendant that looked inexplicably familiar. Chapter 794. The markings on the pendant were very special and one could recognize it at a glance. Luo Ling's expression was very ugly as he asked, "Dare to ask your Highness Prince Rue, where did the pendant on your waist come from?" Shin Qiu looked at Luo Ling with some surprise. Luo Ling was a person who had a sense of propriety and was usually very calm outside, but to ask Prince Rue so rashly, it was somewhat abrupt. For Prince Rue to greet you, it meant that Prince Rue was in a good mood and it was your honor. If you take the initiative to greet Prince Rue, it would depend on whether the other party was willing to pay attention to you or not. One did not think that Prince Rue would give face today. He removed the safety pendant from his waist and played with it before smiling lazily. "This? A girl gave it to me." Shin Qiu, Prince Rue had spoken too much today. Why did these romantic affairs have to be brought up in front of two people they had never met before? Shin Qiu was very embarrassed. There were some things that the more one knew, the earlier one would die. He did not have any interest in Prince Rue's private matters, so why did Luo Ling ask about such trivial matters? Luo Ling's face became paler and paler as he stared uncontrollably at the pendant of fortune in Prince Rue's hands. But Prince Rue only glanced at him and casually hung the safety pendant on his waist. He said to Shin Qiu, "This prince still have matters and will not speak much with General Shen. If General Shen is free in the future, one can come over to Prince Rue's residence for a visit." He said with a smile that was not a smile, "This prince would like to exchange pointers with General Shen." Finished speaking, he pulled on the reins and the horse galloped away, leaving Shin Qiu and his companions standing dumbfounded on the spot. Shin Qiu muttered, "Could it be that this Prince Rue wants to rope me in? Everything was fine, so why would Prince Rue let him go to the residence of Prince Rue?" Shin Qiu dared to say that Prince Rue did not say this to the princes of Mingqi. Even though his martial arts was indeed outstanding and Prince Rue might have taken a liking to his martial arts at first glance, Shin Qiu was feeling pleased with himself when he suddenly saw Luo Ling's abnormal expression. Finding it a little weird, he asked, "Cousin, what's wrong? Not feeling well? Why do you look so pale?" Luo Ling recovered to his senses and forced a smile. Nothing much. Let's go back. All right. Xinqiu looked again at the end of the street where Prince Rue disappeared and said, "It seems that Prince Rue is quite fond of that young lady, to actually hang the love token on his waist. One do not know which young lady had such an honor, one fear that she would laugh even in her dreams." Xinqiu's heart was carefree, but he did not discover that on the way back, Luo Ling's steps were staggering. It was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Sure enough, as everyone expected, Huang Fuhao's assassination in Mingqi had implicated many troubles. Although the people on the Crown Prince's side had been seeking justice for the Crown Prince, the Ministry of Justice had not taken any action. It was as if they wanted to lock the Crown Prince up forever. Emperor Wenhui's action also made the courtiers to have a new look at him. Once the Crown Prince was imprisoned, some people saw that the situation was not right and turned around to join other princes. The structure of the imperial court changed once again. This is a story for another time, so let's not talk about it. The wind was cold at night, so Luo Tan and Luo Shuiyin went out to buy clothes for the new year. Luo Shuiyin said that both of them were big young ladies and a few more sets of clothes had to be made, so they almost shopped all over the Ding capital. When they returned to the residence, even though Xin Miao was tired from carrying it, she also felt a little tired. Jingzhi and Guyu went to prepare the water, and when Xin Miao came out from her bath, she saw that there was one more person in the room. When Xie Jingxing turned back, he saw Xin Miao wearing a middle garment and one hand holding a handkerchief to twist her wet hair. The current young female was different from 2 years ago. Even though her stature was still petite, she was like a budding flower, green and fragrant. The middle garment was slightly wet and it seemed that one could see the slim figure through the outside. Under the flickering light, her red lips and white teeth could be seen and her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Her hair was black and wet and stuck to her cheeks. The lower it was, the more one could see the faintly discernible whiteness. Chapter 795. Xie Jingxing looked away and before Xin Miao could react, she saw a thick cloak thrown towards her, almost causing her to stumble. After hugging the cloak tightly, Xin Miao angrily said, "What are you doing?" "Wear it." Xie Jingxing frowned. "No one will care if one catches a cold." Xin Miao was exasperated. This person could always say good words to make others hate him, but she did feel a little cold, so she covered the cloak again. Xie Jingxing then turned his head and swept a glance at her. Seeing that Xin Miao did not seem to care that there was a male in the room and was still calmly twisting her hair, his lips could not help but twitch. One could not blame Xin Miao for not having such thoughts. In her previous lifetime she admired Fu Xiuyi, but from the beginning to the end, it was only wishful thinking and there was no mutual affection between the two. When Fu Xiuyi was acting with her, it was at most gratitude and respect. As for those scenes that made one blush and heartbeat, there was none. Afterwards she became the Empress and the most she did every day was to face the 3,000 charming beauties in the palace and the most she saw were eunuchs. Thus she did not feel that there was anything wrong with her current appearance. She walked over and sat down as she twisted her hair. Seeing Xie Jingxing sizing her up thoughtfully, she did not know why her face turned hot and asked, "What are you looking at?" "One thought that you would not be shy." Xie Jingxing lazily said, "Still all right." Finally relieved. Xin Miao was baffled. Xie Jingxing propped his chin up and sized her up before asking, "Why are you looking for me?" Today it was Xin Miao who let Song Yang think of a way to call Xie Jingxing over. Anyway, there was a messenger in the room, so it would be a waste not to use it. But Song Yang was really useful. Did not Xie Jingxing come over now? Xin Miao stopped twisting her hair and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Gentleman Pei did not reply to me for a long time. Help me inquire about the residence of Prince Ding. Did something happen to Gentleman Pei?" When Xin Miao said the 3 words Gentleman Pei, she was still somewhat hesitant. She did not take the initiative to tell Xie Jingxing about Pei Lang's matters, but with Xie Jingxing's methods, one feared that he had long grasped the relationship between Pei Lang and her. In the past, Pei Lang would send her letters every 3 to 5 days, passing on some matters of the residence of Prince Ding, but these days there were no letters. Xin Miao guessed that something had happened. If there was no Xie Jingxing, she would directly go to the Feng Xian pawn shop. Since there was Xie Jingxing and Ji Yushu and Xie Jingxing were together, she would directly entrust it to Xie Jingxing. Hearing this, Xie Jingxing's eyes paused for a moment and looked at her meaningfully. "Pei Lang?" He lightly said, "You are very concerned about him." Xin Miao frowned. "I am not a person who Pei Lang." Even if she was dissatisfied with Pei Lang in her previous life, in this life, Pei Lang was still on her side. She couldn't do something like betraying him. Xie Jingxing nodded casually. Okay, I'll help you find out. Shin Miao. Why did she feel that Xie Jingxing was just casually brushing her off? Xing over and said Xie Shin, no. Shin Xing the Xing. Xie Xing said Xie, Xing Shin. Shin Miao was surprised for a moment. What? The Qin Emperor had already given the old emperor a final threat. If the crown prince is not dealt with to avenge Huangfu Hao, the emperor will send troops to attack Ming-Chi. Xie Jingxing stared at the tea leaves floating in the teacup and one could not hear any joy or anger in his tone. At this juncture the old emperor dare not take risks. Shin Miao said, already given the final threat, no wonder? But she raised her head and looked at Xie Jingxing. For these words to be said so quickly, one think that the Qin emperor did not investigate the cause of it. Is he determined to make the crown prince a scapegoat? What? Could it be that he does not want to catch the real murderer of his son? In Shin Miao's thoughts, even though she had already guessed this result, she did not expect it to come so quickly. After all, the death of a person was not a small matter. No matter what the Qin emperor would investigate, an Emperor Wen Hui and the other party would be in a deadlock for a period of time. Chapter 796. Xie Jingxing smiled, naive. Shin Miao. It had been a long time since someone called her naive. One heard Xie Jingxing said, the imperial family only cares about the result and what the truth is not important as it is impossible for Huangfu Hao to come back from the dead. He played with the teacup in his hand and said, the Qin kingdom lost a crown prince and a princess, but the Qin kingdom might have other suitable princes. It's just that the Qin kingdom's politics must be very messy because of this. Since the Qin country is wary of Ming-Chi, naturally Ming-Chi must pay the same price. No matter if the crown prince is a murderer or not, the crown prince must die. The smile on Xie Jingxing's lips was cold. Only with the crown prince's death would Ming-Chi and Qin country be considered even. Shin Miao sucked in a breath of cold air. Xie Jingxing's words were indeed ruthless, but it also tore open the bright cloth covering the surface. Ming-Chi and the Qin country were originally evenly matched in terms of national power, and now that the Qin country had lost a crown prince, one feared that the princes fighting for the throne would cause chaos in the court. If Ming-Chi was fine, it would make people angry. No matter what, the first reaction of a person in a quagmire was not to think of a way to climb out, but to pull the person next to him and slide in together. The so-called alliance that shared weal and woe was nothing more than this. They were bound together by benefits and calculated carefully based on benefits. One feared that Emperor Wen Hui had already seen this point clearly, so very soon the crown prince would become the counterweight to balance this unfairness. Ming-Chi had one more crown prince and erased the crown prince. No matter how reluctant he was, for the sake of the world he had to be willing. Shin Miao remained silent. Xie Jingxing smiled, killing two birds with one stone. You have done well. Shin Miao said, I am only responsible for thinking, you are the hero. This play was thought up by Shin Miao and Xie Jingxing was responsible for perfecting it. Xie Jingxing had many people with different talents, and among them, calculating the different routes that the crown prince and Huangfu Hao would take, the timing was accurate and the acting was just right. All these were not easy to complete. Shin Miao thought that Xie Jingxing's contribution was the biggest. Xie Jingxing smiled and declined to comment. After talking for a while, Shin Miao's hair was dry and she was so sleepy that she yawned twice. When Xie Jingxing saw this, he planned to leave. Before leaving, Shin Miao suddenly called out to him and hesitated before opening her mouth to ask, did Princess Rong Xen look for you recently? No. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Then, what do you plan to do? Xie Jingxing did not even turn his head back as he flew out of the window and threw out these words. Nothing. Xin Dongling and Wang Bai were locked up in the innermost room of the prison. One did not know if Emperor Wen Hui was doing it on purpose to show fairness, but he did not randomly capture people and did not touch the rest of the Wang family. But this did not mean that the situation was much better. The minister-councilors Fu only had Wang Bai as its sole heir. If something happened to Wang Bai, the Wang family would be finished. The jailers who came and went did not give the two of them a good look. How many powerful people had been locked up in this prison? Once they lost their power, they would lose everything. Besides, the minister-councilor was not a high-ranking official and was not worthy of being given a good look. Xin Dongling was extremely embarrassed. A few days ago she was harboring the dream of a meteoric rise in the future, but did not think that there would be such an ending. Originally when they were rich and comfortable, she and Wang Bai treated each other with respect and were harmonious, but once something happened, the astute Wang Bai and the equally astute Shindong Ling, those hidden cracks and contradictions were exposed. Wang Bai blamed Shindong Ling. After all, the idea of Pinxiang was Shindong Ling's, who knew that both of them would be buried in prison. Wang Bai was not a fool. Since the crown prince had not been rescued, how good would their reaction be? The most important thing was that the crown prince was the heir apparent and there would be the empress who would run errands for him. Other than the money that the Wang family could not expose to the world, what else did they have? Chapter 797. Shindong Ling could only defend herself. How would she know that Huangfu Hao would mysteriously die? This matter was a conspiracy. Someone wanted to scheme against the crown prince, but they also schemed against the two of them. Shindong Ling was innocent. Today the jailer came and brought them food that was different from the past. The food was very fresh and there was even meat mixed in it. Shindong Ling was still a little happy. The food they had eaten in prison these days was often rotten, or it was dry and hard to eat. Suddenly seeing such a sumptuous meal, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Big brother, is this for us?" The jailer glanced at her and gave a strange smile, saying, "Yes, it is for you." Wang Bai suddenly realized something and his expression became ugly. He asked, "Big brother, what is the meaning of this?" At least there is someone who understands." The jailer continued, "Finish this last meal and be on your way." The chopsticks in Shindong Ling's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, almost not daring to believe her ears. It was Wang Bai who fell on his butt to the ground as if he had already expected it. It was as if all his energy had been sucked out and he could not stand up again. "Big brother, what is going on?" Shindong Ling suddenly became agitated as if she could not believe this fact. Her voice became somewhat sharp as she asked, "When can we be released? We were wrongly accused? The assassination of the Qin crown prince really has nothing to do with us. We have been locked up for so long, is the matter not clear yet? When can we be released home?" She spoke quickly and anxiously as if this could dispel the fear in her heart. It was the first time Wang Bai saw Shindong Ling lose her composure like this. He looked at Shindong Ling in a daze and did not speak. The jailer's brows furrowed at Shindong Ling's words. He took 2 steps back before saying impatiently, "Not to mention you, even His Highness the Crown Prince has been convicted. How can you say you are innocent?" Wang Bai was startled and asked, "His Highness the Crown Prince has pleaded guilty?" The jailer gave a snort and said, "Isn't that so? Regardless of whether you are wrongly accused or not, it is your good fortune to be together with His Highness the Crown Prince. Furthermore," the jailer's smile was somewhat malicious, "even if you are innocent, the Wang family's illicit salt trade is not a small crime." Wang Bai's body trembled and he asked with a trembling voice, "This? How do you know?" "How would I know?" The jailer waved his hands and impatiently said, "That is what the outside says." He took another look at Wang Bai and said, "I heard that when we sent people to raid the Wang family's gold and silver were carried out in chests, and it took them an entire afternoon. Since you've enjoyed riches and honor, you won't lose out in this life. Young Master Wang, don't think about anything else. Just eat this bowl of rice in peace and reincarnate into a good family in your next life." Shindong Ling's heart sank. If it was said that there was still a sliver of hope before, then once the matter of the illicit salt was revealed, then she and Wang Bai would really have no way out. Dong Ling felt that the Shin Tian Shin Ling Shin not Dong and Ling, and Shen Wang's family would Ling Ling Shin Ling Ling Shin Wang Ling Shin Shi Ling Ling Shin Wang Ling Ling Wang Prince, Dong Ling Ling Wang of Ling Shin. Dong Ling only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. She had tried every possible means to exchange marriage with Shin Yu and plan such a marriage for herself. Towards the Wang family she was also extremely satisfied. Although the Wang clan couldn't be considered to be extremely powerful, with money, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and their days would only get better and better. But how did he end up in prison? How did his riches and honor vanish like smoke? She couldn't accept this. If she did not come up with this idea for Wang Bai, would they be able to avoid this calamity? Huangfu Hao would not have died, the crown prince would not have been wrongly accused, and they would not have become innocent sacrifices. Why was she bewitched that day and wanted to scheme against Shin Miao? It was obvious that those who went against Shin Miao would not have a good ending, so why did one have to personally knock one's head until it bled? Chapter 798. Shin Miao? That's right, Shin Miao. Shen Miao must have done something behind the scenes for the matter to be in such a state. Shen Dongling suddenly had an idea and took off a bracelet from her wrist. Her jewelry was almost used up after she entered the prison, and this bracelet was given to her by Wang Foran on the day she married. It was extremely valuable and could almost buy a shop in a remote place. She stuffed the shop into the jailer's hands and said eagerly, "May trouble eldest brother to help me find my 5th younger sister and help me pass a message. Just say that I have something to say to her." She then earnestly said, "One's words are kind when one is about to die. Hope that eldest brother can help me one last time." She was born to be good-looking, and with such a delicate and pitiful posture and with tears on her eyelashes, the jailer's heart softened a little. He took the bracelet and said, "Since that is the case, one will help you this time. But I am only responsible to pass the message and cannot guarantee if 5th Shen young lady will come or not." Shen Dongling quickly thanked him. Wang Bai sneered and his expression was somewhat tired. One did not know if he was laughing at himself or Shen Dongling. "Could it be that you think that Shen Miao will come and save you? I do not know if she will come or not." Shen Dongling changed the weak look she had when she was facing the jailer, and her expression was somewhat ruthless. "If she is willing to save me and be humble, I am not afraid to give in to her. But if she does not have the heart to save me, then why would the first household of the Shen family be able to live on safe and sound? Since we are one family, naturally one should face difficulties and hardships together." Just as Shen Dongling thought, the jailer really passed her words to Shen Miao, but Shen Miao was very straightforward and directly interrupted the conversation, indicating that she was not willing to go. She even let Jing Zhi seal a heavy pouch for the jailer. The entire residence of the Shen family was no longer there, and only the first household of the Shen family was still standing tall like an iron wall in the Ding capital. 2 years ago, Shen Xian was demoted and chased out of the Ding capital, and one did not think that he would return after 2 years. Not only that, compared to 2 years ago, Shen Xian's attitude was even more unyielding and was no longer modest, but no one was able to grab hold of his weakness. Even Emperor Wen Hui had to be courteous to him. One was a prisoner and the other was a military officer with great power. In any case, the jailer would not choose to offend a military officer for a prisoner. The jailer left. Shen Miao sat in front of the dressing mirror as Jing Zhi combed her hair and asked, "This servant thought that young lady would go and meet 3rd young lady." Gu Yu glared at her. "Why would young lady want to see her? After all, the 2nd and 3rd household of the Shen family have nothing to do with us. Besides, what they have committed is a capital offense. If Miss goes to see her for no reason, what if other people think too much and implicate Miss?" Jing Zhi stuck out her tongue and said, "Did young lady not see 2nd young lady and eldest young lady one last time? Shen Dongling is not an ordinary person." Shen Miao listened to the two of them arguing and said, "I will not jump into a pit specially dug for me." "Dig a pit?" Jing Zhi's expression suddenly changed. "Young lady is saying that 3rd young lady wants to harm young lady? One must always guard against others," Shen Miao said lightly. Among these daughters of the Shen residents, Shen Yu and Shen Qing were after all spoiled by their mother. Although they were vicious, their schemes were not very deep. Most likely it was because they were still young that some things could not be seen clearly. But Shen Dongling was different. Since young, Shen Dongling and Wan Yinyang were suppressed by Ren Wanyun and her biological father, Shen Gui had an indifferent temperament. To survive in such an environment, Shen Dongling's will was more tenacious than the average person. She was able to hide in the courtyard for more than 10 years, and let Ren Wanyun take her lightly was enough to prove this point. Towards such an enemy, Shen Miao did not dare to look at it clearly. If Shen Yu and Shen Qing were to suffer a heavy blow, she would be the first to panic, but Shen Dongling would still grasp the last opportunity to scheme. As long as she did not die, she would be able to scheme for what she wanted at the last moment. Chapter 799. Seeing how Shen Dongling treated her biological father so coldly, Shen Miao did not think that Shen Dongling would have any feelings for her. Gu Yu also rambled on, "One do not know what she is thinking in her heart. Since she is already in prison, one fear that she would not be able to play any tricks. No need to worry. As long as I do not go, there will not be any mistakes." Shen Miao comforted them. "If she wants to ask me for help, I would not be able to do it, and it would be useless even if I go. If she wants to pull me into the water, I would not even see her, so naturally there is no other way." Jing Zhi nodded her head repeatedly. "Correct. It is correct not to go." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down, but there was one thing that she found strange. The Crown Prince and Wang Bai were naturally imprisoned because of Huang Fuhao's matter, but Emperor Wen Hui's decision to convict them spread so quickly. Other than the Qin Emperor's urging, one feared that it was related to the news of the illicit salt trade. Emperor Wen Hui could not tolerate people who sought wealth under his eyelids, even if it was his own son. The Qin Emperor's coercion and Emperor Wen Hui's anger was the reason why the decision was spread so quickly. It was just that. How did the news of the illicit salt spread out? Was it done by Xie Jingxing? She held her cheeks as she thought hard. In the palace outside the Yang Xian Hall, the Empress had been kneeling in the courtyard for an entire day. He had been kneeling since dawn. The servants tried to persuade him, but to no avail. It was already afternoon. Japan was cold in winter and the ground was covered with ice. After kneeling for a whole day without a cushion to support his knees, it was easy for his knees to catch a cold. He was afraid that his body was stiff. The sun was shining in the sky, and even though there were no problems with the Empress' body on normal days, at this moment she was sweating profusely. She clenched her teeth and did not say a word as she silently knelt and looked as if she was going to fall in the next moment. The palace maid by her side advised, "Your ladyship, it is better to return first. One fear that His Majesty is busy today, so your ladyship need not hurt your body. It is not good to catch a cold in this cold weather." "Bengong wanna kneel," the Empress said in a firm tone. "Kneel until His Majesty changes his mind." When the eunuch passed the Empress' words to Emperor Wen Hui's ears in the study, Emperor Wen Hui flew into a rage and said, "Let her kneel. Let her kneel. She wants me to change my mind and make her give up." Ever since she knew that the Crown Prince's conviction document was out, the Empress wanted to personally see Emperor Wen Hui to plead for leniency, but Emperor Wen Hui did not even want to see her. The Empress was worried about the Crown Prince but was helpless and could only kneel in the courtyard outside the Yang Xian Palace Hall, thinking that after kneeling for a long time, Emperor Wen Hui would eventually let her in because of his face. The Empress knew that the Crown Prince had committed a big mistake. If one were to talk about Huang Fuhao's matter, a discerning person would be able to see that there was something fishy about it, and because of this Emperor Wen Hui's heart still protected this son. The matter of trading illicit salt with the Wang family had wiped away the last bit of guilt in Emperor Wen Hui's heart. Now that Emperor Wen Hui was angry and disgusted with the Crown Prince, how could he listen to the Empress' advice? The Empress also had no other way. After being husband and wife with Emperor Wen Hui for so many years, she knew clearly what Emperor Wen Hui was thinking in his heart, but the Crown Prince was her only son. For this only son she was willing to kneel for a lifetime. So what was one day? Just as they were in a deadlock, one heard a chuckle from behind and someone walked over enchanting. She was wearing a peach-red gold silk dress and her clothes were bright and glowed with glory. She looked at the Empress and said, "Why is older sister kneeling here?" Scared younger sister so much that one thought that older sister would give such a big bow to younger sister. In the future do not make such a joke again. The Empress gritted her teeth as she looked at her with hatred. This person was Consort Su Xian. To tell the truth, how could the matter of the Crown Prince's illicit salt trade suddenly spread out? The Empress suspected that Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had something to do with it. After the Crown Prince's death, the two brothers would have one less formidable enemy. It was just that there was no evidence, so she could not say anything. But Consort Su Xian had the ability to add fuel to the fire. Consort Su Xian smiled prettily and asked, "Why is older sister not going in? Could it be that you have done something wrong and are kneeling to His Majesty for forgiveness? Why not younger sister go in and plead for older sister?" Chapter 800. Consort Su Xian smiled prettily and asked, "Why is older sister not going in? Could it be that you have done something wrong and are kneeling to ask His Majesty for forgiveness? Why not younger sister go in and plead for older sister?" The Empress gritted her teeth. No need. In the previous dynasty's battles, it often involved the women in the inner palace. When Prince Zhou's faction and the Crown Prince's faction fought, it not only represented the Dragon Throne but also the people behind them. If the Crown Prince were to fall, how long would the Empress' position last? There would be a day when Emperor Wen Hui would grow old, and if Prince Zhou were to sit on the Dragon Throne, what kind of ending would the Empress have? There were countless of dirty tricks in an official's residence, and it was even more so in the inner palace. If one was not careful, one would lose one's life and one's family would be implicated. How could one not be careful in their lives? Consort Su Xian smiled. If older sister is not willing, younger sister will not force. But younger sister still have things to say to His Majesty and will not disturb older sister's interest. She covered her mouth and laughed before sending someone to inform Emperor Wenhui. The Empress could not wait to scratch Consort Su Xian's face. The Empress could almost guess what Consort Su Xian would say if she went in now. It was nothing more than adding oil to the fire. Emperor Wenhui had always listened to Consort Su Xian's words, and one feared that his anger towards the crown prince would be even higher. But she was unable to stop Consort Su Xian. Consort Su Xian was about to go in when she saw a person rushing over from outside. Upon seeing Consort Su Xian, she said apologetically, "Consort Xian, His Highness Prince Rue is outside and is requesting to see His Majesty." Prince Rue? Consort Su Xian and the Empress were startled at the same time. What was Prince Rue doing here at this time? Even though Consort Su Xian was usually arrogant and willful, it was not that she did not know what was going on. That arrogance was just a small temper towards Emperor Wenhui, but she dared not be careless in big matters. She immediately said, "Then I will come back later." The Empress was after all older than Consort Su Xian by a few years and had seen more of the court's matters. Her heart sank. Prince Rue did not come earlier or later but came when the crown prince met with an accident and Emperor Wenhui had issued the letter of conviction. One feared that his intentions were not good. The close attendant by Emperor Wenhui's side quickly came out and spoke a few words to the person who reported before the person went out. The Empress and Consort Su Xian, one was kneeling and one was standing when one saw a young male dressed in purple walking in. He wore half a silver mask and had a leisurely expression. The Empress felt ashamed and angry for no reason. As the Empress of a country, she was seen in such a sorry state by an outsider. Consort Su Xian looked at the other's face and was slightly dazed. Some people were born very strange. It was hard to see what their appearance was like, but their noble and elegant aura was enough to make people admire them. It was as though as long as he stood there, the gazes of others would fall on him. Prince Rue walked past the Empress and only glanced at her. There was not much meaning in his eyes and his footsteps did not stop, as if he did not see the mother of the country kneeling in front of the hall. But this was definitely not because he understood the Empress, so he pretended not to know. Even though Prince Rue did not reveal any expression, the Empress felt that the other party was just too lazy to look, and it was the disdain and contempt that was revealed from the bottom of his heart. She was mortified. In the study, Emperor Wenhui was sitting in front of the table. His performance was light and steady, as if the person who was in a rage in the study was not him. It was just that his back was somewhat stiff. The purple-clad youth walked in from outside and lazily called him Your Majesty as a greeting. After that he walked to the opposite of him and sat down. He sat casually as if Emperor Wenhui was the guest and there was no trace of respect or worship in his eyes. That look made Emperor Wenhui have a feeling that in front of this young man, he did not count as anything. Chapter 801. This thought only lasted for a short moment before Emperor Wenhui recovered to his senses and smiled as he looked at Prince Rue. These days Jin is very busy and did not ask if Prince Rue is used to living here? There was some closeness in these words. Now that the Qin country had a bad attitude towards the Ming Qi, if the Great Liang had other thoughts at this time, the Ming Qi would really be in a dilemma. Thus Emperor Wenhui did not want to make things too bad with the Great Liang. It was good to admit weakness or lower one's head, as long as one could pass this hurdle in front of them, anything else could be discussed in the future. That was why he rushed to please Prince Rue. If the commoners of the Ming Qi saw Emperor Wenhui like this, one feared that they would scoff. Prince Rue smiled lazily. "Thanks to your Majesty's blessings, this prince is living well, but one heard that your Majesty is not well these few days." Emperor Wenhui's heart jumped but did not show it at all on his face. He only shook his head and smiled bitterly. One cannot teach one's son properly and let Prince Rue see a joke. One cannot blame your Majesty. Prince Rue said, "After all, your Majesty has 9 sons. One could not hear any joy or anger in his tone, but Emperor Qin is pitiful. To come to the Ming Qi to pay tribute, the crown prince and princess both died here. It is really an unexpected disaster." Emperor Wenhui's smile became somewhat awkward. Prince Rue was not wrong. The Qin emperor kept requesting the crown prince to pay with his life because he wanted to pursue balance, but there was another reason. 2 countries came to pay tribute, but Prince Rue of the Great Liang was not harmed at all, but the crown prince and princess of the Qin country died. What was going on? Was the Ming Qi deliberately targeting their Qin country? Or was it to show that the Qin country was weak and could not even protect the crown prince and princess? In any case, this was a matter that made the Qin country lose face, and Emperor Qin was most annoyed by this. So even if the crown prince paid with his life, the vanity of a superior would make Emperor Qin hate the Ming Qi for a period of time. He said, Zhen will also deal with this matter as soon as possible. Prince Rui smiled. Emperor Qin would not give up so easily. Emperor Wen Hui's breath was stuck in his chest. His words were tactful and he did not want to delve into this topic with the other party, but he did not know if Prince Rui did not understand it or what, but he used this matter to block his heart and even said it without giving any face. Of course Emperor Wen Hui would not think that Prince Rui was so stupid that he could not read the situation, so Prince Rui was doing it on purpose to disgust him. Emperor Wen Hui really wanted to brush his sleeves and leave like how he treated his disobedient courtiers or fly into a rage. Unfortunately Prince Rui was not one of his courtiers. Even though he was a prince of first rank in some aspects, he was more ferocious than the emperor. Emperor Wen Hui could only stiffly change the topic and asked, but one do not know why Prince Rui came to look for Zhen today? Prince Rui did not speak and only bent a finger to knock on the table. In the silence, Emperor Wen Hui's heart was also grabbed by that finger that was knocking on the table. He suddenly thought that Prince Rui had picked this time to come over. Could it be that he wanted to talk to him about something important? If Prince Rui were to mention the city at the border of the Great Liang and Ming Qi at this time, how could Emperor Wen Hui reject it? His spine was initially stiff but now it was drenched in cold sweat. The other party was so silent but it unknowingly made him feel a great weight. After a moment, Prince Rui's finger that was knocking on the table paused and he casually said, "It is for this prince's lifelong event." What? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Wen Hui instinctively froze for a moment and before he could understand, he heard Prince Rui's flat voice. Imperial older brother had always hoped that this prince would get married as soon as possible. This time over to the Ming Qi, he instructed this prince to bring my princess back. This prince also has this intention. Chapter 802. This time Emperor Wen Hui understood. Prince Rui wanted to find a female in Ming Qi? But why? Emperor Wen Hui instinctively felt that it was somewhat strange and guessed that there was a conspiracy but he could not show it. He immediately revealed a magnanimous smile and said, "So it is like this. No matter what, heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. Prince Rui is a young talent and naturally should have a beautiful wife like a flower. One just do not know which family's young lady Prince Rui fancies?" Prince Rui stared at him and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes suddenly burst into a smile. Emperor Wen Hui was surprised for a moment before he heard that youth lightly speaking. Shin family Shin Miao. Emperor Wen Hui could not laugh anymore. His heart was trembling with anger and wished that someone could drag Prince Rui down to behead him but he could not. But he finally could not maintain the friendly smile on his face and his expression was extremely stiff. He asked in a dry voice, "Who did you say?" "The daughter of the formidable great general." Prince Rui said, "Your Majesty do not remember? Did the crown prince not want to marry her as a souffle a few days ago? To actually force one to this extent. Too much bullying." Many thoughts appeared in Emperor Wen Hui's mind in a split second and at the end, he could not help but sneer. This Prince Rui looked lazy and did not care about anything. He did not even put the alliance between Ming Qi and the Qing country in his eyes and only minded his own business every day. So he was actually a pig pretending to eat the tiger and still had a trick up his sleeves. Thinking about marrying the daughter of the formidable great general, was he marrying Shin Miao or the Shin family's military power? Emperor Wen Hui knew that to the Great Liang, the Shin family's military power was nothing as the Great Liang had many outstanding officers and soldiers. But to Ming Qi, most of the outstanding officers were dismissed by him in the early years and now the Xie family was in decline. So the only one that could support the prestige of Ming Qi was the Shin family. Without the Shin family in Ming Qi, it was like a tiger without its claws. If one were to deal with the Great Liang, one feared that one would not even be able to struggle for a few minutes before being eaten up cleanly. What a good Prince Rui. What a good Great Liang. Emperor Wen Hui forced out a smile. Prince Rui has good foresight but everyone knows that General Shin loves his daughter. If Prince Rui insisted on marrying Shin Miao, one feared that General Shin would love his young daughter and would not be willing for her to marry to the Great Liang. What is so difficult about this? Prince Rui played with the thumb ring in his hand and casually said, "If General Shin is not willing, is to marry." Rui was Wen Hui. Prince Rui's words continued to pass into his ears. The Great Liang and Ming Qi are currently considered friendly. Your Majesty will not even give this prince this favor, right? He stretched his body and said lightly, "If that's the case, it's time for me to report to my brother about the city." Emperor Wenhui had lived for a lifetime and finally knew what was the feeling of trembling with anger. The Shen family was a piece of fat meat, and Prince Rui not only wanted to snatch this piece of fat meat, he also wanted the host family to offer the fat meat with both hands. If he really gave this imperial edict, one feared that even if Shen Xian stayed in Mingqi in the future due to his loyalty, he would still have resentment towards him. It was he who gave the imperial edict for Shen Miao to marry far away. If he was not willing to give an imperial edict, Emperor Wenhui looked at the man in front of him. He was wearing a mask and one could not see what expression he had, but he felt that under this person's lazy appearance, there was an extremely powerful means. Under the precarious situation of the Ming-Qi and Qing countries' alliance, it was not a wise move to rashly go against the great Liang. Prince Rui gave him a difficult problem, and there was no answer to this difficult problem because any answer would be wrong. The one who would suffer would be him. That man's gaze landed on Emperor Wenhui, like a cat playing with a mouse in its claws. He lazily asked, "Has your Majesty thought it through?" Chapter 803. Emperor Wenhui stifled his anger. Ever since he ascended to the throne, he had dealt with numerous troublesome matters, but there was not once that made one feel so aggrieved. There was no one who dared to be so rude and presumptuous to him. For the first time in his life, Emperor Wenhui started to regret that he should not have concentrated his military power to deal with the aristocratic families. If Ming-Qi had a few more valiant generals like Shen Xian, would they not need to be so submissive in front of the great Liang? But how could there be medicine for regret in this world? When Prince Rui saw that he did not reply, he smiled and stood up. This prince understands. He made a move to leave. Wait. Emperor Wenhui called out to him. Prince Rui stood still and smiled. Your Majesty must have thought it through. As the ruler of a country, one's words carry enormous weight. Since Ming-Qi and the great Liang are on good terms, Jin naturally also have the beauty of helping others. Emperor Wenhui's smile was uglier than crying as he said, if the young lady of the Shen family were to marry to Prince Rui, it would be the fortune of the young lady of the Shen family, and Zhen would be happy to see it happen. Don't worry, I will draft an edict today, and in a few days I will announce it. He squatted for a while and with great difficulty spat out a few words from his mouth. About the city? Just take it as a gift to His Majesty. Lord Rui smiled and left in a good mood. After Prince Rui left, Emperor Wenhui collapsed on the chair and beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead, but his face was flushed red. Anger, shame, humiliation, and resentment interweaved on his face. However, he was powerless to change this. This was perhaps the most embarrassing thing in the world. He was the ruler of a country, the chosen one, but he had no choice but to admit his helplessness. Eunuch Gao, who was standing at the side, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing the emperor being forced into such a state with his own eyes, it was only natural for a servant to be frightened. Bring Jin's pen and paper over. Emperor Wenhui suddenly said after a moment. Eunuch Gao hurriedly agreed. Emperor Wenhui's gaze was heavy. Even though Prince Rui said that the matter of the city would not be mentioned for the time being, it was a temporary stability that was exchanged with the Shen family's marriage. No one knew how long the stability would last. The most important thing was that after Shen Miao married to Prince Rui, even though Shen Xian was still a Ming-Qi person, Emperor Wenhui no longer dared to trust Shen Xian. Even though he suppressed Shen Xian previously, it was because he was afraid that Shen Xian's meritorious service would overshadow the emperor, but the formidable great general had been loyal for generations and Emperor Wenhui believed in Shen Xian's loyalty. But his daughter was in the great Liang, and if the great Liang used Shen Miao as leverage to threaten Shen Xian, who knew what kind of things Shen Xian would do? Shen Xian, this chess piece was crippled and Ming-Qi's situation would be even more difficult. In order to guard against the great Liang, Ming-Qi must quickly restore the alliance relationship with the Qin country. With both countries working together, they would be able to contend against the great Liang. The Qin country was still angry at the Ming-Qi because of Huang Fu Hao and Princess Mingyan, so the Ming-Qi must show sincerity. The crown prince must die. Emperor Wenhui closed his eyes. Out of everyone's expectations, Emperor Wenhui's letter of conviction to the crown prince came so quickly and urgently that no one had time to think clearly. The crown prince committed suicide in prison. Whether it was suicide or not, a discerning person could see it, but it was to preserve the crown prince's reputation. One could not let the dignified crown prince end up like a prisoner in the marketplace and be beheaded in front of everyone. Moreover, it was because of the crime of assassinating another country's crown prince, One fear that the prestige of the Ming-Chi's imperial family would be lost the next day. The commoners were always easy to fool, but the officials were well versed in this. Who would know if the crown prince committed suicide or not? The imperial family always liked to find a good reason for themselves, even if they were dirty. When the news of the crown prince's suicide was spread, the empress seemed to have made a ruckus before falling seriously ill and did not step out of the Kuan-Ning palace to recuperate. Chapter 804. All the concubines in the inner palace were in danger. How could the empress be seriously ill? It was because the crown prince had fallen. With the crown prince falling, the empress would have no one to rely on for the rest of her life, and it was hard to say if she could still sit on this position. The empress had lost her beloved son, and one feared that she would hold a grudge against Emperor Wenhui. Naturally, Emperor Wenhui had to be on guard. Only they themselves knew if it was because of illness that they did not leave the house or if they were under house arrest. If the empress also fell, who would be the next master in the 6 palaces? It seemed that Consort Su Xian had the highest chance of winning. Emperor Wenhui doted on Consort Su Xian, and Consort Su Xian had 2 princes' sons. The Prince Zhou and Prince Jing brothers were fighting to the death with Prince Li's faction, but Prince Li did not have a favored consort mother. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing could be considered as having the right time, place and people. Thus the concubines were very careful in their conduct. At this juncture, one could not let others catch hold of their weakness, and if one was careless, one would be used as a gun and it would not be good. In Huangfu Hao's matter, other than the crown prince and the empress who were implicated, all the other related people were implicated. The one who was implicated the most was the residence of the Minister of Land. That day it was the young Master Wang of the Minister of Land's residence who requested to taste incense, and he even brought along his wife, who knew that Huangfu Hao's blood would splatter all over Yifeng Pavilion and Wang Bai and Shen Dongling would definitely not be able to escape. But this was not the reason why they were convicted. The Minister of Land was found to be in the business of trading illicit salt. Trading illicit salt was a big crime, and the entire Wang residence would be implicated. Wang Bai and Shen Dongling were sentenced to be beheaded, and the rest of the Wang family's males were exiled and the females were sent to the border as military prostitutes. Emperor Wenhui's action was seen by a discerning person that this time he was quite angry, as if he had been provoked and was deliberately taking it out on others. But the emperor's mind was something that one could not fathom. Even though the officials were puzzled, they were only following orders. Shen Miao was drinking tea as she listened to Jing Zhi talk about the things that happened in the past few days. Luo Tan, who was by her side, kept stuffing snowflake sweets into her mouth. The snowflake sweets were brought in from Songyang, and it was said that it was made by a famous pastry chef in the Great Liang. Shen Miao did not pay attention but was discovered by Luo Tan. After Luo Tan ate it, she was pleasantly surprised and asked Shen Miao where she bought it from. Shen Miao could only stammer and reply casually. Crown Prince Qin's matter has caused quite a stir. As Luo Tan ate, she said, "So many people have been buried with him. Even a crown prince wouldn't be enough." At the end of her sentence, her voice became softer, as if she was afraid that the walls might be eavesdropping. Shen Miao gently smiled and declined to comment, but her heart was shocked by Emperor Wenhui's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Indeed, like father like son. In the past, when Fu Xiuyi wanted to eradicate the Shen family, he did not care about Fu Ming and Wan Yu's life and death. At that time she was thinking, how could there be such a heartless person in the world? Now it seemed that Fu Xiuyi's actions were exactly the same as Emperor Wenhui's. In the eyes of the Fu family, love or friendship were all unreliable. Only power was what they chased after their entire life. In order to secure this position, sacrificing one son was nothing. Anyway, there would be other women who would bear children for them. This was most likely the Fu family's innate unrighteousness. Luo Tan looked at the small amount of snowflake sweets on the plate and counted with her fingers. Gumu and Gufu have eaten, older brother Chiu has also eaten, and only older brother Ling has not eaten. How about leaving this for older brother Ling? She looked at Shen Miao. Naturally, Shen Miao would not fuss over a mouthful and nodded her head. It would be good if you could remember where you bought this snowflake sweets from. Luo Tan sighed and said with some regret, "I have eaten all the pastries in the Shaochun city and also ate the pastries in the Ding capital. This is the first time I have eaten such delicious snowflake sweets. Even though you do not remember clearly, I plan to personally send someone to search tomorrow and must find this shop." Chapter 805. Shen Miao was speechless. This was made by the great Liang's imperial chef, and even if Luo Tan were to turn the entire Ding capital upside down, one feared that she would not be able to find this shop. Shen Miao was somewhat regretful. At that time she should not have said shop, and it would be better to say it was a small stall. Luo Tan said again, older brother Ling also likes to eat pastries and would definitely like this. Finishing, she thought of something and said, but these few days older brother Ling is somewhat strange. Shen Miao asked, what is it? Her daily concerns were not on this, so she really did not know if there were any changes in Luo Ling, other than going to the Ministry of War. He would not come out much after returning to the residence and just practice martial arts in the courtyard. Luo Tan propped her chin up and said, older brother Ling was not one who was so harsh on himself in the past. Moreover, these few days when I look for him to talk, he did not have a good mood, as if he had suffered a blow. Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao. Biao, youngest sister, you are smart. Do you know what is wrong with him? Shen Miao said, I do not follow him all the time, so how would I know what he is thinking about? Seeing Luo Tan's worried look, she comforted her. Do not worry. Most likely it is nearing the end of the year and the Ministry of War will be very busy. It will be better after this period of time. Luo Tan nodded her head, and just as she was speaking, she saw Shen Qiu and Luo Tan walking in one after another. Seeing both of them in the main hall, Luo Tan called out, older brother Qiu, older brother Ling, come over to eat snowflake sweets. Luo Ling entered the room and first looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao was looking at Shen Qiu with a smile, and his eyes could not help but darken as he walked to one side and sat down. Shen Qiu unceremoniously grabbed a piece of snowflake sweets and stuffed it into his mouth. Why are both of you so free today? Luo Tan was laughing and joking with Shen Qiu when she heard the servant outside announcing that Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan had returned. Shen Qiu said, just nice. Father and mother have returned and it is time for us to eat. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan walked in from outside, but this time even the most carefree Luo Tan also felt that something was wrong. Shen Xian's face was livid and his expression was very ugly, while Luo Shuiyan also had an angry look. Usually, even if there were unsatisfactory matters outside, Shen Xian and wife would not show it in front of the children. Moreover, both of them were naturally open-minded and there were very few things that could anger them. But looking at him today, he was clearly furious. The manservant beside Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not even dare to breathe loudly. He lowered his head and retreated. Luo Tan and Luo Ling were after all cousins. Thus at this moment she had some doubts in her heart, but it was not good to ask. Shen Qiu wanted to ask, but seeing his father's expression of killing whoever asked, he hesitated and did not dare to open his mouth. Finally it was Shen Miao who took the initiative to open her mouth. She looked at Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan and said with a smile, why does father and mother look unhappy? Is there something not going well outside? When Shen Miao opened her mouth, Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Miao at the same time. Shen Xian's eyes were filled with remorse, anger and grievance, while Luo Shuiyan's eyes were filled with deep guilt and helplessness. Shen Miao's heart thumped, but she quickly understood that for Shen Xian and wife to reveal such an expression, it was most likely related to her. Luo Shuiyan took a deep breath and smiled. It's nothing. It's just some matters regarding the imperial court. Jiao Jiao must be hungry. Let's eat first. It was just that the smile was forced, even Luo Tan's gaze was solemn. What matter was so serious that Shen Xian and wife, who were always straightforward and fearless, had to hide it? This matter was already so thorny to such a stage? Shen Miao did not speak and did not answer yes or no. She only looked at Shen Xian and wife. Her attitude clearly indicated that she wanted an explanation. She did not believe Luo Shuiyan's explanation at all. Shen Qiu was in a trance and seemed to see Shen Miao from a few years ago. At that time, Shen Miao was still arrogant and was not as close to them as she was now, and was very close to the second and third household. Every time she asked for something from Shen Xian, she would stand in front of them without saying a word and was extremely stubborn. Actually, from the past to now, Shen Miao seemed to have changed a lot, but some habits in her bones had not changed. Shen Xian said, Jiao Jiao, be obedient. It was rare for him to be so strict with Shen Miao. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would have cried. Luo Ling looked at her with some worry. Shen Miao's expression did not change and still had an indifferent look. She said, why did father and mother not tell me the truth? If I am also unable to solve it, at least I can share some of the burden. If I am able to solve it, it would be better. To hide the matter alone, it would seem estranged. I'm not a little child. I am the same as eldest brother, a member of the Shen family. Shen Xian's lips moved, but he still did not speak. Shin Miao looked at him with a pair of eyes as clear as a stream. Under such a gaze, one could not help but tell her the truth. She said, "Moreover, this matter is related to me, right?" Luo Shuiyan was suddenly shocked. Luo Tan and Luo Ling looked at Shin Miao in surprise, and Shin Xiu also had a puzzled look. When Shin Xan heard that, he looked at Shin Miao for a while and finally sighed deeply before smiling bitterly. "During the court today, His Majesty sent down an imperial edict to bestow marriage to you," he said with difficulty, "to Prince Rue." Chapter 806. When the words were said, the room suddenly became silent. Luo Shuiyan did not dare to look at Shin Miao's eyes, and Shin Xian's voice revealed a deep exhaustion. Luo Ling was stunned and Luo Tan's mouth was wide open, but it was Shin Xiu who slammed the table and stood up. "What is this matter?" The calmest one was Shin Miao. But even though she looked calm on the surface, there were no waves in her heart. She had long thought of Xie Jingxing's move, but she did not think that Xie Jingxing would dare to do it so blatantly. Wait, how did he let Emperor Wen Hui take the initiative to decree the marriage? Shin Miao was thinking about this, but Shin Xiu could not wait to stand up and anxiously said, "What kind of person is Prince Rue? Younger sister is a Ming Qi's young lady, how can she marry someone from the Great Liang? Is the emperor crazy?" "Sure." Luo Shuiyan glared at him, "Be careful with your words. The walls have ears, and it was possible that the heavenly family had spies everywhere." Shin Xiu was so angry that he actually said such disgraceful words. Shin Xiu suddenly shut up and looked at Shin Miao before scratching his ears and cheeks. "No matter what, younger sister cannot marry that nuisance Prince Rue." "Prince Rue, why is this name so familiar?" A light flashed in his mind and he suddenly clapped his hands. "So it is that person. I was wondering why the dignified prince of the Great Liang would take the initiative to greet me. So it was because of younger sister. Hateful." Shin Xan frowned when he heard it and asked, "You have seen Prince Rue before?" "The last time Biao younger brother and I met him on the way back to the residence, he even invited me to the residence of Prince Rue to compete." Shin Qiu said angrily, "If I knew that he had such thoughts, I would have cut off the horse's leg and let him fall to his death." "Shin Miao." Luo Ling was also surprised for a moment before thinking of something and looked towards Shin Miao. Shin Miao was baffled by Luo Ling's complicated gaze and did not have the mood to ask further. She only asked Shin Xan, "This is the imperial decree issued by His Majesty? Why did His Majesty suddenly decree a marriage for me?" If one were to say that there were many marriageable young ladies in the Great Liang, there were a few princesses in the imperial family and there were also quite a number of Junju. It was true that Shin Miao knew that this was Xie Jingxing's idea, but she still wanted to inquire how did Xie Jingxing manage to convince Emperor Wen Hui. Shin Xan looked at Shin Miao with deep pain in his heart and paused for a moment before sighing, "Jiao Jiao, it is father who is incompetent." He then slowly narrated the events of today. So when he was in court today, Emperor Wen Hui had finished handling some court matters, and when he was about to leave the court, he suddenly changed the topic and mentioned that Prince Rue of the Great Liang had the intention to marry a Wang Fei from Ming Qi and return to the country. Some of the courtiers were excited and some were uneasy. Those who loved their daughters, naturally did not wish for their daughters to marry far away, while those who wholeheartedly wanted to climb up hoped that their daughters would marry Prince Rue, at least to be a Wang Fei. Emperor Wen Hui did not give everyone a chance to think and directly bestowed marriage. And the young lady who was bestowed the marriage was the daughter of the formidable great general Shin Xan, Shin Miao. Everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that Shin Miao was the pearl in Shin Xian's palm, and if Shin Miao was to marry to the Great Liang, one feared that Shin Xan would not be willing. And now that the Ming Qi needed Shin Xan, why would Emperor Wen Hui find trouble with Shin Xan at this time? Even if those courtiers were as cunning as foxes, this time they were unable to see through the emperor's heart. Shin Xan naturally had a stomach full of anger and could not wait to pull out a knife to chop the throne room. He could bear all kinds of grievances, but he could not let his daughter suffer any grievances. Moreover, this time Emperor Wen Hui did not even discuss with him and directly bestowed the marriage for Shin Miao. This meant that the Shin family had no chance to object at all. If they were to object, then it would be defying the imperial edict and the entire Shin family would die together. One feared that Shin Miao would not be willing. Chapter 807. At the same time, Shin Xian's heart was very puzzled. A few days ago Emperor Wen Hui wanted to marry Shin Miao to the crown prince. Even though he had ulterior motives, but in such a short period of time, he wanted to marry Shin Miao to the prince of the Great Liang? After the court, Emperor Wenhui called out to Shin Xian and did not let him leave first. Instead he brought Shin Xian to the imperial study and had a long talk with him. This time it was the truth behind the bestowal of marriage to Shin Miao. Thus Shin Xian knew that it was Prince Rui's intention to marry Shin Miao to Prince Rui, and Prince Rui used the Ming-Chi's border city to threaten Emperor Wenhui to make this decision. It was said to be the Ming-Chi's border city, but the meaning behind it was the entire land of Ming-Chi. Emperor Wenhui was helpless and had no choice but to agree to this request. At the end, Emperor Wenhui said to Shin Xian, "Zhen is the master of Ming-Chi and cannot watch helplessly and ignore the lives of the common people. So General Shen, this time will plead young Lady Shen to be wronged and exchange her life for the safety of the common people." If young Lady Shen knew about it, she would understand Zhen's decision. A subject should listen to the orders of a monarch. Furthermore, the monarch in front of him was explaining the reason and apologizing so sincerely. If it was in the past, Shin Xian would definitely understand and even feel a little grateful. But when Emperor Wenhui said to her, using one person to exchange for the safety of the common people of the world, Shin Xian's heart felt a trace of coldness. He even felt that the king in front of him, whom he had been loyal to for a lifetime, was actually a little hypocritical. The people of the world, Shin Xian's daughter was also one of the people of the world. Why should his daughter be the one to be sacrificed? In this lifetime he had spent most of his life in military campaigns and sacrificed most of his life for Ming-Chi. He could even sacrifice his life at any time to protect the common people under the heavens. But if he could not even protect his own daughter, what kind of father was he? He was sacrificed, and now it was his daughter's turn to be sacrificed? Shin Xian did not even hear what Emperor Wenhui said after that. Most likely he was talking about what Emperor Wenhui would give to Shin Miao when she got married, so that she would be more glorious. But in Shin Xian's ears he felt that it was extremely ironic. No matter how selfless a person was, his heart would still be biased towards his loved ones. Especially Shin Xian, he did not bring his daughter along with him for the past few decades, causing Shin Miao to be estranged from both husband and wife. That was what he deserved. Afterwards it was not easy for the heavens to pity them and Shin Miao got closer to them, but Shin Miao's temperament had changed a lot, as if she had grown up overnight. Shin Xian saw this and felt pain in his heart. Shin Miao was a little flower that was carefully tended to in the residence, but now this flower had unknowingly grown into a strong tree. To grow so fast she had lost a lot of things. He was already feeling guilty towards Shin Miao, and now with this imperial edict, Shin Xian really did not have the face to face Shin Miao. When Shin Xian finished his long speech, everyone in the room was silent and Shin Qiu did not speak anymore. Emperor Wenhui had already said it to this point, what else could he do? But was he going to watch Shin Miao get married? It seemed to be too cruel to Shin Miao. Shin Qiu did not dare to think about living with a man whom she had never seen in person, who she did not know what his temperament was like, and whom she could not say that she liked. Shin Miao said, "So it is like this." Her expression was calm, as if she was not affected in the slightest. Everyone then discovered that from knowing about the imperial edict till now, Shin Miao did not reveal a trace of surprise. Luo Shuiyan was afraid that she would suffocate and said, "Jiao Jiao, you do not need to keep it in your heart. The matter has not been decided. Mother need not coax me. The imperial edict is already given and one cannot defy it." Shin Miao smiled. Moreover, it is not a bad thing to marry to Prince Rui. As a Wangfei, one would not have to worry about food and clothing. Looking at Prince Rui's demeanor at the beginning, even though one could not see his face, one would think that he was a good-looking person. Chapter 808. But you are not acquainted with him. Shin Qiu anxiously said, "How do you know how he conducts himself? Isn't the world like this?" Shin Miao lightly said, "Some people get along for a lifetime and do not know the other party's way of life. Marrying to Prince Rui is not as bad as you all think. Staying in the Ding capital, it would be easier for others to plot against my identity and the Shin family would not be able to protect me." Shin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. The greater her military power was, the more shackles she had to endure. The more the emperor feared her, the more he wanted to restrain her. Shin Miao's marriage could be manipulated by the crown prince previously. Naturally it could be manipulated by others. One should not be afraid of thieves stealing, but one should be afraid of thieves remembering. The Shin family indeed could not protect Shin Miao. For the first time in his body and mind, he hated his military power. Great Liang is a good place. Shen Miao smiled slightly and there was some yearning in her tone. It was written in the travel notes that the Great Liang country was prosperous and the people were peaceful. The doors were not closed at night and people sang and danced to celebrate peace. The people are happy and the bandits are purged. It's a good scene. No matter how good the scenery is, you're alone. Luo Shuiyan couldn't bear to continue. Great Liang's Princess Rue is the Qinhuang Fei. He's only below one person and above tens of thousands, so he won't go so far as to bully me. Shen Miao pondered, since Prince Rue wants to marry me, one cannot say that he has deep feelings for me, naturally he would treat me well. She rarely said such teasing words about herself, but it made Luo Shuiyan and the rest laugh. Luo Shuiyan smiled, silly child, he may not necessarily. Her words suddenly stopped. Shen Miao was smart and intelligent, so how would she not know that Prince Rue was most likely not her person, but was here for the Shen family? Saying that was just to reassure them. Thinking of this, Luo Shuiyan felt extremely sad. Shen Miao smiled gently, it is a happy event, but why do you all look so unhappy? If that's the case, it would be bad luck. She said, since the imperial edict has been issued, it won't be long before we are notified. I also have to start embroidering my dowry. There was not a trace of complaint or unhappiness in her tone. Instead, it was very natural, as if this was a marriage that had been proposed for a long time. The more it was like this, the sadder Shen Xian and his wife were. After talking for a while, Shen Miao felt tired and everyone then ate. The meal was tasteless and everyone had their own thoughts. After the meal, everyone dispersed to rest. Luo Tan held onto Shen Miao's arm as she had something to say to Shen Miao. Just as they were walking towards her courtyard, Luo Ling called out to her. Cousin Ling, what's the matter? Shen Miao looked at him and asked. Luo Ling asked, Biao younger sister really want to marry Prince Rue? Luo Tan looked at Luo Ling strangely and Luo Tan smiled. The imperial edict is already out, whether one wants or not, it has nothing to do with me. I thought you would directly say no. Luo Ling's eyes dimmed, but there was still a smile, just like the rejection of those young masters in the Shaochun city. Shen Miao smiled but did not speak. Congratulations. He smiled bitterly. Shen Miao nodded her head in thanks. After finally sending off Luo Ling, Luo Tan pulled Shen Miao back to the courtyard and dismissed the servants before closing the door. Lowering her voice, she said mysteriously, Biao youngest sister, you know about this matter, right? What? Shen Miao was baffled. It is the matter of Prince Rue forcing His Majesty to bestow a marriage to you. Luo Tan said in a hurry. Shen Miao's heart jumped. Luo Tan was usually carefree and was not sensitive to anything but on matters that she should not know. She had an exceptionally sharp intuition. She dealt with it vaguely. How is it possible? Why is it not possible? Luo Tan's interest was piqued. Do you still remember the last time when we were kidnapped? When I woke up, I brought your words to Prince Rue and Prince Rue found you not long later. At that time I was curious about the relationship between the both of you. Your relationship must be very good, otherwise why would Prince Rue help you? Is it like what the books say, heroes and beauties and such? Chapter 809. Shen Miao said, you should read less books. Not to mention books. Luo Tan's hands supported her cheeks. That Prince Rue's ability is not small. At that time Gugu and Gufu could not find you for several days, but he managed to find you in a short while. Our Luo family only look at one's ability. He is a man with ability and one heard that he is also very good looking. This is hard to come by, as many good-looking men are embroidered pillows, pleasant to look at but useless. Just like that physician Gao who often comes to our residence. He is also quite good-looking, but one look and one would know that he is too weak to stand up to the wind. This kind of man is unreliable and at most one can only look at him but not use him. Song Yang, who was listening with relish on the tree branch, almost fell down. Pleasant to look at but useless. This Biao young lady of the Luo family was also very powerful. One did not know how Gentleman Gao would feel after hearing it. All right. Shen Miao glanced at her, rambling on and on about these things. What matter do you have? Biao youngest sister, I knew that you are the smartest. In the entire Shen residence you understand me the best. Even my biological younger brother Luo Qian does not have the same telepathy with me. Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao with anticipation. I only have one wish. When you go to Great Liang, bring me along. I will be your Biao older sister, accompanying you in marriage. Shen Miao almost fainted. She said in disbelief, what did you say? I have never been to Great Liang. Luo Tan said, One have heard that Great Liang is a good place and there are a lot of good food and fun things to do. This trip that I and older brother Ling came out was to gain experience in the Ding capital. The more places you see, the better it is for you to gain experience. Shin Miao said, it was obviously you who secretly climbed up the carriage. Luo Tan said, if there is still loyalty then bring me along. Not bring. Shin Miao's heart was as hard as stone. In the next 1 hour, Shin Miao witnessed the scene of Luo Tan dawdling on her body for a long time. Even though she had Xie Jingxing with her, Shin Miao knew that it would not be a smooth journey and no one could say for sure what would happen in the future, so there was no need to bring Luo Tan along. After Luo Tan left, Shin Miao sighed and opened the windows. There were trees dancing outside and the winter night was cold and desolate. Xie Jingxing was really capable. She thought that he did not even say a word and took the initiative to give her the imperial decree. Not only did he issue the imperial edict, but he had also disappeared. What did he mean by not appearing at such a crucial moment? Did he run away after flirting with her? Shin Miao slammed the window shut. Shameless. The sound was so loud that Song Yang dug his ears. He thought that it was probably young Madame Kue Shui who was so temperamental. On the other side, in the courtyard of Shin Xian and wife, Shin Xian was also discussing this matter with Luo Shuiyan. Shin Xian said, going to Great Liang with Jiao Jiao? Luo Shuiyan nodded her head. We are not by Jiao Jiao's side. If Jiao Jiao met with trouble in Great Liang, the sky is high and the earth is far away, we do not know the grievances she has suffered. In the beginning, wasn't there also a young lady who was married to another country and was killed by her husband's family? This N did not know? How dare he? Shin Xen flew into a rage but immediately suppressed his anger and said, I can go but one fear that the emperor will not let the person go. Luo Shuiyan's voice lowered. Now that the situation between Great Liang and Ming Qi is so tense, if we also go to Great Liang, the emperor would definitely think that we are defecting. It is indeed not appropriate. But is there really no other way? In helplessness, Shin Xian's back faced Luo Shuiyan as he looked at a painting on the wall. That was the painting that old General Shen gave him, devoted to serving the country. He was loyal and he served the country, but what did he get in return? The Shen family was particular about a ruler under the heavens. If the ruler wanted the minister to die, the minister had no choice but to die. But why did he feel regret at this moment? Chapter 8:10. This sovereign had always guarded against him, suppressed him and controlled him. Shin Xen did not feel anything even if the sovereign used him. But why did he want to hurt his own children? Did all the sovereigns in the world treat their loyal subjects like this, or was it only this one? Shin Xen thought that if Emperor Wenhui was in front of Prince Rue and had a little bit of resistance or fight for Shin Miao, he would not be as dissatisfied with Emperor Wenhui as he was now. It was because Emperor Wenhui answered in a straightforward manner, as if Shin Miao was nothing in front of the Great Liang, that there was a knot in Shin Xian's heart. If Ming Qi was stronger, would they not need to bow their heads in front of the Great Liang, and one Prince Rue would be able to force the sovereign out of his wits? Shin Xen suddenly had a trace of disgust towards Emperor Wenhui's incompetence. But he did not realize that in this transaction, the resentment that he had towards Emperor Wenhui was much more than that of Prince Rue of the Great Liang. He naturally didn't know that his change of heart had been predicted by a certain someone a long time ago. Luo Shuiyan was still nagging. Why would Prince Rue suddenly want to marry Jiao Jiao? The Great Liang does not lack this bit of military power, and even if it was to sow discord it would not need to be like this. Shin Xen said, I will go and inquire tomorrow. Sleep first. But tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Emperor Wenhui announced the imperial decree in front of all the civil and military officials, thus there was no reason to hide it. In just a short day almost everyone in the Ding capital knew about it. From the officials to the commoners, everyone were discussing about this matter. The princess' residence was solemn. Princess Rong Xen sat on the main seat and could not help but sneer. Why did she not see that this nephew of hers had such ability? Xie Jingxing had obviously seen Shin Miao in a different light 2 years ago, and after that he became Prince Rue. Princess Rong Xen thought that with Prince Rue's identity, no matter how much Xie Jingxing favored Shin Miao, it would be impossible for him and Shin Miao to be together in this lifetime. She did not expect that Xie Jingxing had this ability, and was able to get the thing that she wanted. In the afternoon, Princess Rong Xen went to the palace to meet Emperor Wenhui after learning of the news. She knew that Emperor Wenhui would not bestow a marriage to Shin Miao for no reason, and insisted on knowing the reason. Emperor Wenhui still respected her as an elder sister and told the ins and outs of the matter to Princess Rong Xen. Princess Rong Xen was unable to say what she was feeling in her heart and only felt a chill down her spine. That beautiful youth, the one who always called her Aunt Rong with a smile, was completely different from what she remembered. The current Xie Jingxing was filled with an unfamiliar aura. He could lay low for a few years to get what he wanted, and he would get what he wanted in the end. His domineering attitude, sharp methods, and merciless threats. He was more like a superior. Princess Rong Xian's heart was somewhat afraid. She did not know if she should tell Emperor Wenhui about Xie Jingxing's identity. Even if he told them, nothing would happen. Since Xie Jingxing dared to come, then he must have made thorough preparations. But if one were to tell, at least the common people of Mingqi would know of Xie Jingxing's face and not talk about a young talent who died young all day long. Princess Rong Xian thought for a while and images of her childhood surfaced in her mind. She did not go out all day and had little interaction with others, and even the maids did not allow them to enter the room at night. At that time it was the Fuma Memorial Day and she caught a cold. On the second day she could not get up from the bed and her body was strangely cold. Xie Jingxing, who was 5 years old, brought hot porridge from the small kitchen and fed it to her spoonful by spoonful. He even took a small stool and sat in front of her bed and read poems to her. Chapter 8:11. For such a beautiful little boy to do such a considerate action, as long as it was a female, no one would not be touched. Thinking about it, 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. They were obviously not mother and son, but they were closer than mother and son, so how did they come to this stage? On one side was the country's enmity and on the other side was several decades of companionship. Princess Rong Xian's heart suddenly became sad. What should be done? Princess Rong Xen did not know that these days the princess residence's every move was being watched, and it was not just one person. Because their princess residence did not interact with outsiders, even the guards were somewhat lazy and her every move was being monitored. In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Minglang looked at the sugar-steamed cheese that the maid brought over and righteously refused. "I do not want to eat. Bring it to eldest brother." Now Su Minglang had reached the age of loving beauty, and as compared to the plump and white dumpling, Su Minglang was more willing to be a cute little gentleman. Therefore, although these sweet things smelled very fragrant, he was determined not to touch them. Then he suddenly thought of something and called out to the maid, "Never mind. Do not bring it to eldest brother." If eldest brother were to marry older Shin in the future, how can older Shin dislike eldest brother for being a fatty? The maid looked at Su Minglang's little adult appearance and was somewhat speechless as she held the plate and did not know what to do. When Su Minglang saw this, he gave a long sigh. "Since you are so difficult, then I will reluctantly eat it." He then fiercely warned the maid, "Do not tell mother that I snatched eldest brother's sugar-steamed cheese to eat." Maid. In the room, Su Mingfeng did not have the mood to eat any sugar-steamed cheese. He paced back and forth in the room with an anxious expression. Su Yu looked at him sympathetically and patted his shoulder. "Son, father knows that your heart is upset, but this imperial edict was personally given by His Majesty. Father is also helpless and can only say that your luck is not good and the young lady that you fancy is not fated with. But fortunately young Shin is going to marry Prince Rue and would have to go to the Great Liang. What the eyes do not see, the heart does not grieve. After some time you will forget about her." Emperor Wenhui had given the imperial edict and Su Yu and Su Furen were most afraid that Su Mingfeng would not be able to bear this blow. After telling him tactfully, Su Mingfeng locked himself in the study. Su Furen was afraid that Su Mingfeng would commit suicide and specially let Su Yu go in to persuade him. "Father, can you not give me more trouble?" Su Mingfeng said impatiently, "I am not sad because of this." "Son, do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Su Yu said, "It's a waste to be a playboy. I was your age as well. It's nothing. There are plenty of fish in the sea. You have to be more open-minded." Su Mingfeng could not bear it any longer and said, "All right. Father, I know. I want to be alone now and will not commit suicide. Can you let me be alone for a while?" Seeing that the usually gentle Su Mingfeng's face had started to show signs of displeasure, Su Yu was afraid that if he continued speaking it would stimulate Su Mingfeng's fragile heart of a young male, so he smiled awkwardly. "In short, father will work hard to find a fairy-like young lady for you to be your wife. Do not be sad." He left dejectedly. After Father Su left, Su Mingfeng sat down in front of the desk and his heart was inexplicably irritated. Emperor Wen Hui suddenly decreed a marriage for Xin Miao? This made Su Mingfeng very surprised. After all, a few days ago Xin Miao and the Crown Prince had a relationship, so why was she together with Prince Rui today? Su Mingfeng did not have time to guess Emperor Wen Hui's thoughts as he was thinking about Xin Miao. Xin Miao and Xie Jingxing seemed to have a deep relationship 2 years ago and a few days ago because of the tiger head bracelet. Su Mingfeng was sure that Xin Miao and Xie Jingxing had a special relationship. Su Mingfeng even suspected that Xie Jingxing was still alive. If one wanted to find news of Xie Jingxing, one must pay attention to Xin Miao. But why did the matter of Xin Miao and Prince Rui's marriage make him so uneasy? It was as if something was about to come out and something was about to happen. This kind of strange premonition made Su Mingfeng's entire person abnormal today. Just as he was restless, someone came back from outside. This was the spy that Su Mingfeng sent out and was responsible for sending people to monitor the princess residence in the Xin mansion. Su Mingfeng felt that Princess Rong Xen might know something and needless to say about Xin Miao. That spy bowed towards Su Mingfeng and said, "There is a way to investigate the matter that young master instructed this subordinate to investigate a few days ago." Su Mingfeng's heart was delighted and immediately sat up straight. "Quickly speak." This subordinate's people followed the guards of the princess residence and discovered that someone had been monitoring the movements of the residence of Prince Rui. If this subordinate guessed correctly, it should be Princess Rong Xian's instructions. There seemed to be a few people from the guards of the residence of Prince Rui lurking in the Xin mansion. One do not know if they are monitoring or protecting fifth Xin young lady. Su Mingfeng's brows wrinkled. Why were they all Prince Rui? Princess Rong Xian was monitoring Prince Rui and Prince Rui was monitoring Xin Miao? But he was obviously looking for clues about Xie Jingxing. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Su Mingfeng's heart violently beat. Chapter 8:12. These few days the Xin family had fallen into a very strange mood. Because of Xin Miao's marriage bestowal imperial edict, everyone was filled with gloomy clouds. Even though everyone tried their best to show joy, at the end they could not hide the gloominess. Xin Xian and Luo Shuiyan both left early and returned late every day. It seemed that they were looking for a way to dissolve this marriage, but they returned without any success. Thinking about it, since Emperor Wen Hui announced this imperial edict in front of all the civil and military officials, most likely it was to cut off Xin Xian's thoughts of defying the edict. A ruler does not joke, and words that were said were like water that was spilled. In the previous dynasty, there was a princess who fancied the top scorer, and at that time the top scorer already had a wife. Was it not because of the words "a ruler does not joke" that he divorced his wife and remarried? When Xin Qiu saw Xin Miao, he would always reveal a look of guilt. These days he would frequently give Xin Miao some rare treasures and would only say, "Older brother does not have any ability and can only find these things for you." Xin Miao was speechless about the atmosphere in the Xin family. She naturally knew that the matter was not that bad, but these could not be said to the Xin family. If Xin Xian knew what Xie Jingxing's real motive was, one did not know how big of a fuss he would make. In Mingqi she had to take care of the Xin family and it was not convenient for her to do many things. If she was in the Great Liang she could use Xie Jingxing's name to do many things and it would be much easier. She looked relaxed, but others thought that she was pretending. Today when she was sitting in the room reading, she saw Bai Lu rushing in. "Young lady, Furen wants you to quickly go to the main hall. The people from the residence of Prince Rui have sent the list of betrothal gifts." Xin Miao was startled. Betrothal gifts list? Xie Jingxing was really daring to the extreme. He clearly knew that the Xin family did not like him and even hated him so much, but still dared to send the list of betrothal gifts over. If this was not adding oil to the fire, then what was it? But thinking of Xie Jingxing's unscrupulous character, it was indeed something that he would do. Upon reaching the main hall, one could see Luo Shuiyan holding a long thing from afar, and beside Luo Shuiyan, Xin Qiu and Xin Xian were also standing with their heads stretched out. Luo Tan was covering her mouth and Luo Ling's gaze was complicated. In short, everyone's expression was very strange. When Xin Miao stepped into the room, she then discovered that other than the Xin family, there was another person standing in the room. When she saw that person's appearance clearly, Xin Miao almost choked on herself. This person was a middle-aged man with a face full of beard, and Xin Miao had seen him before. He seemed to be Xie Jingxing's bodyguard, and Song Yang also called him Tai Yi. At a glance, one could tell that this person was a brave and mighty person. Today he was wearing a bright red robe. The robe was embroidered with colorful phoenixes and auspicious clouds using thin golden peach silk threads. It was probably for the sake of a happy atmosphere. However, Tai Yi's skin was dark to begin with. Wearing this robe, his previous heroic aura was completely concealed, making him look extremely stupid. Seeing her, Tai Yi bowed to her and said in a serious tone, "Wang Fei." This time even Xin Xiu could not help but cough. He glared at Tai Yi. "Do not call out randomly." Tai Yi simply did not care about him. Shen Miao inexplicably wanted to laugh. Was Xie Jingxing here to smash the scene? Even if it was a list of betrothal gifts, it should be found a joyous matron to read it. The residence of Prince Rui was so rich and yet they had to let Tai Yi, such a big and burly man, to read it. This was purposely making others laugh. Seeing Shen Miao standing there in a daze, Luo Tan called out to her, "Biao youngest sister, why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly come and look at this betrothal gift list." She winked at Shen Miao and seemed to be very excited. Shen Miao then walked over. That betrothal gift list was very exquisite. It was a long roll of fragrant wood that was sprinkled with gold powder and the cover was inlaid with emerald green cat's eye stones. It was very luxurious. Even this betrothal gift list was not cheap. Even though Shin Xian and wife were not vain people, but Prince Rui's actions showed that he valued Shen Miao and his complexion became better. Chapter 8:13. Luo Shuiyan handed the list of betrothal gifts to Tai Yi and said, "Read it." According to Ming Qi's custom, the list of betrothal gifts must be sung by the male side. The longer it was sung, the more generous the betrothal gifts and the more decent the female side would be. It was obvious that Tai Yi was not used to doing this kind of thing as he flipped to the first page and dryly sang, "One Wangwali bed surrounded by begonia flowers, one Luohan bed with 3 screens, one Wangwali top cabinet, one Wangwali wood cabinet, one Nanmu bookcase, one Nanmu treasure cabinet, one pair of Kaupi red vase, one Wangwali Kong table, one pair of Wangwali gold coin cabinet." The first page was furniture and everyone was dumbstruck when they heard it. So many things, even if it was placed in the current Shin mansion, it would not be able to fit. This was enough to place 3 residences. He heard Tai Yi sing again, "A rui made of agar wood inlaid with jade, a rui made of fine jade, a lamp made of tin foil, a small gold-plated clock, a silver pocket watch, a pot of green jade and emerald bamboo bonsai, a pot of silver-plated plum blossom bonsai, a plain tricolor 18-seed plate, a pot of powder enamel tea, a sigh of Chen's virginity wine, a bamboo and plum blossom double happiness hanging mirror, a splendor hanging screen." Every single item was worth a lot and would be able to exchange for a few years of an ordinary family's expenses. This Prince Rui came with such a large pile, even if one had money, it would not be used like this. Luo Tan sniffed and somewhat timidly pulled Shin Miao's sleeves. "What does Prince Rui's family do? Are you a salt merchant?" Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xian also frowned. This Prince Rui's betrothal gifts were too generous. But without giving them time to be surprised, Tai Yi had already continued to sing. The third page was daily necessities. He sang, 6 boxes of boxwood comb, 2 boxes of xiang and shu bamboo comb, 1 red sandalwood dressing box, mouthwash, sandalwood soap, curtains, satin door curtains, glass bead door curtains, green water, 5 colored tassels, mandarin duck pillow, 8 beds and 8 covers. Everyone in the Shin family. Tai Yi continued to the 4th page of clothing, big fur chi-style clothing, silver mouse skin, gray mouse skin, sheepskin, pearl fur, 12 sets of various cotton chi-style clothing. 32 sets of gauze clips, silk clips, satin clips and cloth clips. Single shirt, spun silk, fox silk. There were 12 sets of cotton silk and chiffon printed gowns. 5 blessings holding longevity, phoenixes wearing peonies, 100 butterflies wearing flowers, 10,000 words unbuttoned clothes, 12 sets. 30 hides of fine silk, 6 bolts of scented cloud muslin, 20 bolts of woven brocade, 10 bolts of cloud brocade, 10 bolts of Sichuan brocade and 12 bolts of silk yarn. 36 embroidered satin quilts, 20 pairs of embroidered shoes, 40 pairs of silk stockings. Luo Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, "This? Little brother, could it be that you took the wrong betrothal gift list from Prince Rui? This is not right. How was this marrying a wife? This was Princess Shang's procession." "No, not even Princess Shang is so particular about it," Tai Yi said expressionlessly. "It will not happen. The residence of Prince Rui only has this list of betrothal gifts. Madam, please continue to listen." He sang the 5th page of gold and silver jewelry, 1 plate of coral pearls, gold foil pearls, beeswax pearls, agarwood pearls, 4 pieces of green jade ornaments, 4 pieces of white jade ornaments, 2 pieces of crystal accessories, pearl bracelets, emerald bracelets, coral bracelets. He sang the 6th page of antique calligraphy and painting, 4 pairs of woven gold-colored porcelain vases, 1 pair of Langhong jade vases, 1 pair of Qinghua-colored vases, 1 Xuanda blue glazed white plum vase. He sang the 7th page of 4 boxes of books, 1 box of 4 treasures of the study. He sang the 8th page of maids and servants and personal guards. He sang the 9th page of horses and vehicles. The 10th page of everyone in the Shin family. The more Tai Yi sang, the smoother he got, and the longer he sang, the more he sang. Compared to those old students in the Shaochun city, the lingering charm lingered in the air. Every sentence he sang made one feel as if they were seeing a large amount of shining silver. When he finished singing the last sentence, he subconsciously stopped and let out a long breath before closing the betrothal gift list. He then looked toward Xin Miao. Chapter 8:14. The property shops were not included in the list of gifts because they were all in Great Liang. Tai Yi smiled sincerely. Your Highness, if you convert all of them into gold and silver, it would be 10,000 pounds of gold. 5,000 jin of gold. Luo Tan almost fainted. Tai Yi continued, the bought residence of Prince Rui to the Shin Mansion and all the other residences in between are also included. Someone will send the land deeds over later. He respectfully handed the list of betrothal gifts to Luo Shuiyan and said, May Foreign accept it. Luo Shuiyan did not accept it. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Luo Shuiyan did not dare to accept it. That was 10,000 jin of gold, and there was such a long list of betrothal gifts. Was their Shin family going to become the wealthiest family in Mingqi? Did Prince Rui really not move the Great Liang's treasury over? Was Prince Rui's brain sick? Shin Xian frowned. It was still Shin Qiu who reacted first. He hesitated and carefully probed. Does your emperor know about the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui wrote? Tai Yi was stunned. Then he thought of something and smiled. Your Majesty doesn't care much about worldly possessions. Moreover, it's not a big amount. Seeing the Shin family's shocked appearance, Tai Yi continued, in the Great Liang's imperial family, gold, silver and pearls are like sand, stones and fine soil everywhere. Everyone was in awe. It seemed that the Great Liang was indeed rich and the people were strong, rich to the point of overflowing with oil. Such a generous betrothal gift that could fill the Mingqi's treasury in an instant. In their eyes, it was just like sand and stones. How rich was it? Tai Yi continued, but General Furen, please be assured that His Highness marrying Shin young lady is all according to the Great Liang imperial family's rights. Only then did Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xian wake up. Even though they were not lacking in gold and silver, they still paid special attention to Xin Miao's matter and followed etiquette. He also sighed that Xin Miao's betrothal gift was not even half as rich as the one that Emperor Wen Hui won from the Empress. If it was an ordinary official marrying a wife, they would naturally have to consider that they could not be more generous than the royal family. But Prince Rui was not a Mingqi person but a Great Liang person, so naturally there was no need to consider this layer. Even if it was richer than the imperial family would not say anything. As such, Xin Miao's betrothal gift should be the grandest since the founding of Mingqi. Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan finally had a trace of comfort in their hearts. No matter what, since the imperial edict could not be changed, Xin Miao was destined to marry Prince Rui. Marrying out in style was at least the lifelong wish of many young ladies, and it could be considered as a compensation for Xin Miao. Thinking of this, the bad feeling that the two of them had towards Prince Rui had dissipated by quite a bit. Even their attitude towards the bearded man in front of them was much more amiable. Luo Shuiyan asked, but why haven't they sent the Gung invitation over? Before the marriage, one would need to match the 8 characters of the 8 characters. But because Xin Miao's marriage was very special, it was Emperor Wen Hui who directly decreed the marriage, thus this round was skipped. Tai Yi said, His Highness had already let a famous monk calculate his and Xin young lady's 8 characters, and they are a match made in heaven, companions who have cultivated for 500 years. Today, madam, please hand over the title card to me. His Highness' title card will be sent along with the title deed. The other party's attitude was very sincere, as if no one could find fault with him no matter what. Luo Tan could not help but ask, when is the wedding date? In His Majesty's imperial edict, there was no specific time mentioned. Tai smiled. The marriage invitation is already done. His Highness will return to the Great Liang after the end of the year, and on the day of returning to the Great Liang, he will marry Xin young lady. She will wear red makeup all the way until the Great Liang's capital city gates. That was equivalent to saying that from the Ming Qi's wedding, there would be gongs and drums all the way until they returned to the Great Liang. After completing all kinds of wedding ceremonies in Ming Qi, it would be officially announced to the Great Liang's people upon returning. It was as if Xin Miao was raised to a very high position, to announce to the world that Xin Miao was Princess Rui's identity. Chapter 8:15. Xin Xian and Luo Shuiyan looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. This Prince Rui was so attentive to Xin Miao no matter how one looked at it, as if he really liked Xin Miao? Was that even possible? Xin Miao had only seen Prince Rui a few times. Luo Ling's eyes were so dim that one could not see the light. He lowered his head and looked at the ground as if he could see a flower on the ground. Everyone in the room had different expressions and Xin Miao's reaction was rather dull. She nodded and said to Tai Yi, "Thank you." Tai Yi hurriedly said that he didn't dare, and explained that he still had things to send over in a few days before leaving. After Tai Yi left, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Xin Xian and Luo Shuiyan had already sensed something unusual. If one were to say that Prince Rui's aim was to sow discord between the Xin family and the imperial family of Ming Qi, or to make the Xin family unable to be used by the imperial family of Ming Qi, then when the imperial edict came down, Prince Rui's aim had already been achieved. Since he had achieved his goal, nothing else mattered. Why was there such a big lineup? No matter how much money there was, it would not pressure one's hands. Unless the Great Liang's treasury was small and could not pile up the money, then they would impatiently run over to Ming Qi and hand over this monstrous wealth to the Xin family as a dowry. Wasn't that unnecessary? It was Xin Qiuwei who noticed this point and said angrily, "This Prince Rui is a weasel paying respects to a chicken and does not have any good intentions? Sending so many things, do you think that my Xin family is greedy for wealth? We are marrying a young lady, not selling a young lady. With so much money, who knows what other people will think of the Xin family?" Xin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were silent. That was true. Even the royal family would be envious of this betrothal gift, let alone the commoners. What was even more amazing was that these were sent over by Prince Rui of the Great Liang. Even those who had thoughts about these betrothal gifts did not dare to act rashly and only dared to look at it. One did not know how many people were unable to sleep in the Ding capital at night. Especially Xin Xian's enemies, they would probably vomit blood. Luo Tan smiled and said, "No matter what, brother-in-law's generosity is much better than being stingy. If a man is willing to spend money on a girl, then that's a good man. Before marrying into the family, he has already given Biao youngest sister so many things. If Biao youngest sister were to marry into the family, she would definitely not be treated poorly in the field of food and clothing." Luo Tan had always been straightforward with her words and did not know how to conceal them. But when she said brother-in-law, it made the corners of people's eyes hurt. Xin Xian covered his head. "Where are we going to pile these things?" "That's right," Luo Shuiyan also said worriedly, "we can't store so many things in our house. There was not enough jewelry and antiques in the warehouse, and there were also furniture and fabrics. Do you want to build a granary in the mansion to store things?" Xin Miao wanted to laugh when she heard it and said, "Did he not buy all those residences? After he leaves, those residences will belong to the Xin family. How about buying a few guards and sending some things over? Why don't you just stay in Prince Rui's residence?" Xin Xian shook his head. "Yanqing Lane is not a place we can stay in. That was where the relatives of the imperial family stayed. Who knew what outsiders would think if Xin Xian and the rest stayed there?" Thinking of Tai Yi's words, a flash of pain appeared in her eyes. "He will leave after the end of the year. Jiao Jiao Yu." After the end of the year, Xin Miao would go to the Great Liang. Everyone in the room became silent. Parting, especially between family members, was never a pleasant thing. When Xin Miao saw that, she was afraid that they would be sentimental and quickly changed the topic. Prince Rui had sent so many betrothal gifts, how will the dowry be calculated? Luo Tan was feeling a little thirsty and picked up the tea on the table to take a sip. When she heard that, she spurted out a mouthful of tea and sprayed it all over Luo Ling. But at this moment she was not in the mood to care if Luo Ling's clothes were dirty and said, "Dowry? Heavens!" Chapter 8:16. Everyone in the Shin family felt as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt. Logically speaking, the amount of betrothal gifts that were given, the dowry in return would not be much different. Even though it need not be more than the betrothal gifts, it could not be too little. Otherwise, when the young lady went to the in-laws' house, she would be suppressed. If the dowry was very generous and even more than the betrothal gifts, it would be glorious when one married over. Thus, the more favored the young lady married, the closer the amount of dowry and betrothal gifts. Not to mention that Shin Xan doted on his daughter, but this dowry. Prince Rue had given so many betrothal gifts to the Shin residents. If one wanted a dowry that was not much different, even if one emptied the entire Mingqi's treasury, there would not be that much. Prince Rue gave the Shin family a difficult problem. At night, Shin Miao sat under the lamp and could not help but want to laugh as she thought of Tai Yi holding a long list of betrothal gifts during the day. Xie Jingxing was really too reckless and actually wrote so many betrothal gifts. Shin Miao facepalmed. If others were to see this list of betrothal gifts, one feared that the Shin family would be envied by everyone in Mingqi. However, this list of betrothal gifts would definitely be found out by others, and it was only a matter of time. It was just that one did not know if Emperor Yonglu knew that Xie Jingxing had written such a long list. Thinking about it, Shin Miao felt somewhat sad. In her previous life when she married Fu Xiuyi did not give such a generous betrothal gift. Not to mention the imperial family, there was not even a betrothal gift from an official's family, and it could only be considered as ordinary. At that time Fu Xiuyi said that the residence of Prince Ding was poor and he was simple in nature, so he did not want to do it wantonly, thus Shin Miao believed it. Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were afraid that she would be wronged and took out more than half of the Shin residence's harvest as her dowry. Those dowry were all given to Fu Xiuyi. If Fu Xiuyi wanted to win over this and that, he would need to use money to buy people's hearts. She meticulously calculated every single cent, and some of the old antiques and paintings in the Shin residence were also taken by her to be exchanged for money. Now thinking about it, after being married to Fu Xiuyi for so many years, it was always her who brought the entire Shin family out, and Fu Xiuyi had never returned anything. Although matters of the heart depended on one's own willingness and did not ask for anything in return, as time passed, one's heart would be bitterly disappointed. Especially after ascending the throne, Fu Xiuyi's generosity towards Mei Furen and Fu Sheng was like a slap to her face. Now that she was married to Xie Jingxing, she did not know what kind of feeling she had in her heart. She was moved, but it was not as passionate as in her previous life, like a moth flying into a flame. But Xie Jingxing had given her something that was beyond her imagination. It made people look forward to this marriage. The window was knocked twice. Shin Miao looked up and saw Cong Yang pacing outside, so she opened the window. When Cong Yang saw her, he first bowed to her and said, "Young Furen, master let this subordinate bring you over." Shin Miao was stunned, but in the blink of an eye she nodded her head, "All right." Coincidentally, she also had something to say to Xie Jingxing. It was different from the first time. This time when Shin Miao came to the residence of Prince Rue, it was considered to be a lot more familiar. It was still Cong Yang who carried haystacks everywhere for Shin Miao to climb the walls. He was thinking in his heart that next time he might as well break through all the walls and save the trouble. When Shin Miao arrived at the residence of Prince Rue, when the servants of Prince Rue's residence saw her, they all stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted her. "Young Furen." "Shin Miao," Cong Yang said cheerfully, "Young Furen, everyone likes you very much." Shin Miao only felt somewhat embarrassed, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. When she was led by Cong Yang to the rear courtyard of the residence of Prince Rue, she saw a snow-white fur ball rushing towards her from afar and happily bit the corner of her clothes. Chapter 8:17. There was a lazy voice that sounded in the night, "Jiao Jiao, come over." Shin Miao looked up and saw Xie Jingxing leaning on the tree with his hands folded across his chest, looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. One did not know who the white tiger at his feet was calling out to. Shin Miao walked towards him and the white tiger happily followed. This white tiger's temperament was one of familiarity. They had only met a few times and Shin Miao had never teased it before, but it actually shook its head and tail affectionately towards her. If one did not know, one would have thought that this white tiger was raised by Shin Miao. She stood beside Xie Jingxing and asked, "Why did you look for me?" Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "To cut clothes." "Cut clothes?" Shin Miao was suspicious, and before she could continue asking, Xie Jingxing suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace and gently hugged her before letting go. His movements were too fast and it was just a short moment from the hug, making Xin Miao hold her breath and did not know what to say. If she were to continue speaking, it would seem like he was haggling over every ounce. If she did not continue, it would indeed be taken advantage of by him. Xie Jingxing said, "With your temper most likely you will not obediently embroider wedding clothes. I found the best embroiderer in Great Liang but do not know the size of your clothes." He looked at Xin Miao up and down and said meaningfully, "One will know after hugging." Xin Miao said, "Shameless. Shameless." Xie Jingxing slowly said, "But just now you seem to like it very much." Every time this person said 3 sentences he would be able to anger others to death. Xin Miao sarcastically said, "Your means are really superb. One hug and you know the size. Have you done this many times before?" Xie Jingxing stared at her until Xin Miao's spine went numb before his lips hooked up. "Jealous? Then you can hug it back." He opened his arms and had an appearance of letting her pick. "Who wants to hug you?" Xin Miao despised. "Oh right, I have something to ask you." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "The list of betrothal gifts has been received." "Why did you send so many betrothal gifts?" Xin Miao felt it was funny when she thought about it. Our Xin mansion cannot hold those things. Moreover, you sent so many things and the Xin family cannot afford the same dowry. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Just this. Xie Jingxing casually said, "I still intend to send more." Xin Miao. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a guard rushing in from the outside. When he saw Xie Jingxing, he revealed a difficult expression and said, "Your Highness, there is someone looking for you outside." This subordinate tried to stop him but he was like a madman shouting your name. Afraid that it would cause a misunderstanding, we could only temporarily restrain him. "So?" Xie Jingxing asked. "It is the eldest young master of the Su family, Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng." The guard said. Xin Miao suddenly raised her head. In the front hall of Prince Rui's mansion, there was a young man who was tied up. He was almost tied up like a dumpling and there was a piece of rag in his mouth. He stared angrily at the guards and struggled in vain. This person was Su Mingfeng. Su Mingfeng had already sent people to monitor the residence of Prince Rui for a long time, and even the Xin mansion and the princess residence were also monitored. The longer the investigation, the deeper the suspicions in Su Mingfeng's heart. He suspected that Prince Rui was the dead Xie Jingxing. Even though this conjecture was ridiculous, but as time went by, this idea did not disappear but became more and more ingrained. Xie Jingxing and Xin Miao had some relationship and now Xin Miao was betrothed to Prince Rui. If Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui then everything would be clear. Su Mingfeng had a kind of obsession with Xie Jingxing that others were unable to understand. After all, that was a childhood playmate that he grew up with. He had learned a lot of things from Xie Jingxing and Xie Jingxing's significance to him could almost affect his entire life. No matter if Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui or not, Su Mingfeng must personally check. He wanted to sneak into the residence of Prince Rui and see the appearance of Prince Rui when he took off his mask. At that time the truth would be revealed. This was a crazy move but Su Mingfeng felt that there was a reason to do it. He was not stupid enough to directly go in himself but let his own people create a diversion to lure the guards of the residence of Prince Rui and then he would take advantage of the chaos to sneak in. But Su Mingfeng did not expect that the guards of the residence of Prince Rui were so smart that they caught him in an instant. There was some frustration and more disappointment. At this time, Su Mingfeng was thinking that since he had already been caught, it was not worth it to not recognize the facts. So he struggled with all his might and even reported his background, hoping to attract the attention of Prince Rui. Just as he was thinking, a bearded person dressed like a guard walked in from outside and stopped in front of him. Su Mingfeng's heart could not help but tighten. The bearded person gave a look to the surrounding people and immediately someone came over to untie him and remove the cloth in his mouth. "Master wants to see you. Follow me." Chapter 8:18. Su Mingfeng followed the bearded guard and along the way, the servants of the residence of Prince Rui cast a scrutinizing gaze at him which made Su Mingfeng feel somewhat uncomfortable. But after thinking about it, the matter had already come to this and there was no chance to turn back. Anyway, Prince Rui had already offended and if it was not true, at most he would apologize. No matter what, in Mingqi's territory, Prince Rui would give some face to the officials. Su Mingfeng started to feel perturbed again. Prince Rui did not even put Emperor Wenhui in his eyes, so how would he put a small young master of the Su family in his eyes? Moreover, now that the Su family no longer entered officialdom to Emperor Wen Hui, there was no place in the residence of Ping Nan Bo that was worth putting in an important position. If something really happened, Emperor Wen Hui would not offend Prince Rui for him. Fortunately, there was still a second young master of the Su family, Su Ming Lang, in the residence of Ping Nan Bo. If something really happened to him, the Su family would not have no descendants. But if Prince Rui were to vent his anger on the Su family, what would happen if the entire residence was implicated? Along the way, his imagination ran wild and Su Mingfeng's back gradually broke out in cold sweat. He did not even know that the bearded guard had brought him to the destination. It was until the bearded guard reminded him, "Young Master Su, we have arrived." Su Mingfeng then suddenly recovered to his senses. This was the backyard of the residence of Prince Rui, and there was a pond in the courtyard. In the winter night, the wind from the pond was very cold when it blew on one's body. Vaguely through the lanterns hanging on the branches, one could see a stone table in the garden, and there were two people sitting at the stone table. It seemed to be a male and a female, but one could not see it clearly. Su Mingfeng subconsciously looked at the bearded guard, and the bearded guard said, "His Highness is waiting at the front and will leave first." Finishing, he did not wait for Su Mingfeng's reply and turned to leave. Su Mingfeng looked at the back of the bearded guard and thought that the guards of the residence of Prince Rui were actually so arrogant. It was no wonder that Prince Rui had that kind of conduct. What kind of master would have what kind of subordinates? Since Prince Rui was not respectful to Emperor Wen Hui, the guards of the residence of Prince Rui were also not respectful to the guests. Thinking about it, it seemed that only the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and Xie Jingxing would act so unscrupulously in the Ding capital. Thinking of Xie Jingxing, Su Mingfeng's heart jumped again. He looked at the two people in front of the stone table and paused for a moment before finally striding towards those two people. When he got closer, he then discovered that there was a furry white animal lying under the table. Initially, when Su Mingfeng saw that figure, he thought that it was a cat, but when that little cat-like thing heard his movements, it turned its head and roared out, revealing its sharp white teeth. It was a tiger. Su Mingfeng thought that there was actually a tiger raised in the residence of Prince Rui. Even though it was a little tiger, this Prince Rui was really special. Thinking of this, he felt that Prince Rui and Xie Jingxing were not very similar. Su Mingfeng walked to the front of the stone table, and Prince Rui's back was facing him, so the first thing that Su Mingfeng saw was the female seated. That female had delicate features and was graceful and dignified. When the familiar gaze looked over, Su Mingfeng cried out involuntarily, "Xin young lady." It was actually Xin Miao. "Xin young lady, why are you here?" Su Mingfeng could not help but ask. Young Master Su is really meddling too much. A casual voice sounded, and there seemed to be a touch of displeasure. "This Princess Wang Fei is in one's residence. What is wrong?" The four words "one's residence" almost made Xin Miao unable to continue drinking her tea. She smiled at Su Mingfeng and nodded her head. "Gentleman Su." Su Mingfeng's gaze then landed on Prince Rui, who had his back facing him. He was doing it lazily, but his posture was unexpectedly tall and slender. With the weak light from the lantern, one could see the fine golden thread that outlined the smooth lines on his collar. Chapter 8:19. Your Highness Prince Rui. Su Mingfeng said. Prince Rui did not speak, and Su Mingfeng composed himself. With Xin Miao here, his heart was not afraid. Thinking about it, he almost forgot that Xin Miao was now considered as Rui Wangfei, and from what he saw, Xin Miao's relationship with Prince Rui was not bad. If Prince Rui really had the intention to kill him, Xin Miao would not sit idly by on account of Xie Jingxing. Even though it was somewhat strange to think about it, Su Mingfeng still plucked up his courage and asked, "Today Mingfeng came over to inquire about a matter." "Speak." The more simple Prince Rui said, the more Su Mingfeng's heart was in a mess. He said, "Your Highness Prince Rui is very similar to an old friend of Mingfeng, but that old friend had disappeared for many years." Mingfeng boldly. He made up his mind and said, "Mingfeng boldly pleads Your Highness to take off the mask and let Mingfeng resolve the doubts in my heart." Finishing this sentence, Su Mingfeng lowered his head and waited anxiously for the other party's reply. After a moment of silence, there was a voice that rang. It was still a faint voice that did not seem to care. It was low and deep and pleasant to listen to, but every word was like 1,000 caddies that smashed into Su Mingfeng's ears. Prince Rui asked, "The old friend that you mentioned, is it called Xie Jingxing?" Su Mingfeng's heart moved and there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart, but he forced himself to calm down in a blink of an eye. Prince Rui had stayed in Mingqi for a few months and Xie Jingxing's name was not small and could be considered as a hero in Mingqi. He and Xie Jingxing were childhood friends and perhaps someone had told Prince Rui about this matter. He said, "Yes. Xie Jingxing is dead." There was no joy or anger in Prince Rui's voice. "You said that he disappeared?" "Everyone said that he died in the northern Jiang and I have seen the corpse with my own eyes." Su Mingfeng smiled bitterly, "But I am not willing to believe it." Now that His Highness has appeared, Mingfeng knew that this condition of his was rude and unreasonable, but there are always some things in this world that one must do their best to complete. Facing Prince Rui, Su Mingfeng did not hide anything. He looked at Prince Rui's appearance and it seemed that he was not a person who pestered endlessly and seemed to be somewhat reasonable. Perhaps she would be moved by his words and treat him especially kindly. The white tiger on the ground gave a low whimper and Prince Rui stood up from the stone bench. He turned around and half of his mask glowed coldly in the wind. Su Mingfeng then discovered that Prince Rui was actually half a head taller than him when he stood up. Xie Jingxing was half a head taller than him. At that time he was a young man dressed in fresh clothes and loved to compete with one another. Su Mingfeng had begged Su Foran to fill half a bowl of rice for him every day, hoping that he could be better than Xie Jingxing. At that time Xie Jingxing was still rather contemptuous and said, "You want to become the second Su Minglang?" Time passed in a trance. It seemed as if nothing had changed. However, the blue seas turned into mulberry fields. In the end everything was over. Shen Miao wanted to speak but stopped. Prince Rui said, "You want to see this prince's face?" Su Mingfeng nodded his head. Prince Rui stretched out his hand to cover the silver mask and slowly took it off. His eyebrows were slanted to the temples. His peach blossom eyes were filled with affection. His nose was sharp, and the lazy smile on his lips was almost the same as yesterday. His appearance had changed slightly from a beautiful and mischievous youth to a mature, devilishly handsome young man. But at the end it was still him. Xie Jingxing's lips curled up as he smiled and said in a disdainful tone, "Stunned from looking?" Su Mingfeng suddenly felt that his eyes were a little sour. He went forward and suddenly punched Xie Jingxing's shoulder, just like what they often did in the past. His mouth scolded, "Scoundrel. Always deceiving the heavens and even deceiving me. There is no loyalty." Chapter 820. Shen Miao could not hide the astonishment in her heart. She really did not think that Xie Jingxing would so easily take off his mask in front of Su Mingfeng and admit his identity. Just like in the past in front of Princess Rong Xen. Even if it was one's loved ones, good friends or best friends, when faced with a sudden change in identity, there would not be any understanding. The more precious the feelings, the more one should not easily test it, because if the result of the test was not something that one could bear, it would be a kind of deep and indelible torture to oneself. If it was Shen Miao herself, perhaps she would not be so straightforward. After all, she did not dare and did not have the courage to accept an unknown result. On this point she was not as decisive as Xie Jingxing. He was indeed very clear about what she wanted and what she did not want. He forced himself and did not even give himself a chance to hesitate. "You. How did you become Prince Rui?" Su Mingfeng patted his chest. "Just now I was still thinking that if Prince Rui had the intention to kill me, one would only lose one's life here." He said, "Now at least one's life is spared." But his tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Xie Jingxing looked at him and said, "After 2 years of not seeing you, you have become more and more stupid." Su Mingfeng waved his hands. "I knew that you did not die. A scourge lasts for 1,000 years. A person like you should live for 8 to 10,000 years. He sighed again. "If it was not that Princess Rong Xen came to look for me that day and I saw the tiger head bracelet on young Lady Shin's hands, one fear that you would still be kept in the dark. You do not intend to see me anymore?" He said angrily, with some anger from not being trusted. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. "Exactly." Su Mingfeng was flustered, but he was often bullied by Xie Jingxing in the past, so he was not angry at this moment. He only said with some doubts, "It seems that young Lady Shen had long known of your identity." He smiled and looked at Shen Miao before saying meaningfully, "At the beginning I felt that something was not right. Now it can be considered that you have gotten what you wished for and have hidden very deeply." "Shen Miao, what exactly do you want to say?" Xie Jingxing said impatiently. "I still have things to say to your sister-in-law. Shen Miao and Su Mingfeng were shocked by the word sister-in-law at the same time. Su Mingfeng looked at Shen Miao and said, "Since you are still alive, why did you not tell me about it for these 2 years? Moreover, it seems that Princess Rong Xin is suspicious of your identity. Why did you not take the initiative to tell her and also your father?" Su Mingfeng. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words, "I am Prince Rui of the Great Liang." The courtyard fell silent. Shen Miao sighed slightly in her heart. One would have to come to this step. With Xie Jingxing's identity, it was destined that no one would stand on his side in the Ding capital. No matter who it was, when they saw Xie Jingxing's true identity, they would always think of the name of treason. No matter what the truth or difficulties were, no one cared. All they cared about was results and deception. Princess Rong Xin loved Xie Jingxing like her own son, but at the end she could not avoid being on guard and deceived. When Su Mingfeng saw that his old friend was reborn, he was naturally wild with joy, but after a short period of joy, the truth would eventually be revealed. That was when human nature was the most naked, the most cruel and the most painful. Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing in puzzlement and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Oh yes, you have now become Prince Rui. Was it that something happened at the northern Jiang battlefield and you had no choice but to do it? This Prince Rui's identity is indeed noble, but it is not a solution in the long run. You have to. I am Prince Rui of the Great Liang," Xie Jingxing said. The chattering stopped abruptly. Chapter 821. The wind blew up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. The white tiger had already curled up in the shack that was built for it to rest. In the starless and moonless night, there was only a faint light from the lantern. Su Mingfeng's gaze was uncertain as he asked hesitantly, "What is the meaning of this?" "My real identity is the Great Liang's Prince Rui, not the son of the residents of the Marquis of Lin and Xieding." Xie Jingxing lightly said, "It is not a stopgap measure." "Impossible." Su Mingfeng blurted out, "You and I have known each other for more than 10 years and were together since childhood. How can I not know that you are the Great Liang's Prince Rui? The heir of the Xie family died at birth and the real heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and is already dead." Xie Jingxing said, "It is not me." Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing in a daze. His words were somewhat chaotic, as if he himself was unable to differentiate some things. "Your meaning is that from the beginning you are not the son of the Marquis of Lin and someone swapped the crown prince with you and you have been living in the Ding capital till now, but you are actually not a Mingqi person. You are a Great Liang person and you are the Great Liang's Emperor Yong Li's younger brother. You are a prince of the Great Liang. How is this possible?" "This is simply impossible." His words suddenly paused when he saw Xie Jingxing's expression. That familiar, handsome face only had a look of indifference. Su Mingfeng understood Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing was talking about serious matters, he did not like to repeat it, and when he was impatient, he would often have this expression. What he said was true. Su Mingfeng could not say what kind of feeling he had in his heart at this moment, as if it was blocked by a ball of cotton. The joy of seeing an old friend for the first time had completely disappeared. What was left was only emptiness and some inexplicable anger. He asked, "When did you know your identity?" "From memory," Xie Jingxing answered. Su Mingfeng took 2 steps back. "From memory?" he asked. "You knew that you are a Great Liang person long ago?" Xie Jingxing was non-committal. Shen Miao sighed in her heart. Why did Xie Jingxing need to be so honest? In fact, the more he said, the more Su Mingfeng felt that he was being cheated. Sometimes, it was easier for oneself and others to accept some lies. But Shen Miao asked herself honestly, if it was her, she would also be as honest as Xie Jingxing. There was no need to lie to people who were very close to him. Sure enough, it was just as Shen Miao expected. After Su Mingfeng heard Xie Jingxing's answer, his expression became extremely complicated. After the surprise and suspicion, it was like the anger of being betrayed gradually surged up. He sneered and asked back, "Oh, then why did you come back now? Could it be that you see that Mingqi is not as good as your Great Liang and still want to have an ambitious foot in here?" His words were so harsh that even Shen Miao could not help but cast a sidelong glance. But one's heart was clear that when an outsider looked at a chess game, one would be able to see it clearly. Su Mingfeng suddenly knew so many secrets and would definitely not be able to accept it. Towards the people who were close to one's side, people would always hurt them easily. So what if I am? But Xie Jingxing was not one to be humble. Not only did he not stroke Su Mingfeng's hair, he even calmly admitted it. Shen Miao wanted to speak, but after thinking about it, she gave up. A true gentleman did not speak when watching a chess game. Today she would just treat it as watching a show. Su Mingfeng was indeed angrier as he roared at Xie Jingxing. Today I finally know what is called a traitor and what is called a white-eyed wolf that cannot be tamed. Originally I thought that you were not close to the Marquis of Lin and since young because of Princess Yu Qin. But now it seems that it was you who wanted to draw a clear line with them. You are not the son of the Marquis of Lin but you enjoy everything in the residence of the Marquis of Lin and with a clear conscience. Even the two Shu sons of the Xie residence are not as good as you. You keep saying that Princess Rong Xin is your relative but you deceived her and made her feel pain every day because of the news of your death. You treat me as a brother but concealed your identity for so many years. One fear that there is a reason for you to be on good terms with me. Chapter 822. You do not like Ming Qi and do not like the Ding capital. But that is after all the place that raised you. The grace of birth is not as great as the grace of upbringing. You enjoyed everything that Ming Qi gave you but turned back to take drastic measures to be the Prince Rui of your Great Liang. Your Great Liang is rich and the people are strong. Your Great Liang army is strong but you abandoned everything in Ming Qi for glory and splendor. Xie Jingxing, you are heartless and you are a vile person. You are not worthy to be an official, not worthy to be a D son and not worthy to be a brother. Scram back to your Great Liang. Enough. Shen Miao suddenly stood up and interrupted Su Mingfeng's words. Su Mingfeng's words were just too hurtful. She turned her head to look at Xie Jingxing. Without the mask on his face, Xie Jingxing's expression could be seen clearly. He was not angry and did not smile. He only calmly looked at Su Mingfeng. It was as if the person that Su Mingfeng was talking about was not him and it was also as if he did not care about Su Mingfeng's words. Shen Miao's heart suddenly had a few waves. She looked at Su Mingfeng and a ridiculing smile floated on her face. Oh? Young Master Su seemed to be filled with righteousness and couldn't wait to uphold justice. Unfortunately, your so-called white-eyed wolf, in my view, you are also the same. Xie Jingxing was startled. Su Mingfeng was also angry with Shen Miao. What did you say? Say that you are a white-eyed wolf. In Shen Miao's previous life, when she was fighting with Mei Furan in the inner palace, naturally there was no lack of verbal sparring every day. In terms of ridiculing people, even though she was not outstanding, she had learned a lot of things from Mei Furan. She smiled gently and was dignified and steady. The more it was like this, the more it set off Su Mingfeng's rudeness. Her voice was gentle like the wind and drizzle, but every word and sentence were merciless. Before accusing others, it is best to look at yourself first. Gentleman Su feel that Prince Rui is a white-eyed wolf and that Prince Rui is using you. I would also like to ask Gentleman Su, in the beginning in the residence of the Count of Pingnan, how much did Xie Jingxing help you? Ever since you entered officialdom, you did not know how to socialize and socialize. It was Xie Jingxing who paid for you, and when you wanted to learn martial arts, Xie Jingxing helped you hire a martial arts master. When His Majesty wanted to suppress Pingnan Bo Fu, it was he who reminded you, advising Pingnan Bo to retreat. If it was not so, do you think that there is still a residence of Pingnan Bo in Ming Qi's Ding capital? I'm afraid the grass on his grave is already 10 feet high. You said that Xie Jingxing used you and befriended you for other purposes? In the entire Ding capital, who does not know that you, Su Mingfeng, are Xie Jingxing's childhood friend? Ever since you were young, your body was weak, but no one dared to bully you. Who do you think you are? Is it because of the reputation of the Pingnan Count residence, or is it because you have a childhood sweetheart that no one in the Ding capital dares to provoke? The matters of the world are just that simple. Young Master Su, don't think that my words are not pleasant to hear. Since young, how many roads did Xie Jingxing pave for you and how many times did he help your Su family? If this is the so-called use, then I also hope that someone can use me? Young Master Su, don't you agree? She was full of smiles, but the words that she said were like rain hitting banana leaves, dripping with coldness. After taking other people's benefits, one would turn around and hit them back and keep on accusing others. If this is not an ingrate, then what is? Young Master Su, can I also say that you are heartless and unworthy to be a brother? Enjoying everything that the person that you accuse gives you with a clear conscience, do you not feel guilty? Su Mingfeng was not a person who would engage in a battle of words with a female, not to mention that Shen Miao's words were full of ridicule, but it was genuine, causing his face to swell to a purplish-red color. In his extreme anger, along with Shin Miao's words, his mind started to recall the scrolls of images. Chapter 823. In all fairness, Xie Jingxing's treatment towards him was indeed very good. If it was not good, Su Mingfeng would not have kept thinking about it for so many years. Xie Jingxing was an arrogant and rude person, unbridled and stubborn. He did things as he pleased and there was almost nothing that could restrain him. Even though he said that he was ruthless, he would always help out with Su Mingfeng's matters. For example, when someone bullied Su Mingfeng when he was young, Xie Jingxing did not say anything and brought people to beat him up. Even if that person was a child of the imperial family, he still beat him up and finally others did not dare to bully Su Mingfeng. It was just that even though Xie Jingxing did a lot of things, he never took credit for it and did not even mention it. His younger sister always had a bad attitude, so as time passed, people remembered his bad points but his good points were gradually forgotten. When Shin Miao finished speaking, her heart was extremely carefree. She did not know why, but when she saw Su Mingfeng criticizing Xie Jingxing, she felt that the scene was very dazzling. Now that she had finished speaking, even though she was somewhat ashamed, she did not regret it. Did Xie Jingxing have any intention to make use of Su Mingfeng? Shin Miao thought that it was definitely not. Otherwise, in the previous lifetime when Emperor Wenhui ordered the Su family to be exterminated, no one would collect the corpses of Su Yu and his son. Everyone was afraid of Emperor Wenhui's anger and suspicions. Only Xie Jingxing stood out and buried them. Even at that time, Xie Jingxing was carrying Xie Ding's death in battle, the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and was in imminent danger, and he himself was about to receive orders to go into battle. Loyal, a true hero, and follow one's heartbeat. That was Fu Ming's evaluation of Xie Jingxing. What the child's eyes saw was the truest things. Shin Miao thought that what Fu Ming said was as such. If this kind of person was scolded by Su Mingfeng as not worthy to be a brother, Shin Miao would feel that it was not worth it for Xie Jingxing. An identity was enough to change everyone's eyes. The title of Prince Rue was glorious, but in fact the things that one had to bear, how many people would not have a change of expression and accept it while talking and laughing? She did not discover that when she was speaking, after Xie Jingxing was slightly surprised, his gaze landed on her and he had a joyful smile. Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing and was unable to speak. His emotions were complicated and sad. His good friend was still alive, and that was something that should have been enough to make him happy. But for some reason he was not in the mood to be happy at all. Xie Jingxing glanced at him and said, "I do not owe you anything. Even if I do, I've already paid it off." Xie Jingxing said, "The residence of the Marquis of Lin and is a big tree that attracts the wind, thus the emperor has the intention to suppress it. The Xie family's army under the Marquis of Lin and his millions, and if the father is compassionate and the son is filial, the son inherits the father's business, the emperor would not be able to sleep well. The closer one walks, the faster one dies. I still want to live for a few more years, so I will help the Marquis of Lin and to protect the Marquis residence." The grace of raising in exchange for the stability of the Marquis residence, is it worth it? Xie Jingxing's lips curled up as he asked. Su Mingfeng was speechless from the question. If I did not do this, Xie Ding was originally a thorn in the emperor's eyes and would die one day. The residence of the Marquis of Lin and would be charged with a groundless crime and be splashed with dirty water. Even though the son was dead and there was no more descendants, at least the residence of the Marquis of Lin and was still there, so the emperor let the residence of the Marquis of Lin off. Speaking of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and, it is still a clean and bright house. Xie Jingxing ridiculed, there is always a mother and son relationship with Princess Yuqin. For this little bit of relationship, the only thing that can be done is to protect the dignity of the Marquis of Lin and the dignity of the residence of the Marquis of Lin. And Shin Miao looked at Xie Jingxing's handsome face. He said it carelessly as if all these were not important at all. But in the past years, these unspoken words could only be placed in the heart. Xie Jingxing was an honest person, but he was also the most dishonest person. He honestly stated the truth in the course of events, but what was not honest was his own heart. He did not mention the grievances that he had suffered and did not mention his worries and depression. Thus in everyone's eyes he was a game of life and was cynical. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that could stump him. However, when he was arranging everything in order to maintain the clarity of the Marquis residence, he was forced to bear the name of disobedience, presumptuous, no respect for elders and no respect for one's father and elder brothers. Su Mingfeng was stunned when he heard it. My life in the Great Liang is not as simple as what you think. He looked at the icicles on the tree and casually said, if it was you, you would not be able to stay for a day before coming back crying to look for mother. Su Mingfeng was so angry that his throat was stuck. There are no benefits in the world for no reason. One must fight for what one has obtained. Su Mingfeng, your days are comfortable and you cannot use this kind of comfort to guess me. What I have experienced is more than what you can imagine. He sighed softly, but there was still a smile on his face. That pair of peach blossom eyes were slightly curved and the eyelashes were hanging down to a nice arc. From this angle, his brows were gentle and he was so beautiful that it was as if he had walked out from a painting. However, there was not a bit of a smile in that pair of eyes. It was bitingly cold like the winter wind. The most important thing is that Ming Qi did not nurture me and only erase me, he said. Chapter 824. Su Mingfeng staggered away. When he left, it was as if he had experienced a huge change and was almost out of his wits. Shen Miao wanted to say a few words to Xie Jingxing, but Xie Jingxing returned to his casual look and smiled as he urged her to return to the residence to rest, as if he did not want to mention the matter again. Shen Miao was helpless and could only follow his intentions. Some people like to share their own painful experiences with others to gain the sympathy of others. However, the things that really made one sad were not willing to share it. Recalling it once was like stabbing a knife into one's heart. Xie Jingxing most likely did not like to expose his weakness in front of others, so in the eyes of outsiders, he was still powerful and omnipotent. But Shen Miao was able to hear something from his sentence. The most important thing is that Ming Qi did not nurture me and only erase me. Until they returned to the Shen mansion, Shen Miao's heart was thinking about this matter. What was the meaning of Ming Qi only erasing Xie Jingxing? What floated in Shen Miao's mind was the matters of the past lifetime. In the past lifetime, the residence of the Marquis of Linan finally collapsed and both Xie Ding and Xie Jingxing died in battle. The remaining Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu were promoted and Madame Fang's status also rose. In this lifetime, even though the three sons of the Xie family were gone, at least Xie Ding was still around. As long as Xie Ding was still around, the residence of the Marquis of Linan was not considered to have collapsed. If Xie Ding had the heart to remarry at this age, it was possible to have another son. Even though it looked miserable, but as compared to the past lifetime it was much better. What was the difference between this lifetime and the past lifetime? It seemed to have started from 2 years ago. In the past lifetime, Xie Jingxing did not go to the northern Jiang 2 years ago but a few years later. The time was brought forward and it seemed to have caused some things to change. So what was it that caused Xie Jingxing to make this decision? Was it because of herself? Shen Miao pondered. But what did Ming Qi push for? In the past lifetime, when Shen Miao knew about the matters of the Xie family, she sighed and lamented. She had once suspected that the imperial family was involved in the matter but was not willing to delve into it. Other than being a scoundrel, the Xie father and son were not loyal to the Ming Qi. If it was because of guarding against the overshadowing of the Lord, then the imperial family would be too heartless. But now this conjecture resurfaced in his mind. Assuming that the imperial family targeted the residence of the Marquis of Linan right from the start, the Xie father and son would die in battle and the residence of the Marquis of Linan would be burnt to ashes. This was the ending that the imperial family had prepared for the Xie family. Then because Xie Jingxing took the initiative to request to go out to battle, the royal family's plan was brought forward. The imperial family fulfilled their wish of letting Xie Jingxing die in battle. But at this time Xie Ding was still alive. Not only that, Xie Ding still had 2 sons, so the imperial family's ambition towards the residence of the Marquis of Linan had not disappeared. Fortunately, Xie Ding was unable to recover after Xie Jingxing's death. Thus the plan, to completely destroy the residence of the Marquis of Linan was not urgent. 2 years later, the 2 sons of the Xie family died in an accident. From then on, Xie Ding had no chance of making a comeback. There was no harm in keeping him alive. The royal family changed their previous plan and even took the initiative to appease him. This was to show the royal family's benevolence and sympathy for their subjects. If one were to say that Xie Jingxing had already expected everything that would happen in the future, then the expedition 2 years ago was not done recklessly. Just like what he said to Su Mingfeng, this was the only way to protect the residence of the Marquis of Linan. But these were all Shen Miao's own thoughts and no one knew what the truth was. She was thinking that she should find an opportunity to ask Xie Jingxing. In the past lifetime she did not want to delve into it, but in this lifetime she was very curious. Chapter 825. This night, Xin Miao's thoughts were heavy and Su Mingfeng was suffering. Naturally there were others who were not in the mood to sleep. In the residence of Prince Ding, it was brightly lit throughout the night. Fu Xiuyi sat on the high seat and looked at the subordinate who came to report and slowly asked, "Su Mingfeng went to the residence of Prince Rui?" The subordinate said, "Exactly." After coming out, the air of the Count of Pingnan seemed to be stimulated and was in a daze. Fu Xiuyi waved his hands and the subordinate withdrew. The advisor by his side came forward and asked, "The heir of the Count of Pingnan went to the residence of Prince Rui in the middle of the night. Could it be that he had a private relationship with Prince Rui?" The residence of the Count of Pingnan was no longer in officialdom. If Prince Rui really wanted to find someone to cooperate with, he would not be able to find him. Fu Xiuyi's gaze turned cold. The Su family was originally an excellent chess piece. If it was not for Su Mingfeng's sudden serious illness and the Su family gradually withdrew from the officialdom, it would not be to this extent. However, he said, the Su family was considered lucky to escape a calamity. The advisor said, "Speaking of which, the illness of the heir of the Count of Pingnan was really strange. Because the heir of the Count of Pingnan was ill, the Count of Pingnan resigned and now gradually retired. There was almost no news of them in the Ding capital." Fu Xiuyi laughed. "Could it be that you think that Su Mingfeng was really ill?" "Seeking your highness guidance. Su Mingfeng and the residents of the Marquis of Lin and Xie Jingxing are close friends." Fu Xiuyi said, "It was strange that the Su family suddenly withdrew from the officialdom. Especially Su Mingfeng. At that time he was flourishing but suddenly fell seriously ill and did not even fight for it and directly resigned. He said that he would not live for more than a few years. You see, 2 years have passed and is not Su Mingfeng still living well?" The residents of the Count of Pingnan was clearly putting their own interests first and retreating bravely. Naturally there was someone reminding them. The residents of the Count of Pingnan and the residents of the Marquis of Lin and have always been on good terms. Other than the reminders of close friends, others would not meddle in other people's business. "But," the advisor asked in puzzlement, "the residents of the Marquis of Lin and in Xieding, why was it Xie Jingxing who reminded them and not Xieding? Xieding cannot even protect himself." Fu Xiuyi drank a mouthful of tea. "Xieding is arrogant and arrogant. Relying on his outstanding military achievements, he repeatedly acted presumptuously in front of Imperial Father. Imperial Father had long had the intention to get rid of him. If Xieding was smarter he would restrain himself, but you see, when did he restrain himself in the Ding capital? But this Xie Jingxing," Fu Xiuyi narrowed his eyes, "cannot be underestimated. Isn't Xie Jingxing also unbridled and arrogant in his actions?" The advisor said, "In the Ding capital, when mentioning little Xie Marquis, everyone would know that he is a stubborn and bold person." "That's right, but don't forget one point," Fu Xiuyi replied. "From the beginning to the end, he did not enter officialdom. Everyone said that Xie Jingxing did not enter officialdom because of Xie Ding and deliberately delayed his life, but I think that is not the case. That time at the chrysanthemum banquet, Xie Jingxing alone dealt with his 2 Shu younger brothers and the military strategy that he displayed was admirable. He had unparalleled talent, but he was unwilling to display it. What was this called? This is called concealing one's abilities. How many years has Xie Ding lived and how many years has Xie Jingxing lived?" Xie Ding had lived to such an old age, but would still be blinded by the riches and honor of the residents of the Marquis of Lin, and Xie Jingxing was so young but was able to clearly assess the situation. Xie Jingxing was the most terrifying person in the residence of the Marquis of Lin, and so the person who reminded the Su family was not Xie Ding but Xie Jingxing. Only Xie Jingxing. The advisor looked at Fu Xiuyi. "Is your highness overestimating Xie Jingxing? Even if he reminded the Su family, it would not prove anything." "Cannot prove what?" Fu Xiuyi looked at him and asked back, "Then how about adding the Xie family's army?" "Xie family's army?" The advisor was puzzled and immediately thought of something before looking at Fu Xiuyi in shock. "Your highness's meaning is..." Chapter 826. In short, the most terrifying person in the residence of the Marquis of Lin and is not Xie Ding but Xie Jingxing, Fu Xiuyi said. When this person was still young, he already had enough ambition and brains. If he is given a certain amount of power, one feared that there would be a change in the Ding capital. With him around, this bone of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and will never be bitten off.
Fortunately, Xie Jingxing is already dead. When the advisor heard Fu Xiuyi's words, he heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The current residents of the Marquis of Lin and would not be able to create any waves. That's right. Fu Xiuyi said, for dangerous enemies, it is always necessary to kill them before they grow up. However, he changed the topic. What I am curious about now is why would Su Mingfeng and Prince Rui mix together? Not only that. The advisor continued his words, Princess Rong Xen also seemed to be investigating Prince Rui. Su Mingfeng's people even went to the Shin mansion to guard, as if they were monitoring 5th Shin young lady's every move. Princess Rong Xen is also the same. Su Mingfeng, Prince Rui, Princess Rong Xen and Shin Miao. Fu Xiuyi said, these few people must have a special relationship. Especially Shin Miao and Prince Rui, now they were betrothed by Imperial Father. I know Imperial Father's temperament very well. Once he has set his sights on something, he will not hand it over to others. The Shin family is already in Imperial Father's pocket and Shin Miao's marriage will not be given to outsiders. How would he bestow her to Prince Rui as a Wang Fei without rhyme or reason? No matter how one looks at it, it is not a good deal for Ming Qi. Your Highness means. The advisor muttered. This marriage must have been initiated by Prince Rui. Not only that, Prince Rui must have used some method to force Imperial Father to make this decision. Fu Xiuyi suddenly smiled strangely. Don't you find it strange? Previously I suspected that Prince Rui and Shin Miao seemed to have an unusual relationship but felt that Prince Rui was not one who would change the plans of the world for a woman. But now it seems that I was wrong. Prince Rui indeed had other thoughts towards Shin Miao. That's why he racked his brains to get an imperial edict. Nothing happens for no reason in this world. Su Mingfeng and Princess Rong Xian had never left the Ding capital before, so it was impossible for them to know Prince Rui. But their attitude towards Prince Rui seemed to be somewhat familiar. Also, Prince Rui and Shin Miao had only met a few times, so why would he do this for her? Could it be that Prince Rui had come to Ming Qi before? The advisor turned pale with fright. Your Highness's meaning is that Prince Rui had been to the Ding capital before? You've seen them before and you're even friends with them? Of course I can't do it openly. Fu Xiuyi smiled. Perhaps we were deceived in the beginning, or perhaps Prince Rui was living in the Ding capital with the identity of a Ming Qi person. Otherwise, why would he wear a mask this time? One heard that everyone in the imperial family of the Great Liang are astonishingly beautiful, so why does Prince Rui dare not show his true face to others? I think his face must have been recognized by us. The advisor was silent. He seemed to be shocked by the news and could not speak. Fu Xiuyi smiled again, but these are just my own guesses. I can't be sure now. There is no harm. I have already sent people to continue guarding. It is just that now one is looking forward to Prince Rui's secret. He paused for a moment and suddenly thought of something before asking, how is Pei Lang now? The advisor was startled and recalled for a moment before saying, he still refuses to let it go. Fu Xiuyi smiled. Continue. Just do not let him die. He continued, these people that the Shin family found, each and every one of their bones are really hard. It makes one envious. Chapter 827. The advisor's entire body turned cold when he heard it but did not dare to say anything more and respectfully retreated. Another few days passed by. The Shin family finally accepted the fact that Shin Miao is about to marry Prince Rui. Since the marriage had been set, the marriage invitation was sent and the list of betrothal gifts was also given. The female side would have to show a little importance to this marriage. Even though Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not approve of Shin Miao's marriage to Prince Rui, but if one did not prepare well, others would think that they did not value Shin Miao. Fighting with his last breath, Shin Xian was not willing to let others look down on his daughter. It was just that the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui sent over was really shocking, so the amount of dowry to prepare became a problem. Both Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were military officers and had outstanding military merits in the early years, thus they received a lot of rewards. Both of them were not in the Ding capital all year round, and other than the portion that was given to old Shin Furin, there was almost no movement. There were only 2 children in the residence and Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not favor anyone, so everyone split it in half. Actually it was considered extravagant. But in the 2 years in the Shaochun city, they had invested a lot of money into the Luo family's army, thus the Shin family's wealth was not as solid as before. The only thing to blame was the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui sent over. Even during the Shin family's heyday, it was hard to catch up to it. Previously Shin Xiu still thought that Prince Rui was bragging because this list of betrothal gifts was enough for an official to marry 10 daughters-in-law from a noble family. Perhaps Prince Rui was joking with the Shin family, but on the second day Tai Yi received Prince Rui's orders to send 2 golden geese, which almost made Shin Xiu stagger in shock. That was something that the Empress Dowager wanted to treasure. Thus Prince Rui used it as a prize for the betrothal gifts and casually found a box and sent it over. From then on, everyone believed that the Great Liang was really rich and Prince Rui really squandered money like dirt. This list of betrothal gifts was not a joke. Shin Miao's dowry. This matter was big. Shin Xiu took the initiative to give Shin Miao the money that he was saving for his wife's marriage. One must not be short of ambition when one is poor. How can one let younger sister's dowry be less than half of Prince Rui's betrothal gifts? If this was to be brought to the Great Liang, one would be looked down upon by others. Our Shin family's young ladies must do their best. Prince Rui giving betrothal gifts like this and our dowry is small. Will he look down on us? He couldn't be careless about the dowry. I still have some antiques in my house that I can pawn. Although we are poor, we can't lose face. Shin Xian deeply agreed. Shin Miao. In any case, the Shin family was considered as one of the largest families in the Ding capital. Why was it that in Shin Xiu's mouth, it seemed that they were destitute and had to sell the furnishings in the house to gather the dowry? If word of this got out, wouldn't they be laughing their heads off? Because it was the end of the year, the big and small matters in the Ding capital were much more relaxed, and Shin Miao's marriage was personally decreed by Emperor Wenhui. Perhaps it was because he knew that the Shin family was dissatisfied with this marriage. Emperor Wenhui specially gave Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan a period of leave to accompany Shin Miao and return after Shin Miao's marriage was over. Even if Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan did not have the emperor's approval, their thoughts were all on Shin Miao, so naturally they were happy and relaxed. Shin Xiu and Luo Ling were in the military ministry and had basically done almost the same at the end of the year. These days they were either accompanying Luo Shuiyan to buy New Year's goods or helping Shin Miao. The whole family were chatting in the hall and the cook had made some new snacks and the charcoal fire in the room was burning brightly. Luo Tan smiled as she looked at Shin Miao. Youngest Biao sister, you will be getting married after the end of the year. Even though it is too late to sow the dowry now, but you have to prepare for yourself. Tomorrow let the embroidery maids in the pavilion come over to measure your figure and after the measurements are done, the horses will be whipped so that the clothes will be ready. Chapter 828. When Ming Qi's females got married, they would need to embroider their own wedding dress. Generally speaking, those who were engaged early would start to embroider for themselves a few years ago. Those who were engaged later would let the tailor make the wedding dress and they would symbolically embroider a few designs, which was considered to be done by themselves. Only then would there be a harmonious and beautiful meaning. Originally Shin Miao's marriage was not urgent in the Shin family and after the end of the year, they would start to look for suitable young talents and at that time Shin Miao would start to embroider her own wedding dress. Who knew that with Emperor Wenhui's imperial edict, everything was messed up. Now it was impossible for Shin Miao to personally embroider a wedding dress, thus it was necessary to implement these early. Luo Shuiyan patted her head and said in annoyance, "These days I almost forgot about this matter. Tanner is right. Jiao Jiao's wedding dress needs to be prepared. I am not very familiar with the Ding capital's embroidery lady. Later I will ask my good foreign, she knows the best where the clothes and jewelry are. Jiao Jiao's wedding dress must not be sloppy." Finishing, she sized up Shin Miao and smiled. Jiao Jiao's figure is slender and would look good in the wedding dress. When Shin Miao heard that, her mind was filled with the words you will know after a hug, that day when Xie Jingxing pulled her into his embrace. She could not help but feel that her face was somewhat hot. Shin Xiu asked, "Younger sister, why is your face so red? Do you need to call a physician over to take a look?" Luo Ling's eyes dimmed and he lowered his head and did not make a sound. Luo Tan was giggling with Luo Shuiyan about the wedding dress embroidered patterns when she saw a servant outside rushing in. "Foreign master, there is someone outside seeking an audience." "Did not it was said that there will not be any guests these few days and the doors will be closed?" Shin Xen said unhappily. Why was it not stopped? He wanted to enjoy the few remaining family time so he did not meet anyone who came to the Shin mansion. The servant was almost crying. It is His Highness Prince Rui of the Great Liang." Luo Tan's eyes widened. Xinqiu stood up with a whoosh, and asked with a murderous look, "What is he here for?" The servant said, "This?" This one did not ask. Before his voice landed, one heard a low and sweet voice from behind the servant. "A wedding dress." A tall and straight figure walked out from behind the servant. The servants in the Xin mansion did not have delicate features, but each and every one of them were upright and awe-inspiring. After mixing with Xinqiu for a long time, there was some valiant air about them. However, when compared to the person behind him, he immediately looked a little dispirited. His purple gold robe fluttered in the wind. His smile carried a bit of contempt, but it did not make people feel disgusted. It seemed to be a bit cynical. However, the silver mask faintly shone with a cold light, giving him a bit of unfathomable profoundness. Even if he couldn't see the person's face, the outline was still very good. Especially when he walked over leisurely, step by step, elegant as a bone, lazy and noble, but there was a strong light that could not be ignored. He said, "Prince Rue." He was so arrogant and presumptuous even when he introduced himself. Xinqiu almost pulled out his sword. He slapped the table and the desserts on the table shook 3 times as he asked, "You are Prince Rue?" Prince Rue nodded. "Why do you want to marry my sister? What conspiracy do you have?" Xinqiu shouted. Luo Tan's chin almost dropped down. Xinqiu's hostility towards Prince Rue was really too big. But even though everyone had this idea in their hearts, to ask it in front of others, would it be too impolite? Jiao Jiao is gentle and sensible, dignified and generous. I have admired for a long time and was anxious to marry. Fortunately, the Emperor's benevolence is vast and powerful and did not disgrace the mission. He slowly said with a smile. Chapter 829. Xin Miao could not help but tremble. She was really not used to Xie Jingxing speaking in such a gentle tone. One must know that when they were not familiar with each other, every time Xie Jingxing saw her, he would probe, look at her coldly and ridicule her. Xin Xn and Xinqiu suddenly flew into a rage. Prince Rue's words on the surface was praising Xin Miao and also said that he admired Xin Miao, but the more he said it, the more it did not feel right. What was the boundless grace of the Emperor? What did it mean to not fail the mission? Others did not know, but they were very clear. It was obviously Prince Rue who forced Emperor Wen Hui to write down the imperial edict, and the imperial grace was coerced. The imperial grace was not disgraced, but whose mission was not disgraced? Xinqiu and Xin Xn were like 2 firecrackers that were lacking a spark to explode. This Prince Rue had done all kinds of bad things, so why did he come here to pretend to be a big-tail wolf? Luo Shuiyan's gaze softened. The way a woman looks at a man and a man looks at a man are different. When women look at men, they look at the details. Prince Rue did not use "this prince," but used "I." He did not use "fifth Xin young lady" to address Xin Miao, but used Jiao Jiao. If it was purely to make use of the Xin family's power, Prince Rue had already obtained what he wanted and there was no need for this. Regardless of whether he was sincere or just putting on an act, it was good that he was willing to put in the effort. For example, Fu Xiuyi. At that time Xin Miao was in love with Fu Xiuyi, but Fu Xiuyi was teasing Xin Miao and was neither close nor distant. He did not directly reject but did not accept and was not willing to put in effort and was not willing to please. So the reason why the Xin family did not want Xin Miao and Fu Xiuyi to be together, other than Fu Xiuyi's own identity that would drag the Xin family into the water, it was also because Fu Xiuyi did not love Xin Miao at all. If he loved someone, he would be willing to put in effort for her. If he didn't want to spend even a little bit of his attention on someone else now, how could he hope for the future? Luo Shuiyan looked at Prince Rue. Since Prince Rue was willing to put in the effort, it was much better than what she thought. What's more, if one were to talk about appearance and temperament, it was really hard for Prince Rue to make others have any ill feelings towards him. Compared to Fu Xiuyi, who made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, but also carried the airs of a prince, always smooth and slick. Prince Rue, this person, was unbridled and lazy in his actions, but one could see that he had some genuine temperament. This kind of true nature came from the royal family, which was even more precious. Luo Shuiyan hoped that the husband that Xin Miao would marry would not face Xin Miao with a false face. She said, "Your Highness Prince Rue, my name is Yuan, courtesy name Jingxing." Prince Rue said, "Foreign can call me Jingxing." Xin Miao almost choked on her tea. Luo Shuiyan was a little surprised. The people of the royal family were very particular about rules. Even blood brothers had to pay attention to this and that. The people of the Great Liang were considered as very noble guests in Ming-Chi, especially Prince Rui, who was the younger brother of Emperor Yonglu. One did not think that he would let others call him by his courtesy name. Only those who had a good relationship would allow others to call them by their given name. Luo Shuiyan's gaze towards Prince Rui became even more gentle as she said, "Jing Xing, take a seat first." She then instructed Jing Zhi, "Serve the tea." Shen Qiu and Shen Xen looked at Luo Shuiyan in shock and could not understand why Luo Shuiyan would be so good to this Prince Rui in such a short period of time. When Luo Ling, who was at the side, saw this, he sized him up. "Jing Xing." Luo Tan suddenly spoke, "Isn't this the name of the heir of the Marquis of Lin and residence in the Ding capital?" Shen Miao held the teacup and felt somewhat powerless in her heart. Xia Jingxing was really audacious to the extreme. He actually dared to say his courtesy name here. Did he feel that since Su Mingfeng and Princess Ming'an already knew of his real identity, why not let more people know about it? Anything that was related to his identity would perhaps arouse the suspicion of others. Not only did Xia Jingxing not avoid it, he even came forward. Even though she was drinking tea, Shen Miao felt that she was almost drunk. Shen Qiu's heart was filled with indignation. Seeing that Luo Shuiyan gave up her seat to Prince Rui and let the servants serve tea, he was already unhappy, and when he heard Luo Tan's words he said, "Correct. Prince Rui definitely do not know who is the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Lin." Prince Rui turned his head to look at him. "Oh? Who is that?" He is also called Xia Jingxing and is the eldest son of the Marquis of Lin and residence. Others say that the South Xia and the North Shin, their Xia family is a military aristocratic family that is on par with our Shin family. Xia Jingxing is the little marquis of the Xia family and he is a rare young talent. In the beginning he was able to defeat a number of people with just one move. Not to mention his literary and military skills, he was also born with a handsome face. He can be considered as a young talent that everyone in Ming-Chi looks up to. Those who know of him would say good things about him. Shen Qiu sighed. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of talents and fell early in the northern Jiang battlefield. He changed the topic and looked provocatively at Prince Rui. "One do not know what is the feeling of your highness Prince Rui to have the same name as such a person? That person is unparalleled in literary and military skills and has matchless looks. What are the chances of you winning?" Shen Miao. Hearing Major General Shen's words, "It seems that you admire that little Marquis Xia a lot?" Prince Rui slowly asked. "Of course." Shen Qiu said it vehemently and did not care about Luo Shuiyan's frequent winks at him. Instead he saw Shen Xian's encouraging gaze and continued, "He is the hero in my heart and no one can replace him." Shen Miao facepalmed. If it was possible, she really wanted to pretend that she did not know Shen Qiu. Looking at Xia Jingxing again. He must be secretly very refreshed. Chapter 830. Shen Qiu fiercely praised Xia Jingxing in front of Prince Rui, and when an ordinary person was mercilessly criticized, their face would not look good. Prince Rui was wearing a mask so that people could not see his face clearly. However, everyone could clearly see that the corner of his mouth was slightly raised and his voice was very gentle and polite. The most important thing was that his eyes could not lie. In Prince Rui's eyes there was actually some joy. Pleasure? Shen Qiuji spoke till his mouth was dry, but not only did he not see Prince Rui revealing an embarrassed expression, instead he seemed to be in agreement. So to speak, it is indeed a pity. Shen Qiu was very dispirited and became more vigilant towards this Prince Rui. But Luo Shuiyan was very satisfied. She was not as childish as Shen Qiu and was not as picky as Shen Xan. Looking at Prince Rui, she was not angry at Shen Qiu's nonsense. People would always judge if a person was good or not, but Luo Shuiyan had been with Prince Rui for a short period of time and felt that Prince Rui was not bad. He looked very handsome and refined, but his words were not bashful or pretentious. There was a kind of sloppy heroism about him that made people have a good impression of him. It was said that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she became. In Luo Shuiyan's mind, Prince Rui quickly took the lead. In Luo Shuiyan's heart, he was more steady than Su Mingfeng, more straightforward than the crown prince, more magnanimous than Feng Zixian, and more than Luo Ling. Luo Ling was one of them, so there was no need to talk about it. Not only was Luo Shuiyan satisfied with Prince Rui, Luo Tan was also very satisfied with her own brother-in-law. Her mind was filled with strange things and asked Prince Rui a lot of novel information about the Great Liang. This Prince Rui did not have much patience with Emperor Wen Hui during the tribute banquet, and when he wanted to leave he would leave,
but when he wanted to stay he would answer Luo Tan's questions. Previously Luo Tan remembered Prince Rui saving Xin Miao's life, and at this moment the more she looked, the more she felt that only Prince Rui was worthy of Xin Miao. She said, "I see that brother-in-law and Biao youngest sister are extremely compatible. With Biao youngest sister's temperament, only brother-in-law's good interest can cover it." As soon as the two words brother-in-law came out, the room fell silent. Prince Rui was after all a relative of the imperial family, and in comparison, Luo Tan's identity was not worth mentioning. Luo Tan was naturally carefree and did not realize what she had said, but Luo Shuiyan and Shin Xan subconsciously looked at Prince Rui's reaction. Prince Rui's lips slightly hooked up and readily accepted, "Many thanks to Biao older sister's kindness." "Cousin?" Shin Qiu was flustered and exasperated. "Who is your Biao older sister? Don't shout." "Brother Qiu, what are you talking about?" Luo Tan glared at him and said with a smile, "Well, I'm younger than you. It's weird for you to call me cousin. You'd better call me Cousin Luo." Shin Qiu stared angrily at Prince Rui. This person relied on his good skin and his status to attract females everywhere. Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan had been tricked by this person. Luo Ling looked at the chaotic situation in front of him and felt that it was somewhat funny, but as he laughed and laughed, he thought of something and could no longer laugh. He looked at Xin Miao with a bitter expression. Xin Miao was thinking about Luo Tan's words just now and her heart was somewhat inconceivable. What kind of wrong impression did Luo Tan have of Xie Jingxing that she actually felt that Xie Jingxing was a person with a good temperament? She did not know that in the beginning Xie Jingxing was also threatening and ridiculing, and every time she interacted with him, it was like walking on a tightrope, and one was unable to grasp the other party's thoughts. If Luo Tan saw Xie Jingxing's actions of silencing people without batting an eyelid, one feared that she would not be able to say those words anymore. Shin Xan saw that Luo Shuiyan and Prince Rui were talking more and more intimately, and his heart did not feel good. He deliberately coughed twice and forcefully interrupted their conversation before asking Prince Rui dryly, "Did you not say that you came over to deliver the wedding dress? What? Now you feel that our Shin family's tea is good and deliberately came over to drink?" Chapter 831. Luo Shuiyan heard that his words were not pleasant to hear and glared at Shin Xan before turning her head to Prince Rui and spoke in a gentle tone that she had not used to Shin Xan for decades. "Jing Xing, did you specially come over today to deliver the wedding dress to Jiao Jiao?" The marriage bestowing imperial edict came in a rush, and I think that Jiao Jiao would not have time to embroider her own wedding dress. Coincidentally, when I first came to the Ding capital, imperial older brother let me bring along the best seamstress and tailor in the Great Liang. If one were to meet a young lady that one likes, one must give her the best wedding dress in the world when one marries her back. His smile was shallow and his pair of eyes were as gentle as spring. The wedding dress is already done and had been done for 3 months. Now it is brought over for foreign to take a look. 3 months? Xin Miao was surprised for a moment and suddenly remembered that a few days ago when Xie Jingxing hugged her and said that he wanted to measure the dress. Now that the wedding dress was made 3 months ago, one feared that he already knew her measurements at that time, so why the need to do so much? Sure enough, he was just spouting nonsense again. She actually believed it and was taken advantage of. Thinking of this, Xin Miao glared at him angrily. Xie Jingxing smiled gently. This little action was seen by Luo Shuiyan and her heart became happier. Now this marriage could not be changed even if one wanted to, thus she could only find ways to comfort herself. Who knew that when she saw Prince Rui today, she felt that this person was not bad and felt much more gratified. Now looking at the actions of these two people, it was not like children playing around. Her own daughter always put on the airs of an old person and did not have the naivety of a young female. But in front of this Prince Rui she showed the side of a young female, and that Prince Rui seemed to dote on Xin Miao a lot. Perhaps this marriage was a match made in heaven. In Luo Shuiyan's heart, Prince Rui was at least 1,000 times higher than Fu Xiuyi. Just as she was thinking, Xin Qiu cried out at the side, 3 months? It was obvious that the marriage bestowing imperial edict was just passed down not long ago. You are clearly lying. Could it be that you have foresight and knew 3 months ago that you want to marry younger sister? Moreover, how do you know younger sister's measurements? To take an unsuitable wedding dress, no matter how good it looks, younger sister would not wear it. Xin Miao also looked at Xie Jingxing as she also wanted to hear how Xie Jingxing would deal with Xin Qiu's question. Xie Jingxing was indeed an expert and only said, 3 months ago I met Jiao Jiao on the streets by chance. At that time I caught a glimpse of her and made up my mind to not marry other than Jiao Jiao. Imperial older brother only told me to send the wedding dress to my beloved young lady but did not say that I can only send it after marrying. I might as well marry her in the end. When he finished speaking, his voice was incomparably cheerful. He only glanced at Xinqiu but it was full of provocation. Xinqiu was not Xie Jingxing's opponent when it came to talking. These words were beautifully said by Xie Jingxing, but he himself did not gain any benefits. As for the size, Xie Jingxing smiled, if you have the heart to look for it you'll definitely find it. He gestured for Tai Yi to come forward and Tai Yi trotted out of the room. After a while he came back with a huge box and placed it on the table. The box was quite big and seemed to be made of fragrant wood. A faint fragrance of pear blossoms wafted out from it, refreshing the mind. Everyone involuntarily gathered around the table, thinking that the wedding dress would most likely be inside. Even though Xin Miao was usually calm, there was some anticipation in her heart. In the previous lifetime the wedding dress was embroidered by her, so she was especially attentive to Fu Xiuyi's wedding. She also wanted to have a splendid and gorgeous wedding. After all, the most beautiful moment of a female's life seemed to be the moment when she was the bride. But at that time Fu Xiuyi was still concealing his incompetence and requested for it to be simple and the wedding should not be publicized. Thus she could only put away her thoughts of wanting to be gorgeous and embroidered the wedding dress in a simple style with plain patterns. Chapter 832. But after all, she was a female that was full of yearning for the future and was very fond of beauty. Thus she thought of an idea and used dark red silk to embroider the twin lotus flowers on the outside of the red dress. She also embroidered some peach blossoms on the inside of the dress. Because the dress was inside the outer garment, others could not see it. The twin lotus flowers on the red dress was also embroidered with red silk so ordinary people would not be able to see it. The entire dress was of a plain and simple style. But her heart was very proud of her little trick. She thought that after the nuptial chamber at night, when husband and wife whispered to each other, she would let Fu Xiuyi guess and see if Fu Xiuyi could guess the pattern on the wedding dress. Fu Xiuyi would eventually see her clever and dexterous side and slowly fall in love with her. But at the end, when the lights were bright that night, she waited in the bridal chamber for the entire night until the red candles dried up and her heart turned cold, but she did not see Fu Xiuyi. In the morning of the second day she was informed that Fu Xiuyi was drunk last night and stayed the night in the study. She did not sleep the entire night and had to enter the palace to pay respects to the emperor and empress. In a daze she made a fool of herself and made Fu Xiuyi indignant. After giving her the cold shoulder for 2 to 3 months, Fu Xiuyi finally touched her. That wedding dress was the beginning of her pain. From the grievances of that night of marriage, her countless grievances started to cover the sky and cover the earth. Xin Miao had always felt that when one person treated another well, the other person's heart would be warmed up. Even if one did not like it, one would always be moved by the good treatment without any consideration of return. But there was such a kind of person who would enjoy everything that others gave them with a clear conscience but would despise others for not doing well. That wedding dress, Xin Miao and the other young female's happy and secret thoughts were finally not known by anyone. She wanted to ask, "Husband, take a good look at my wedding dress. Did you discover anything?" Even after using her entire life she could not ask it. The person that she wanted to wear the wedding dress for, had never seen it in her entire life. She was lost in her thoughts until Luo Tan's cry of surprise rang in her ears, pulling her back to reality. One saw Luo Shuiyan reaching out and slowly taking out the dress from the chest so that everyone could see it. His movements seemed to be very careful, as if he was afraid of breaking it. It was a very bright red, and the silk thread was extremely thin, as if it was made from thousands of thin silk threads interwoven into a brocade. Furthermore, it had been cut by the best embroidery master. A little more would be more and a little less would be less. Within the bright red cloth, there were fine and dense golden sparks. It was unknown if the golden sparks were scraped off or something else, but the entire cloth seemed to be sparkling. The red robe was made of sea shark brocade. It was as thin as a cicada's wings and had a crimson glow around it. The embroidered red robe shone with a golden light, and the pattern of a dragon and phoenix was embroidered with 12 colored threads. The golden dragon was mighty and the colorful phoenix was hazy. If one looked carefully, they would find that the eyes of the dragon and phoenix were decorated with tiny black gems. As for the dragon scales and phoenix feathers, They were cut into fine cat's eye stones, threaded with needle and thread and embroidered stitch by stitch. The red dress and red pants were a single piece. The color was pure and it was made wide. However, when a breeze blew past, it was as if a celestial was moving, floating like a celestial. However, this was also done with care. There were also lotus flowers embroidered at the corners of the robe, symbolizing auspiciousness. There was no need to mention the xia pendant. There were filaments, inlays, carvings, dots of jade and hundreds of pearls, which dazzled people's eyes. There was a pouch for grandchildren, a silver deposit, a demon-revealing mirror, and a heavenly official lock. The most attractive thing was still the phoenix coronet. The golden collar of the coronet was decorated with a ring of jewels. The edges were inlaid with gold bars, and the center was inlaid with 12 gems. Each gem was decorated with 6 pearls, and the gems were separated by flower beads. There were 6 fans, and each fan was decorated with a golden dragon, 2 jeweled flowers, 3 flower beads, and a string of beads hanging from the sides. Shenqiu even foolishly counted. There were 100 colorful gems on the entire phoenix coronet, and countless red gems adorned the phoenix's eyes. Chapter 833. Luo Shuiyan held the heavy phoenix coronet in her hands. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Even if Prince Rui was putting on an act, it was really too unexpected for him to be able to do this. This phoenix coronet was the dream of all the females in Mingqi and was not inferior to the Empress phoenix coronet. She anxiously said, "Jing Xing, isn't it a bit inappropriate for Jiao Jiao to wear this phoenix coronet?" The animal on the crown was a phoenix. The phoenix was the king of all birds. Only the queen or the princess could wear it. Even though Xin Miao married Prince Rui and was Prince Rui's consort, she was not at the level of a princess. The crown should be decorated with colorful pheasants. Prince Rui smiled, "Foreign, rest assured. Imperial older brother knows about this phoenix crown. There are only 2 brothers in our great Liang imperial family. If Jiao Jiao marries into the imperial family, she will only be a member of the imperial family, nothing more than a phoenix. She can bear the responsibility." Shenxen looked at Prince Rui thoughtfully. Luo Shuiyan still wanted to say something when she heard Luo Tan call out, "Such beautiful embroidered shoes." Luo Tan carefully took out an embroidered shoe from the bottom of the chest and held it in her palm. The embroidered shoes were very small, and they were also red. However, there were small phoenixes embroidered on the shoes. The shoes were small, so it was very difficult to embroider an entire phoenix, not to mention that the phoenix feathers were decorated with tiny gems. However, there was also a pattern on the soles of the shoes. There was also a lotus flower spreading out, implying that every step would bring forth a lotus. At the very top of the shoe were 2 round and large South Sea mermaid pearls. Xin Miao was slightly stunned when she saw it. Southern Sea mermaid pearls were very precious. Because the fishermen could only collect the pearls in the shallow waters, it was not easy to find the pearls in the deep waters. Only the most skillful pearl divers could go to the slightly deeper waters. Even so, it was not easy to find such pearls. Xin Miao remembered that the most favored consort Su Xian only had one and wore it on her head every day to show that she was different. What he didn't know was that there were 2 of them right in front of him, and they were even casually placed under his feet. If Su Xianfei knew about it, she wouldn't be so angry. Shenxen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "You are considerate. This kind of extravagance and such an exquisite wedding dress could be said to be unique in the entire Mingqi. Prince Rui did not need to do this. But he did it. No matter what, when Xin Miao got married, she would not get ridicule but envy." Prince Rui smiled, "As long as Jiao Jiao is happy." Xin Miao's heart moved. Looking at that exquisite and beautiful phoenix coronet and that enchanting red embroidered shoes, she thought that if this kind of clothing was worn on her body, it would definitely be extremely impressive. She had never worn such gorgeous clothes in her previous life. In her previous life, when she married Fu Xiuyi was still young and simple was her daily habit. Later on, when Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne, she became a hostage of the Qin state, not to mention any gorgeous clothes. By the time she returned, there was already a beautiful and intelligent Mei Foreign in the palace. Compared to Mei Foreign, she was asking for trouble. Then, as the Empress, she had to dress in a dignified and elegant manner. She had to wear an old-fashioned color and a formal style. She was obviously a young female, but compared to Mei Foreign, she seemed to be much older than Mei Foreign.
Thinking about it, her young female period seemed to have completely ended on the night she married Fu Xiu. What followed was painful and forced growth. Was Xie Jingxing sent by the heavens to let her complete the long-cherished wish of her previous life? Shen Miao laughed in her heart. It seemed that some of her regrets Xie Jingxing had unknowingly helped her to fill them up completely. Perhaps this was also a kind of fate. After the wedding dress, even the picky Xinqiu had nothing to say. Chapter 834. In all fairness, if it was Xinqiu, he would not be able to make such an exquisite and expensive wedding dress. Even though he would wholeheartedly give everything that he had to his beloved young lady, but if he could not do it, he would not be able to do it. Prince Rui was able to do it because he was Prince Rui. That was all. Xinqiu could not help but look at Shen Miao. If Shen Miao followed such a person, it would be a life of glory and splendor. If this Prince Rui's temperament was really as good as today, then Shen Miao's life would be worth it. After talking for a while, Luo Shuiyan warmly invited Prince Rui to stay for a meal. Prince Rui did not refuse and smiled, but I want to speak a few words with Jiao Jiao alone. One do not know if foreign will allow it? Xinqiu immediately became alert. What do you want to speak to younger sister? It is the same to speak to me. Come, let us go to the courtyard to exchange pointers. Luo Shuiyan pulled Xinqiu's ear to one side and said, What nonsense are you talking about? How can Prince Rui spar with a boorish person like you? Looking at Prince Rui again, her eyes were filled with smiles. Then let Jiao Jiao bring you into the room to speak. Do not speak for too long. It will be time to eat in a while. Shen Miao, Xinqiu, Mother, do you still remember who is your biological son? The more Luo Shuiyan looked, the more she felt that Prince Rui was not bad. A dignified prince of the Great Liang to want to speak with Shen Miao, he had to specially ask for her opinion. It could be seen that he was one who understood etiquette. Luo Shuiyan was also thinking of letting Shen Miao and Prince Rui stay longer. Just now she had seen the little movements in the eyes of both of them. Females knew best what females were thinking in their hearts. Shen Miao's appearance clearly showed some interest in Prince Rui. Why did she not see her glaring at Luo Ling, Su Mingfeng and Feng Zixian? This kind of happy little quarrelsome couple should be written in a storybook. Luo Shuiyan happily went to instruct the kitchen. Even though Shen Miao was somewhat speechless, she still looked at Xie Jingxing and said, Follow me to the courtyard. Xinqiu also wanted to follow, but Shen Miao turned her head and said, Eldest brother, you should not go. Xinqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Younger sister. Cousin Xiu. Luo Tan tugged at the corner of his clothes, a young couple whispering, What is a grown man eavesdropping for? She looked at the absent-minded Luo Ling. If you want to compare notes, then look for older brother Ling. Luo Ling recovered to his senses and smiled bitterly but still said, If Biao older brother wants to exchange pointers, I will naturally accompany. This was the first time Xinqiu was rejected by all the women in the room and he felt extremely wronged. As Shen Miao's future husband, he naturally had to test him properly. How could he just because of flowery words and a face that could not be seen clearly deceived females into having good relations with him? Women were indeed easy to deceive. He looked at Shen Xen and said unhappily, Father, are we just going to let that brat off like this? Shen Xen lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking about. When he heard that, he looked at Xinqiu. After the meal, spar with him and test his martial arts. Xinqiu's eyes lit up as he rubbed his fists and said, Yes. As expected, Shen Xen was on the same side as him. He must let Prince Rui see clearly that it was not easy to marry the women of their Shen family. Shen Miao brought Xie Jingxing to her own courtyard. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were outside with the young maids to tidy up the flowers and plants in the courtyard. When they saw Shen Miao bringing a grown man back, they jumped in shock. It was Gu Yu and Jingzhe who greeted Prince Rui before the maids recovered to their senses and paid their respects. Shen Miao directly brought Xie Jingxing to her boudoir. She was not afraid of being seen by others as it was not the first time Xie Jingxing came to her room. Every 3 to 5 days he would come over to drink tea and eat snacks, thus she was familiar with the roads of the Shen mansion. When she turned back, she saw Xie Jingxing sizing up the surroundings and could not help but be sullen. It is not the first time, what is there to look at? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories.
Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.